keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath in the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out, up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Sem for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
All right, welcome everybody. We're live at the 2024 North Dakota High School East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota on yourliveevent.com. This is sports announcer guy Brent Dick. We do have an audio-only stream today, and there is no video for yourliveevent.com at your East Region Boys and Girls Wrestling Tournaments. So only an audio stream for the tournament. I'd just like to say this broadcast of the tournament has been authorized by a special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. And we are live from Carrington, the North Dakota East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament, West Region underway in Minot. Had a 2-hour delay to the start of this tournament. So it was originally scheduled to start at 1 p.m. New start time 3 p.m. just underway. Sumter Cass, your defending East Region champions, look to defend their title. And they'll be pressed by the Carrington Cardinals, the home team here with the East Regions in their home gym, the Carrington Cardinals, and also the Fargo Stingers. Look to challenge Central Cassis here for that individual East Region championship. Top 8 wrestlers in each weight class advance to the state wrestling tournament held from the 15th to the 17th at the Fargo Dome. They're currently out on the mat. We have on mat number 1, and this is in your East Gymnasium, Marley Miller, Kaylee Mueller, and also Willa Hagan and Elise Jenner. And from Fargo on the West Gym, West R and B, you can see that on Track Wrestling. But we have Ivy Johnson and Coral Hyde and Cameron Reeby and Haley Ford. They're starting this tournament. They were starting at 100 pounds in the East Gym. So Marley Miller, Kaylee Mueller out there. Mueller with a 2-1 lead. She's currently in the top position. Now looking at your starting lineups for American Crystal Sugar, it kind of go through some of your teams and the wrestlers they have in this tournament this year. The Broncos have 4 wrestlers at 100 pounds, and Aurora Shelton, Melina Rebson, Scout Fredericks, Addison Booman. At 106 pounds is Arlie Romerman for the Broncos. 112, 2 wrestlers for Lisbon in the tournament. Presley Johnson and Adeline Hansen. 118, Lila Gillespie. 130 pounds, Emerson Schwab. 142 pounds, Alexis Ranke. 148 is Ava Carblum. Sister Veda Carblum at 155. Nevaeh Buffett holds down the 170 spot. And sisters Cora Oster and Lillian Oster at 190 pounds for the Broncos. Trying to make it into the state tournament. Our 250-pound is Ella Sad for the Lisbon Broncos. That's a brother of assistant coach Taylon Sad. So she has her big brother out here coaching her today in the East Region Wrestling Tournament, trying to make it into the state tournament. That's your Lisbon Broncos, kind of their starting lineup for the tournament. Broncos with 16 wrestlers in the tournament. We'll take a look at Central Cass. So Central Cass also with 4 wrestlers at 100 pounds, and Anna White, defending state champion, Ivy Guy, Ava Crandall, Gracie Coast, 106 pounds, Mallory DeVries at 112, Emma Dutt, Brianna Meyer at 118, along with Aubrey Quinn. 124 pounds is Lycan Capone. 130 is Emma Schneider. 136, Grace Lamar. 142 pounds is Jaden Jacobson and Lois Schneider. 148 is Emerson Falady and Isabel Ditchuk. And 155, Cheyenne Helland. 170, a couple of wrestlers for the for the Squirrels, and Ava Gullison and Isabel Dutt along, and 250 pounds is Taylor Boder. That is your starting lineup and wrestlers in the East Region Tournament for the Central Cass Squirrels. Here, this is your American Crystal Sugar Company starting lineups. And look at your Fargo Stingers. The Fargo Stingers with 16 wrestlers in the tournament. They have 100 pounds is Willow Hagan, 106 pounds Isabel Baku Elder, also Jocelyn Corbel, 112 pounds is Taya Laidlaw, 118 pounds Ava Owens, 124 pounds Ivy Johnson, 130 pounds is Riley Lighton, along with Isabel Julian, 130 pounds Anna Jean Hoselton, 136 pounds is Lucy Chernowski, 142, couple wrestlers for the Stingers, and Webbeline Knocklin and Kaylin Thorseth, along with Jocelyn Matthews. That's 142 pounds for the Fargo Stingers. 148 is Isabella Knocklin, and 190 pounds, two wrestlers, Sophia Peterson and Coileen Gavergo for the Fargo Stingers. That's your starting lineup for the Fargo Stingers. And get into your the Carrington Cardinals. Also 16 wrestlers in the tournament. And Carrington, starting at 100 pounds, they have Jamison Schrader. 106 is Asa Reimke, along with Taylor. 112 pounds, Julia Davis. 118 pounds, Addison Vandehoven. 124 pounds, couple of wrestlers with Jasmine Ybarra, Kelsey Newman, and Lola Brewer Mesmer. 130 pounds, Kendra Garcia and Nella McKibben. 136 pound Madeline Tribertorno, along with Kendall Kovar. 148 pounds Nevaeh Sorensen. 170 pounds Carly Lessman. 190 pounds is Jillian Parker, and at 250 pounds is Ashley Lindberg for the Carrington Cardinals. Your starting lineups. The tournament's still underway. Wrestlers out on the mat. And 4 mats running here in the East and the West gyms. And Marley Miller and Kaylee Mueller. That's still a 2-1 score. And they are in the third period. It's 2-1 under 35 seconds remaining. We will go back and review some of those starting lineups there for your American Crystal Sugar Company starting lineups. The lives live the sweet life with great careers, quality products, and grower own. That's crystalsugar.com. So Crystal Sugar, I'd like to thank them for sponsoring our starting lineups here. American Crystal Sugar starting lineups at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament just underway. And Miller, as time expires, had Mueller going to her back, but Miller's going to win that by a score of 3-2. So Mueller with the win by decision in the first round. Stays in, advances to the championship round. That was a prelim. So there are a number of prelims if you go to the brackets at 100 pounds. Number of prelims going on for East Region Wrestling Tournament at 100 pounds. And other results we have at 100 pounds championship round is Brossart over Coast. Another 124-pound prelim is Lydia Wolf from South Border. Wins by fall over Larson from Northwood. Ford from Valley City over Ivy from Breck Wap, and by fall at 124-pound, another prelim match. 100-pound prelim, Elise Jenner from South Border over Willow Hagan by fall in 57 seconds. For the Broncos, Scout Fredericks wins by fall over Renfro from Napoleon. So Fredericks for the Broncos advances into the championship round. And Macy Pup from Pembina County North over Hahn from Kindred by fall in 34 seconds. Those are your results. Get you caught up on what's happening inside the Carrington Gymnasium at our East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Number of prelims at 100 pounds, 124 pounds. Yeah, out on the mat in front of us, we have Hayden Bossert and Leah Dahl. Bossert's from Norwood, Hayden Lloyd and Leah Dahl. So Hayden Lloyd from Northwood, Leah Dahl from Devil's Lake. And also Libby Montez from Pembina County North wrestling Elizabeth Ornis. That's tied up. And at 106 pounds. So we're now, Montez takes a 4-2 lead. She's in the top position, so she's up 4-2. And in the West Gym, Aurora Schulten for the Broncos against Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North. And going back through some of your starting lineups, here's your American Crystal Sugar starting lineup. Center Cass, last year at the state tournament, placed third. They have 7 returning state qualifiers and 5 state place winners back on the squad. They're led by their state champion, returning state champion, Adam White at 100 pounds. They also have Mallory DeVries, finished in 8th place last year at the state tournament. Gracie Lamar finished in 3rd at 130 pounds, and Lois Schneider 7th at 135, along with their teammate Cheyenne Helen finishing in 6th place at 145 pounds. Other state qualifiers on the team were Brianna Meyer at 115 pounds and Ayla Gullison at 170 pounds. So that's Central Cass returning starters or state qualifiers and state place winners on their squad this year. And the Fargo Stingers last year at the state tournament scored 93 points, placed 6th. They have 6 state place winners back on their squad with 125-pound state champion Avery Maurer from last year. And also your state place winners for the Fargo Stingers is Sandy Gayfleur, placed 3rd. Aubrey King placed 8th at 145 pounds. Jasmine Schaefer at 155 placed 8th. And Emma Ozier at 250 pounds placed 7th. And the other state qualifiers, Taylor Laidlaw at 110 pounds, state qualifier for the Fargo Stingers. Isabel Julian at 135 pounds, state qualifier. And at 190, they had Kalina Gavergo, state qualifier for the Fargo Stingers. Carrington last year at the state tournament has scored 171.5 points in 10th place. They have 8 returning state qualifiers, 2 state place winners. And they're returning state place winners in Mercedes Lure at 120 pounds and Kendra Garcia at 140. Lure placed 6th and Garcia at 140 pounds placed 7th. They have a number of returning state qualifiers in Kenzie Coast, Kylie Skadberg at 150, Kendall Culver at 125, Madeline Turbo-Torono at 130, Carly Lessman at 155, and Ashley Lindberg at 250 for the Carrington Cardinals. So just going back through some of your American Crystal Sugar starting lineups. Those matches out in front of us. Lloyd from Northwood over Dahl from Devil's Lake. Lloyd wins by fall. 118-pound prelim, so Hayden Lloyd advances into the championship rounds at 118. And Libby Montez and Elizabeth Ornis in the East Gym at 106 pounds. Ornis from Devil's Lake picks up near fall. She was down. Now she's up by 2 points. She's up 10-9, picking up near fall. North-south position. And the official, Jenna Gerhardt, slaps the mat for the pin. So an Ornis winner by fall in the second period. Now 124-pound weight class, Annika Mengi for Kindred and Marley Stremick for Pembina County North out on the mat. In your West Gym, Crystal Magnuson, Hillsborough Central Valley, and Jalen Kerrigan from Pembina County North. Lisbon's Arlie Romerman takes on Jocelyn Corbel from Fargo in the West Gym. Currently, Corbel has a 2-0 lead over Romerman. Romerman for Lisbon, returning state qualifier. An 8th grader, 13-20 record. Corbel, a 7th grader, 6-16. Both wrestlers trying to make it into the state tournament top 8 advance. Next week, the 15th to the 17th at the Fargo Dome. Also 100 pounds, Anna White in the championship round wins by fall over Shively from Rugby. And Mallard DeVries from Central Cass over Wago from Napoleon at 106 pounds by fall in 42 seconds. And another result at 100 pounds in the championship round. It was Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North, winner by fall over Aurora Schulten of the Lisbon Broncos. So Schulten drops down into the consolation rounds. Croston advances through the championship rounds. Mengi and Stremick, that's a win by fall for Marley Stremick over Annika Mengi from the Kindred Vikings. Stremick advances into the championship bracket. That was a prelim at 124. Now Romerman takes a 3-2 lead for the Broncos. Arlie Romerman's up 3-2 at the end of the first period. Now out on Matt in the East Gym at 106 pounds. Matt R, we'll call it, is Asa Reimke and Avery Jacobson. Reimke from Carrington, 7th grader, 16-21. Avery Jacobson, freshman from Rugby, 18-10. This is at 106 pounds. And Taylor wins by fall over Isabel Baku Elder. So Lura advances through the championship rounds into 106 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals. Cardinals, Center Cass and Fargo look for them to battle it out for the top spot in the East region as far as the individual championship. All teams trying to advance their wrestlers through the top 8, advance to the state tournament. Arlie Romerman and Jocelyn Corbel, that's tied up at 106 pounds. And they're in the second period, under a minute 30 remaining. That's in the West Gymnasium. Reimke and Avery Jacobson. Avery Jacobson working a half Nelson on Reimke. Reimke reverses out of it, gets over the top. Now Avery Jacobson back on top. Reimke had momentarily posted the outside leg and spun back around on Jacobson. Jacobson working for the fall and the pin, and she advances at 106 pounds. So Avery Jacobson, winner by fall over Asa Reimke, winner by fall. Jacobson for Rugby advances over Reimke by fall. Gabby Hanning and Alyssa Ross. That was Gabby Hanning of the Valley City Highlanders, winner by fall over Alyssa Ross from West Fargo United. Hanning with a pin in 39 seconds. And now up Alexa Schneider and Grace Kozowski. Schneider, Napoleon Gackle Streeter at 118 pounds. Kozowski from Breck Wap. Schneider reports in. Also teammate Tess Girls for Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestling Alishka Nitschke. Nitschke with the early 2-0 lead on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Romerman's down by 2 at the end of the second period. Arlie Romerman for the Broncos down by 2 against Jocelyn Corbel. Corbel now up by 5, so put together a big move at the end of the period. She's up 10-5 at the start of the third period over Arlie Romerman of the Broncos. And Crystal Magnuson with a 7-0 lead over Jalen Kerrigan. That is the final. Magnuson wins 7-0 for Hillsborough Central Valley. Now Juliet Davis and Victoria Sanchez. Davis for Carrington, Sanchez for Valley City. That's at 112 pounds in the West Gymnasium. That's a winner by fall. Alicia Nitschke. Nitschke over Tess Gross by fall. And Brianna Meyer for Central Castle with a 2-0 lead, picks up 3 near fall. She goes up 5-0 at 118 pounds on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. She's wrestling Paige Tennyson of Grand Forks. And Romerman now is down 12-5 in the West Gymnasium at 106 pounds. Teammate Scout Fredericks picked up the first win for the Broncos in the tournament at 100 pounds in her prelim match. Here's Meyer scores more near falls. As Tennyson from Grand Forks rolls through. 3 more near fall for Brianna Meyer from Central Cass. She goes up 8-0. So Meyer takes an 8-0 lead. It's in the first period, and they have under 45 seconds remaining in the first period.
In the West Gym on the red mat in the hole, Madeline Jerome from Grafton versus Elsie Christensen from Napoleon Catholic Streeter. Christensen from Napoleon Catholic Streeter.
Looking at your Tim Kazed scoreboard, Central Cass and Rugby. Here with the early results, they're tied up each team with 8 points. Pembina County North with 6, Valley City with 6, and Carrington with 4 points. At your top 5 teams. Opening round and prelim matches of the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And Katie Bynum and Aubrey Quinn out. Quinn trying to roll through. Bynum has her arms doubled up, but now Bynum in the bottom of the situation position. Aubrey Quinn over on top. Bynum picks up a couple near falls. She goes up 4-0. And Quinn's working for a fall. She throws Bynum on her back. Aubrey Quinn in position, has the head wrapped in that slip, and a win by fall for Aubrey Quinn over Katie Bynum. Paige Tennyson, Brianna Meyer. Meyer is up 8-0 at the end of the first period.
In the hole in the East Gym on the red mat, Jasmine Ybarra from Carrington versus Maria Riojas from Devil's Lake. Riojas from Devil's Lake and Ybarra from Carrington. You're in the hole in the East Gym on the red mat.
And that's a win by fall for Brianna Meyer in the second period. She was up 11-0. Puts Tennyson on her back from Grand Forks. And Brianna Meyer advances in the championship round at 118 pounds. Now Sarah Novak for Grand Forks and Lily Skarud from West Fargo United. Around the mat in the East Gymnasium at 118 pounds. So Corbel over Romerman by decision 12-5. Corbel for the Fargo Stingers advances in the championship round at 106 pounds. Romerman for the Broncos drops down into the wrestlebacks. And Fargo's Ava Owens out here. She has a 2-0 lead on Felicia Haas and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Lily Skarud and Sarah Novak are currently scoreless, so their scoreboard having some issues over on the far side in the mat R. So it looks like they're working that right now. Oh, Novak's picking up near fall. So she does have 3 near fall. She goes up 5-0 in the first period, under a minute remaining. They do have that scoreboard fixed now. Under 30 seconds remaining in the first period with Sarah Novak up 5-0. And Lisbon's Presley Johnson out on the mat wrestling Beta Hoffman from the South Border Mustangs. Johnson, a 7th grader, 2-26. Beta Hoffman, a sophomore, 20-13 for South Border. And Grand Forks, the Night Riders out of Grand Forks. Last year at the state tournament, they scored 95 points, good enough for 5th place. They have 7 returning state qualifiers and 4 state place winners. Back it is Emily Novak, returning state champion. And Novak now off the mat and wins by fall. Novak state champion for the Night Riders at 155 pounds. Also they have state place winner Bryn Larson at 125. Kaylee Kurtz at 130 pounds, placed 4th. Caden Schumann at 190 pounds, placed 8th. And other state qualifiers, Olivia Cho at 170, Catherine Sullivan at 250, Amarona out, state qualifier at 250 for the Night Riders. It's just part of your American Crystal Sugar starting lineups. David Owens and Felicia Hayes. Hayes from Napoleon. She's down 2-1 as Owens working around with the screwdriver gets out of the period. Hayes gets out of the period. Owens with a 2-1 lead. Should say Haas in starting in this top position at the start of the second period. So that's on your East Gymnasium, Matt B at 118 pounds. Taylor Laidlaw and Dutt, that one goes final. Laidlaw defeats Dutt by tech fall. Now Lila Gillespie for the Broncos up at 118 pounds in the West Gymnasium against Addison Vandehoven from Carrington. So Gillespie, a sophomore, 13-23. Vandehoven for the Cardinals, 9-23 as a seventh grader. That match just underway in the West Gymnasium. And Marissa Rowell from Pembina County North at 124 pounds, West Gymnasium, mat number B, wrestling Haley Ford of Valley City. Ford, seventh grader, 19-11. That match going final. In the West Gymnasium, mat B, Lily Skarud and Sarah Novak. And now Novak with the win by fall. So Sarah Novak wins by fall for the Night Riders at 118 pounds in the East Gymnasium on Matt R. It was Laidlaw over Dutt from Central Cass by fall in 3:39. And Ava Owens wins by fall over Haas on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Well, results coming in fast and furious. Here, Kelsey Newman for the Carrington Cardinals wrestling Liddy Wolf from the South Border Mustangs. Wolf working, trying to pummel in on Newman. Newman backs up now back to the center of the mat. And Shayla DeBlair for West Fargo United wrestling Bella Tongadal from Devil's Lake. DeBlair has double armbar locked up, steps around and gets the pin for West Fargo United at 124 pounds. Gillespie's up 4-0. Lila trying to put her first win behind her. She's up 4-0. That's in the first period. Wrestlers have them up on their feet. Try to see what the scoring was. So not sure. It looks like the scoring doesn't tell you whether it was takedowns or how they scored points. Just looking at track wrestling, trying to see what their scoring was. But she has a 4-0 lead over Vandehoven of Carrington. Now Kendra Garcia, another Carrington Cardinal, and Emma Schneider. That was at 130 pounds, so that result, or that match going final. That was in the West Gymnasium on Matt B at it. So just wait to see what that result was. Isabel Julian from Fargo and Tia Hughley from Pembina County North. That match underway at Matt B at 130 pounds, West Gymnasium. And Kelsey Newman and Lydia Wolf. Wolf with a 2-0 lead on Matt R, East Gymnasium at 124 pounds. And Lycan Capone from Central Cass wrestling Olivia Lindstrom from Devil's Lake. Capone with a 20-17 record, seventh grader. Lindstrom from Devil's Lake, an eighth grader at 12-11. So that's in the East Gymnasium on Matt B. The wrestlers on their feet. Under a minute remaining in the first period. Here's Newman and Lydia Wolf. Wolf had tied it up. It was 2 apiece, or it is 2 apiece here with Newman and Wolf. So Newman in the top position in the second period. Now a minute 30, now under a minute 20 remaining. Wolf on her belly as Newman walks up a cradle on Lydia Wolf. Newman's going to step back around, going to try to drag her over her knee for some near fall. Now hops over to the far side, still has that cradle locked up, but they're out of bounds. Wolf gets to her feet, powers out of it for a 1-point escape. Loss of control at the edge of the mat. Good job by Lydia Wolf. Gets up for the 1-point loss of control. She's down 3-2, or she's up now 3-2 to Kelsey Newman. And Lexi Capone's down 5-2 to Olivia Lindstrom from Devils Lake. Now 5-3. Capone with the 1-point escape. Down by 2 in the second period, under a minute 40 remaining. And Gillespie still with that 4-0 lead in the second period. She's in the bottom position against Anderson Vandehoven from Carrington. And it was Kendra Garcia over Schneider from Center Cast by fall in 22 seconds. That was at 130 pounds. And DeBlair from West Fargo winner by fall over Tongadal from Devils Lake by fall in 51 seconds. And now it's a 4-3 score in favor of Newman at the end of the second period. Newman goes up 4-3 with the takedown over Lydia Wolf. Wolf and Newman battling out in the third period at 124 pounds, championship round. That's a win by fall for Olivia Lindstrom over Lake and Capone from Central Cass. Lindstrom wins by fall. Advances into the championship rounds at 124. Newman has a headlock. It's locked up on Lydia Wolf. Wolf, shoulder blades down, both down to the mat. Newman leaning into it, trying to walk up towards the head. Wolf. Now Newman with the win by fall for Carrington. Advances in the championship round at 124 pounds. Here Gillespie and Vandehoven. That match now tied up in the third period. Wrestlers on their feet. Vandehoven storming back on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium. Win by fall. Emerson Schwab over Charlotte Bierkley. Schwab with the win in 14 seconds. A 14-second pin for Emerson Schwab, going out, getting the work done right away, not wasting any time. Going to save that energy for the next round. Schwab wins by fall for the Broncos. 14-second pin. Teammate Lila Gillespie is tied up at 6 apiece in the West Gymnasium. That's under a minute 20 remaining in the third period at 118 pounds. Schwab at 130 with the pin for the Broncos. Now Jasmine Ybarra and Marla Riojas of Devils Lake, or Maria Riojas of Devils Lake. Jasmine Ybarra and Rojas out in the East Gymnasium on Matt R at 124 pounds. Gillespie and Vandehoven still tied up, under 45 seconds remaining. And from Carrington, Nella McKibben and Deegan Kirschman from Valley City. Kirschman with a 2-0 lead. That's under a minute remaining in the first period on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. So we will stay here till the completion of that Gillespie Vandehoven match. Take a break. Get a word from our sponsors, come back, pay a few bills, get back to action inside the Carrington High School East and West Gymnasiums here for your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Defending champs, Central Cass Girls. They're up on your Tim Kazed scoreboard. Tied up with the Fargo Stingers at 12 apiece. Napoleon Gackle Street are having a great East Region Girls Dual Tournament. Qualified for the state tournament in the 4th spot. They're in 10th, or with 10 points, and third place tied up with Valley City with 10 points. In Carrington and Devils Lake tied for 5th along with Rugby at 8 points. Your Tim Kajed scoreboard here at your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Brianna Edwardson and Anna Jean Holselton. And at the end of the period, that's a win by fall for Brianna Edwardson of Devils Lake. And Gillespie now, it's an 8-7 lead for Gillespie as time expires. Gillespie with the 2-point takedown, Vandehoven with the escape. And we'll wait for that one to go final. That's in the West Gymnasium on Matt R. 118 pounds, looking for the result. That's tied up. So now tied up in overtime. So that's 8 apiece here for Gillespie and Vandehoven. First takedown wins. Gillespie for the Broncos has a nice double leg shot. So no video coming out of that gymnasium. If you're watching at home, you're going to see the final result before I do. So that's between Gillespie and Vandehoven. That match did go final, or it is final. At 118 pounds. We'll wait for the ticker tape to roll through on Track Wrestling. Ybarra and Rojas of Devils Lake. That's a 1-0 lead for Jasmine Ybarra at 124 pounds. And that's on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. In West Gymnasium, Matt B., Nella McKibben from Carrington, and Deegan Kirschman. Kirschman with a 10-0 lead. They're in the second period, under 50 seconds. Ybarra and Rojas. Ybarra with a 1-0 lead for Carrington at 124 pounds. Now Emily Smith and Kendall Kovar of Carrington out in the East Gymnasium on Matt B. Smith. And no takedown awarded to Kovar. Now a 2-point takedown for Kovar. She takes an early 2-0 lead with under a minute remaining in the first period. So that is Lila Gillespie wins in sudden victory by a score of 10-8. And Gillespie advances into the championship round. So good job, Lila Gillespie. She advances with a win by decision in sudden victory overtime, 10-8 over Vandehoven from Carrington. And here, Nell McKibben, Deegan Kirschman. That match goes final. Kirschman wins by tech fall for Valley City over McKibben of Carrington. Ybarra and Rojas, that's now a 3-0 lead for Ybarra. Ybarra in the top position, just working off the near center of the mat. The final 5 seconds tick off the clock in the second period. Ybarra will take a 3-0 lead going into the third. Big battle here between Rojas and Ybarra. Here's Emily Smith, Kendall Kovar. Kovar with a 4-0 lead going into the second period. She has 4-0 lead. Takedown to near fall. Ybarra and Rojas, they're on their feet to start the third period. So we're going to step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back here for East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota on yourliveevent.com.
Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Since it's
Hey, welcome back here to liveevent.com at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Action continues in our championship round. First round action and prelims. Yabar and Rojas. That's 3-0. They are with blood time. So Bank North timeout. That's on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 124 pounds between Ross and Yabar. Bank North timeout at Bank North. They take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. Well, that is your Bank North timeout on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. 124 pounds between Rojas and Yabar. Yabar with the 3-0 lead. Continue to roll through first round action. Rachel Dahl, Napoleon Gackle Street at 136 pounds, wrestling Madalita Churba-Torono for the Carrington Cardinals. And Matt R. Madeline Jerome for Grafton in the West Gymnasium wrestles Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And then Matt B. in the West Gymnasium, Liam Glynn from Ellendale-Edgeley-Combe. Callista Hagen from Grand Forks. Hagen with a 2-0 lead over Glynn. They're in the first period, under a minute remaining. Christensen on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium, up 7-2 for Napoleon over Jerome of Grafton. And that's in the second period, under 50 seconds remaining. Now Christensen with an 8-0 lead. That's over Jerome of Grafton. And Matt B. with Churba-Torono of Carrington and Rachel Dahl. That match underway. And now under a minute remaining in the first period. We're still on timeout. So they did have the blood time ticking off. Or maybe it was recovery time. I didn't see what happened over there, thinking it was blood time, but now that I look back on it, maybe it's recovery time, just the way they're handling it, because no blood on the mat. That's on Matt R. 124 pounds. There's Rachel Dahl and Churba-Torono of Carrington on Matt B. at 136 pounds. The final 15 seconds tick off the clock. And they will go scoreless into the second period at 136 on Matt B. I'll try to take a peek at what's happening from time to time in the West region. So still waiting for Matt R., 124 pounds, still in a Bank North timeout. Matt B., Dahl and Churba-Torono are scoreless going into the second. And Jerome of Grafton and Christensen for Napoleon. Christensen with a big lead, 11-2 at the start of the third period at 124 pounds on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium. Matt B. between Glynn and Hagen. Glynn from Ellendale-Edgeley-Combe. She was up 6-2. That match goes final. Now up is Aaliyah Dakota from Northern Lights wrestling Callie Ann Thorseth of the Fargo Stingers. Dakota, a sophomore, 4-10 for Northern Lights. Thorseth for the Fargo Stingers, a junior with a 5-6 record. And still timeout now, 50 seconds remaining. On the clock for what appears to be recovery time for Rojas of Devil's Lake. Churba-Torono and Dahl, they're still scoreless. And that's under 45 seconds remaining on Matt B. in the East Gymnasium. All of the mats continue to roll while that timeout on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Now Bryn Larson of Grand Forks takes on Gabriella McNamara of Hillsborough Central Valley. That match underway in the West Gymnasium on Matt R. at 130 pounds. Dakota and Thorseth on Matt B. in the West Gymnasium, 2-0 lead. That's in the first period, under a minute remaining in the first period at 142. And now a snap down. Churba-Torono snaps down. Dahl gets a 2-point takedown at the end of the period. So Tributaronu takes a 3-0 lead. So she's up 3-0 at the end of the period. So she takes a 3-0 lead. Tributaronu from Carrington up 3-0 over Rachel Dahl to Pulling-Gackle Streeter going into the third period. Now Ybarra and Rojas back in action on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. And they're in the third period with 43 seconds remaining. Ybarra in the top position. He has a 5-0 lead and now works the armbar on Rojas. Steps back around over the head and working for the fall is Ybarra. Picks up her 3 near fall. And stretch out over the top of those with those arms doubled up. Rojas is able to bridge out under 10 seconds remaining. And it looks like Rojas will make it out of the period, but she goes down to Ybarra of Carrington by a score of 8-0. So Ybarra advances for Carrington 8-0 over Rojas of Devil's Lake at 124 pounds. And now we have Lo Schneider for Central Cass and Alyssa Whaley, West Fargo United, out on the mat. And that's on mat B in the West Gymnasium. And Elise Jenner from Southport and Ava Crandall for Central Cass wrestling in the West Gymnasium on mat R. That's championship round match at 100 pounds. Dahl and Madalena Tributaronu from Carrington now 5-3 lead. And Dahl with the headlock. Ties it up at 5, working for the fall at the end of the period, and the pin for Dahl from Napoleon-Gackle Streeter with the headlock. Closes it out, 10 seconds remaining, wins by fall, and advances into the championship round for the Napoleon-Gackle Streeter Imperials. Well, some of that Napoleon magic still rolling through from the East Region Girls Dual Tournament for Rachel Dahl, winner by fall. Now mat B in the East Gymnasium. Alexis Baker, Northern Lights, a freshman with a 1-10 record, wrestling Grace Lamar from Central Cass. Lamar returning state qualifier, hits a duck under down to a knee pick, works around the top, going to try to make fast work. And the pin for Grace Lamar over Alexis Baker of Northern Lights on mat B in the East Gymnasium. So now for Broncos, Addison Boom and Scout Fredericks. Fredericks getting into the championship round. Takes on her teammate Addison Booman. Fredericks with the win in the prelim by fall. Yeah, we don't have a camera. We can't do camera here. So it's just audio. Yeah, audio only. So Booman and Fredericks with the headlock, working for the fall. Trying to advance into the next round of the quarterfinals. And with the win by fall, Scout Fredericks over teammate Addison Booman at 100 pounds. So Matt R in the East Gymnasium, Brindley Hartosh and Faith Radicek. That match went final. Hartosh of West Fargo United over Radicek for Pembina County North. And Marley Miller, Jamison Schrader in the West Gymnasium on map B. Marley Miller's up 3-2 over Jamison Schrader of Carrington. Miller's from EEK. She's up 3-2 at 100 pounds. Miller advanced by fall in her prelim match here in the wrestling the championship round. against Jamison Schrader of Carrington. She has a 3-2 lead. And Lola Brewer Mesmer of Carrington wrestling Marley Stremick. Stremick is up 2-0. That's out here in front of us on Mat R in the East Gymnasium at 124 pounds. And then in the East Gymnasium, right next to Mat R and Mat B, is Jocelyn Matthews of Fargo wrestling Alexis Ranke of the Broncos. That match just underway. Ranke works up over the top, drags down Matthews to the mat, drags her back down, throws her down to the mat, spins around for a 2-point, goes immediately to the crossface, rolls over Matthews. Aggressive move by Alexis Ranke, working for the fall. Down to minute 40 and win by pin for Alexis Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos at 142 pounds. And now up for Central Cass on Mat R at 142, Jaden Jacobson and Peyton Miller. That match just underway. Mat R in the West Gymnasium. Coral Hyde and Madeline Thorpe of Ellendale Edgley Colm Thorpe with a 4-0 lead. Her teammate Marley Miller is down by 1 to Jamison Schroeder. That's a 4-3 score. Schroeder's up on Miller of EEK in the second period, under a minute remaining. And that's on Mat B in the West Gymnasium. Our first Larimore Polar Bear out on the mat. Sophia Betts Hilliard, 7th grader with a 6-7 record, taking on Emma Johnner of Grafton, or Emma Johnner. Johnner Jr. with a 9-10 record at 148 pounds. Johnner with a quick 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0 on Betts Hilliard. Now Peyton Miller and Jaden Jacobson. Jacobson with the 2-point takedown. She goes up 2-0 on Mat R at 142 pounds in the East Gymnasium. Johnner works around front. She has a 2-0 lead out here on Mat B at 148. That's under a minute remaining. Betts Hilliard up to her feet. Johnner's going to try to hit a cow catcher and throw her over. Betts Hilliard rolls out of that, grabs a leg. They're back in the situation position. Johnner rolls back around. Now behind the arms and the elbows and back in the riding position. And under 30 seconds remaining, and that's in the first period at 148 on Mat B. Mat R, Jaden Jacobson and Miller. Jacobson, freshman from Central Cass, with a 13-12 record, has a 4-0 lead. So now riding in the top position. She has Miller broke belly down, works the power half on the far side. Final 5 seconds, tick off the clock. Here, Betts Hilliard and Johnner. And that's Emma Johnner of Grafton, wins by fall over Sophia Betts Hilliard of Larimore. And Jamison Schrader, Marley Miller. Miller of EK and Mat B has a 7-4 lead. They're going into the third period on Mat B in the West Gymnasium. That's at 100 pounds. So Miller up by 3 over Schrader. Coral Hyde, Madeline Thorpe. Thorpe for EK with the win by fall over Coral Hyde at 130 pounds on Mat R. And Emerson Flady from Central Cass, the sophomore, 23-10, wrestling Macy Turnham of South Border. Flady, a sophomore, 23-10. Turnham, a 7th grader, with a 5-7 record. And that match just underway here on Mat B at 148 pounds. Flady drops down for a double leg. Tunham's kind of wrapped up now. Flady back around behind for a 2-point takedown. Jaden Jacobson of Central Cass working for a fall against Peyton Miller. The official Jenica Earhart slapped the mat. That's a win by fall for Jaden Jacobson of Central Cass at 142 pounds. She advances in the championship rounds up into the quarterfinals. Flady with the 2-0 lead. That's under a minute remaining in the first period against Tunheim from South Border. Works the screwdriver, walks it around. Gonna drag her back over. Now readjusts, goes head and arm. Trying to settle in, has 45 seconds to work for the fall for the Central Cass Squirrels on Mat B in the East Gymnasium at 148 pounds, Emerson Flady. Tunheim from South Border gets back to the 90-degree up on her hip. Flady's still trying to pull her over. She will collect her 3 near fall. So she collects her 3 near fall. She's up 5-0. And Nevaeh Sorensen from Carrington and Giovanna Lima of Grand Forks out on the mat at 138 pounds on Mat R in the East Gymnasium. That match just underway. And your Tim Kajed scoreboard, Central Cass with 20 points in first place. Valley City with 17.5. Lisbon currently in third with 16 points. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in fourth with 14 points. And Devils Lake and Fargo, along with South Border, 12 points, your top 5 teams. You're at East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. So Veda Carblum is out here on Mat B, wrestling Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake. Veda Carblum down to 155 pounds last half of the season. Trying to make her into the state tournament. She's a sophomore, 4-17 record for the Broncos. Jaylee Jetty for Devils Lake, a freshman, 12-9. That's on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. And Mat R, Nevaeh Sorensen works the takedown. She's up 2-0 over Giovanna Lima of Grand Forks. Has half Nelson on the near side, trying to run around Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks. Wings down on it now. Sorensen runs the half, has 5 seconds to collect some near fall at the end of the period. Lima escapes. Doesn't give up the near fall. Still 2-0 lead for Sorensen at Carrington on Mat R in the East Gymnasium. That's at 148 pounds. Veda Carblum and Jaylee Jetty from Devils Lake. They're scoreless. Wrestlers locked up on the near center of the mat. They back out of bounds. Stall warning on Carblum. So second time she's backed out of bounds against Jetty. A restart back to the center of the mat. And Mat R in the West Gymnasium, 130 pounds. Jocelyn Carpenter of Devils Lake and Chris Amanda Napoleon. Chris Amanda, senior, with a 2-1 lead over Jocelyn Carpenter. And Carly Lessman for Carrington, senior, 16-17 on Mat B. It was a winner by fall over Emily Rash of Grand Forks. Now up on Mat B in the West Gymnasium is Lillian Olster, a 7th grader for the Broncos, wrestling Anna Thorpe for Ellendale Edgeley Combe Thunder. Sorensen and Lima, that's a 2-1 lead. Lima with the escape. Sorensen has a 2-1 lead on Mat R at 148 pounds. Carblum and Jaylee Jetty with 43 seconds remaining on Mat B, still scoreless. Jetty goes in, locks up Carblum with the underhook on the far side. Jetty working head position, has that head dug into the temple now. Works down Carblum, forces her down to the mat, puts her on her back. Jaylee Jetty's working for the fall and the pin for Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake over Veda Carblum in the first period. So Jaylee Jetty advances into the quarterfinals for Devils Lake at 155. Thorpe and Ulster. Ulster has a 2-1 lead. That's in the first period. That's a Mat B at 190 pounds. Nevaeh Sorensen and Lima. Now Lima with the 3-2 lead. And that's in the second period. Final 5 seconds tick off the clock. So Giovanna Lima takes a 3-2 lead into the third period on Mat R in the East Gymnasium at 148. Devils Lake, Jocelyn Carpenter That match just went final. That was between Carpenter and Mann on Matt R at 130 pounds. Thorpe and Ulster. Ulster maintains that 2-1 lead. Wrestlers up on their feet, neutral position with under 30 seconds remaining in the first period. That's at 190 pounds on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. So Maya Russell, West Fargo United, and Ashlyn Michelson of South Border. That match just underway at 155 pounds on Matt R in the West Gymnasium. Here, Isabel Dutt, Central Cass, Cheyenne Letessier for Pembina County North. That match underway. Dutt and Letessier locked up in the center of the mat, working collar ties. Now switch back around, inside tie for Dutt on the Letessier. Letessier pushing and works Dutt to the edge of the mat, doubles up on her, takes her down on the edge of the mat, arm around the waist for no 2-point takedown for Cheyenne Letessier of Pembina County North. She goes up 2-0 over Isabel Dutt of Central Cass. And Giovanna Lima is up 4-2 on Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington. Anna Thorpe, Lillian Ulster. Ulster for the Broncos up 4-1 at Anna Thorpe. And Katie Shadler, another Larimore Polar Bear on the mat, wrestles Ava Chemnitz, Pembina County North Grizzlies. That match underway at 155 pounds on Matt R. And Letessier wins by fall over Isabel Dutt of Central Cass. Advances to the quarterfinals. Here's Sorensen and Lima. Lima maintains a 4-2 lead. That's final 20 seconds. Tick off the clock. That's in the third period on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Ulster and Thorpe now tied up at 4 apiece. Ulster, a 7th grader for the Broncos. Thorpe, a freshman for the EK Thunder. They're tied up in the second period, under a minute remaining. It's like Ulster with a pair of takedowns in the first period. Thorpe with the escape. And now Thorpe with 3 near fall ties it up with Ulster. Ulster fights off her back. Under 31 seconds remaining. That's in the second period on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. That match did go final. Giovanna Lima over Nevaeh Sorensen by decision 4-2. Now Jillian Parker of Carrington wrestles Brooke Bundy of Valley City. That match underway at 190 pounds. A championship round match at 190 in the East Gymnasium on Mat B. That's Bundy for Valley City and Parker for Carrington. Katie Shadler for Larimore and Ava Chemnitz. Shadler with the 2-0 lead on Matt R in the West Gymnasium at 155 pounds. Under 40 seconds remaining in the first period. And then Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Anna Thorpe now up 7-4 on Lillian Ulster of the Broncos. So Thorpe takes a 3-point lead at the end of the second period. Here's Brooke Bundy working for a fall, picks up her near fall. She goes up 5-0. So no, 4-0. Brooke Bundy for Valley City, the senior, 22-12 with the fall for the Highliners at 190 pounds. And on Matt R, Beth Olson of Grand Forks, Brinley Dewald, and Pulling Gackle Streeter. That match just underway. Dewald underneath with Olson up over the top, picks up a 2-point takedown on Dewald. Dewald on her feet, working hands, trying to hit the escape in the center of the mat. And a 1-point escape for Brinley Dewald of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a sophomore. Ulster on Matt B, now under a minute remaining. That must be in the third period. So it is in the third period. Ulster down by 1. So 7-6 lead for Anna Thorpe. Ulster, I believe, is in the top position. That's a win by fall for Lacey Whitmire of Grand Forks over Taylor Boder. So Whitmire, your winner on Matt B at 250 pounds in the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Dewald and Olson, it's a 2-1 lead for Beth Olson of Grand Forks. Under 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Thorpe now is up 8-6. Now 9-6 over Oster. And that's on map B. And that's under a minute remaining in the third period. And Shadler and Chemnitz. Chemnitz down by 1, 3-2 lead for Shadler of Larimore, a 7th grader. Chemnitz from Pembina County North, a junior. It's in the second period, under 40 seconds remaining. Shadler from Larimore up 3-2 over Chemnitz on Matt R. at 155 pounds. Taryn Raisler steps on the mat against Elizabeth Ornis. That match is final at 100 pounds. That was on map B. The next match up is Macy Puppy from Pembina County North wrestling Charlotte Croston. Here Dewald and Olson. 3-1 lead for Beth Olson from Grand Forks on Matt R. at 155 pounds in the East Gymnasium. Shadler and Chemnitz 7-5. And that match between Ulster and Thorpe, that match did go final. Wait to see what the final results were. It was a 10-8 score at the end of the third period. We'll see once the results pop through on the ticker tape here on Track Wrestling. Match in front of us with Bess Olson and Dewald. Dewald in the top position. Olson with the 1-point lead. Or excuse me, with the 2-point lead over Dewald from Napoleon. Dewald works a half Nelson on the near side, catches the far arm. Now goes back to work the power half, sticks the forearm in the back of the head of Olson. And sorry, that Taryn Raisler Elizabeth Ornis match. So I think we have that back up on the board. And Dewald works for the fall over Olson, has her on her back. Under 45 seconds remaining. So Jenna Gerhardt down there takes a look at it. Dewald stretches out the arm. Now Olson gets back on her hip, trying to get belly down, has the leg of Dewald. But Dewald will pick up her near fall, has a 4-3 lead under 27 seconds. Now under 25 seconds remaining in the third period. Dewald goes back to the half Nelson. Olson up to her knees. Dewald catches the far wrist, rolls over Olson to her back. This half Nelson is buried deep in a win by fall for Brinley Dewald and Napoleon Gackle Streeter over Beth Olson on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 155 pounds. And that was Thorpe for EK over Lillian Ulster by decision 10-8 at 190 pounds. Still waiting for that Taryn Raisler Elizabeth Ornis match. Ornis, now Raisler checks in. Runs out to the center of the mat, puts on the green leg band on mat B at 106 pounds. So this is your quarterfinal match at 106. Moving in from the championship round into the quarterfinals. Out here in Nevaeh Buffett wrestling Zaylee Sullivan of Grand Forks. That match just underway. Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 170 here with Nevaeh Buffett for the Lisbon Broncos. And Buffett with a 2-point takedown. She goes up 2-0 over Sullivan. Goes immediately on the near side to power half. Sullivan trying to find it off, and Buffett with the half Nelson locked up, rolls over Sullivan. Now collects her near fall. Sullivan trying to roll through Buffett in the north-south position on top. Shoulders are flat. The slap of the mat by the official. Nevaeh Buffett wins by fall at 170. He will advance into the quarterfinals for the Lisbon Broncos. And Matt B, that's Taryn Raisler from Kindred and Elizabeth Ornis from Devil's Lake. That match under a minute remaining in the first period at 106-pound quarterfinal match. Our next quarterfinal at 100 pounds. Elise Jenner, South Border, Cheyenne Moore, Pembina County North. That match underway. And on mat B in the West Gymnasium, quarterfinal match, Taylor at 100 pounds, wrestling Mallory DeVries of Central Cass. That match just underway on mat B, West Gymnasium at 106 pounds.
106 pounds in the hole in the East Gym on the red mat.
So Scout Frederick for the Broncos coming up for her third match of the day. She takes on Anna White of Central Cass. She's on deck behind teammate Ella Sad out on the mat at 250 pounds, wrestling Nevaeh Youngbear, Mayport CG. That's scoreless on your track wrestling scoreboard. That's currently 0 going in final 5 seconds of the period at 250 pounds on Matt R. Raisler with a 2-0 lead. She's in a pinning combination on top, north-south on Ornis as time expires. Picks up 3 near fall. She has a 5-0 lead. Jenner and Moore. That's Lois Jenner from South Border, up 5-2 on Cheyenne Moore of Pembina County North. Jenner works the cradle, steps around to the far side, rocks it back. Working for the fall is Lois Jenner for the South Border Mustangs. Official gets down, takes a look, cradle's locked up tight, and the win by fall for Jenner, South Border over Cheyenne Moore of Pembina County North. Raisler and Ornis. Raisler's in on a single leg trying to turn the corner. She's up 6-0. Now 8-0 here for Raisler of Kindred. That's in the second period. She has an 8-0 lead, minute 32 remaining in the second period. Sad takes a 2-0 lead going into the second for the Broncos over Youngbear, Mayport CG. And that's on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium. DeVries and Lura at 106 pounds. That's in the first period, end of the first period. That's scoreless going into the second. And a win by fall for Taryn Raisler over Elizabeth Ornis at 106 pounds. That was a quarterfinal match. So Raisler advances into the semifinals. And teammate Molly Hahn of Kindred with a prelim match against Gracie Coast of Central Cass. So that's the match that they have coming up on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Sad has a 2-0 lead. Now that match goes final. Lyra and DeVries in the quarterfinal. That's under minute 25 remaining in the second period at 106. Lyra takes a 2-0 lead. White and Scout Fredericks of the Broncos wrestling on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium 100-pound quarterfinal match. Fredericks with 2 wins on the day for the Broncos. Wrestling their third match here for the quarterfinals. White with defending state champion at 100 pounds for Central Cass takes an early 2-0 lead. Roar Shelton back in the prelim rounds for Lisbon. Wrestles Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG. Mueller lost by decision 3-2, drops down wrestling this prelim match with Aurora Shelton of the Lisbon Broncos at 100 pounds. That's coming up on map B. And it was Ella Sad for the Broncos, wins by fall over Nevaeh Youngbear of Mayport CG in a time of 2:31. Ella Sad advances to the quarterfinals at 250 pounds. Lyra and DeVries. Lyra is up 2-0 in the second period. That's at 106 pounds on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. White up over Scout Fredericks, 2-0 on Matt R. That match final between White and Fredericks. And Anna White wins by fall over Scout Fredericks. At 100 pounds, advances to the semifinals. Kaylee Mueller, Roar Shelton match underway on map B. Molly Hahn and Kindred, Gracie Coast to Central Cass. That match at 100 pounds on Matt R in the East Gymnasium underway. And Mueller and Shelton on map B. currently in the neutral position, working center of the mat. There's Shelton. It works a collar time. Mueller shrugs it off. Shelton goes back in, front headlock. And goes back to the collar, so now works underneath the chin, trying to snap down or pull Mueller down to the mat. Mueller steps back away. Shelton circles back towards the center of the mat. And Shelton continues to work the arm, trying to isolate that arm, the near arm of Mueller. Mueller backs out again, this time Shelton, a little level change. Mueller backs out of that. And Molly Hahn, your winner by fall over Gracie Coast of Central Cass. Molly Hahn, the 8th grader for Kindred, will advance into the championship rounds. And Mueller and Shelton. Shelton gets around behind for a 2-point takedown. Aurora Shelton takes the 2-0 lead in the first period. That's under 20 seconds remaining. Aurora Shelton for the Broncos grabs a 2-0 lead. Lara DeVries from Central Cass. That's a 2-1 lead for Taylor in the third period, under a minute remaining at 106 pounds on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Then Leah Dahl from Devils Lake, Katie Bynum, Pembina County North. On Matt R, West Gymnasium, just underway at 118, another prelim match. Here's Baku Elder of Fargo, Brandy Wagle of Napoleon. Baku Elder with the win by fall. 41 seconds remaining in the first period. Baku Elder for Fargo Stingers wins by fall over Brandy Wagle of Napoleon. That was on Matt R, East Gymnasium. Here's Shelton and Mueller. The start of the second period. Mueller trying to drag over Shelton. Shelton caught on her belly. Now Mueller's in the top position, working, trying to dig out a wrist on the near side. Steps around here to the left, now back over the top, still trying to dig out the wrist on the near side and walk it around the head of Shelton. Shelton countering out. And under a minute 15 remaining in the second period. Mueller still walking around. Shelton in some trouble as Mueller has Shelton on her back, picking up near fall. So Mueller worked this pinning combination up over the top. Shelton's shoulders not up now, down to the mat. Kaylee Mueller wins by fall at 100 pounds. And will advance into the championship bracket. DeVries is up 3-2, and that match did go final at 106 pounds. DeVries and Taylor. We'll wait for the final outcome of that one. Now Gabby Hanning of Valley City at 118 pounds, and Avery Jacobson of Rugby. Well, that is 106. So 106, Gabby Hanning of Valley City. Also an Avery Jacobson of Rugby in the quarterfinals on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Natalie Hansen for the Broncos out on the mat. Jocelyn Boyer for Norwood. Hansen in the quarterfinals works the pinning combination, has Boyer going over to her back. Scoops the arm. Picks up her 3 near fall. She's up 5-0. Boyer back belly down. A match between Katie Bynum of Pembina County North and Leah Dahl. That match is over. Hannig at Jacobson on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Gabby Hannig takes a 2-0 lead over Avery Jacobson. And Hansen and Boyer. Boyer goes out of bounds. She picks up the 1-point escape. 5-1 lead for Adeline Hansen at the end of the first period at 10 seconds remaining. Should say under 5 now. Adeline Hansen will take a 5-1 lead into the second. Boyer has choice. She defers over to Hansen. Hansen chooses bottom position to start the second period. And Emma Shively from Rugby, a little Willow Hagen, Fargo North Stingers. Hagen with a 2-0 lead on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Works over the top with the half Nelson. We have a stalemate called with 36 seconds remaining in the first period. That's a 2-0 lead for Willow Hagen of Fargo. Here's Hansen. Started in the bottom position of the second period, working a reversal. Takes Boyer down for the 2-point reversal. She has a 7-1 lead, goes to work on top with the power half, trying to dig out that, or dig underneath that far shoulder. Now comes back to the near height, has the half locked up, walks around the head. Boyer goes to her back. Hansen looks up in the crowd with the win by fall for Adeline Hansen over Jocelyn Boyer. That was in the second period. Hansen will advance into the semifinals at 112 pounds. All these wrestlers advancing into the semifinals, they will place in the top 6 and qualify for the state tournament. Just matters on what place they finish in, but they will finish in the top 6 in a spot in the state tournament. There's Willow Hagen and Shively. Hagen wades back in. She has a 5-0 lead at the start of the second period. And Matt R., Ivy Johnson of Fargo, and Elise Christensen and Napoleon. Christensen takes an early 2-0 lead over Ivy Johnson. Has half Nelson locked up on the far side. Gets a little bit high on Johnson. Johnson tripods up, trying to come out the back door on Christensen. Christensen doing a good job. Now goes leg ride, rolls over Johnson. Rolls through, on, gets on top for Christensen. And she does have 2 near fall. And now working for a pinning combination on the edge of the mat, trying to get back into scoring position for the fall. And win by fall for Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Streeter over Ivy Johnson of Fargo. That was that 124-pound prelim match. Elise Christensen back into the championship rounds at 124 pounds. And Emily Larson and Leica Capone from Central Cass. Capone with a 2-0 lead. Another prelim match at 124. Winner of this match on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium. It stays in the tournament. Goes into the championship rounds. Also wrestling our quarterfinals and consolation round matches, so all mixed together. Quarterfinals, prelims, and consolation round matches in the East Region Girls Tournament. Looking on your Tim Kajed scoreboard, Central Cass with the lead with 32 points for the individual team championship. Lisbon in second with 24. Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 22 in third place. Valley City with 21.5 points in fourth place. And Devils Lake and Grand Forks tied for fifth with 20 points apiece. And that is your Tim Kajed scoreboard at the East Region Girls Tournament. And just get a quick update what's currently out on the mats. We have Annika Mengi of Kindred has a 2-0 lead over Bella Tangadal of Devils Lake. Tangadal stands up, hip place up over the top of Mengi. Goes back to work on the head, trying to spin around behind for the reversal. The final 30 seconds of the period. In the first period, Mengi grabs onto the leg, still has control. Now Tangadal picks up a 2-point reversal. She ties it up at the end of the period. Final 20 seconds. In the first period, Willow Hagen and Emily Shively of rugby. Hagen is up 7-0. And that's in the third period. Will Hagen of the Fargo Stingers up 7-0 over Shively in a prelim match at 100 pounds. And Mengi and Tangadal are tied up at 2 apiece at the end of the first period. On Matt R. in the East Gymnasium, Matt B. Willow Hagen has a 7-0 lead with 40 seconds remaining in the third period. And then on Map B in the West Gymnasium, that's Naomi Miller of Kindred and Charlotte Bierke of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That match underway, another prelim match. That's at 130 pounds. We will step away on YourLiveEvent.com. Take a word from our sponsors from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament in Carrington, North Dakota.
Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Halstead Telephone Company.
From the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament, live from the Carrington Cardinal Gymnasium. Just like to remind everybody, this is an audio-only broadcast. We're not able to live stream video from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And that goes for the East Region Boys Wrestling Tournament as well. We're here tomorrow on YourLiveEvent.com from Carrington for the East Region Boys Class B Wrestling Tournament. Have coverage all day today and then again tomorrow from Carrington, North Dakota on Your Live Event. And just a reminder, it's audio-only coverage. And out on the mat, that was Melina Rebsum from the Lisbon Broncos at 100 pounds in a prelim match. Wins by fall, stays in the tournament. She advances into the championship brackets at 100 pounds. And Annika Mengi and Bella Tangadal of Devil's Lake. Mengi with a 9-5 lead at 124 pounds. And Jalen Kerrigan, Pembina County North, against Julia Davis of Carrington. Julia Davis on the mat, waits for her opponent, Kerrigan, to step out. Kerrigan puts on the leg band on 112 pounds. This is in the East Gymnasium on Mat B. It's consolation round mat. Quarterfinal matches at 100 pounds. On Mat R and Mat B in the West Gymnasium, Marley Miller, Ellendale Lee Combe. On Mat R, Bria Bossert of Rugby. Bossert with a 2-0 lead in Macy Pup of Pembina County North against Charlotte Crolston, her teammate. And that match underway, a quarterfinal match at 100 pounds on both mats R and B in the West Gymnasium. Here's Veda Hoffman in the quarterfinal against Danica Bennett from Pembina County North. On mat R at 112 pounds in the East Gymnasium. Hoffman and Bennett in situation position. Hoffman works an underhook, has double underhooks in as Bennett drives into her. Hoffman's going to try to elevate her over, gets caught on her back in a 2-point takedown for Danica Bennett of Pembina County North. Has Hoffman on her back, working for the fall on the edge of the mat for Bennett. And the win by fall. And Danica Bennett of Pembina County North defeats Veda Hoffman of the South Border Mustangs by fall. Bennett goes and advances into the semifinals at 112 pounds. Earns her trip to the state tournament, top 6 place finish. And Matt B, 112 pounds, Jalen Kerrigan and Julia Davis. Davis with a 5-0 lead, started the second period. Marley Miller, another quarterfinal match. And Bria Bossert, that match goes final. On mat R, mat B, Charlotte Crolston and Macy Pup. That match also final on mat B at 118 pounds. Now up Alexa Schneider and Aubrey Quinn at 118 pounds. Quarterfinal match on mat B, the West Gymnasium. And Taya Laidlaw, Fargo Stingers, Alicia Nitschke. And Nitschke in the top position picks up 2 near fall and a takedown. She has a 4-0 lead. The Laidlaw last year, 110-pound state qualifier. Wrestling Alicia Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. The wrestlers roll out of bounds for a restart. Now 4-1 lead for Nitschke. Here's Kerrigan and Juliet Davis. 5-0 lead for Juliet Davis. She's in the bottom position on mat B in the East Gymnasium at 112 pounds. And mat R, Crystal Magnuson and Victoria Sanchez. That's Magnuson is up 2-0 on mat R in the West Gymnasium at 112-pound quarterfinal match. In mat B, 118-pound quarterfinal, Alexa Schneider has a 5-0 lead. The undefeated standout wrestler from Napoleon Gackle Streeter with a 44-0 record. She wins by fall over Aubrey Quinn of Central Cass and advances into the semifinals at 118 pounds. Now up is Lila Gillespie for the Lisbon Broncos in the quarterfinal. Wrestles Carissa Meidinger, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's on mat B in the West Gymnasium. The match is final between Aliska Nitschke and Taylor Laidlaw. Nitschke wins by fall over Laidlaw on mat R at 112 pounds, advances into the semifinals. The consolation round match on mat B, that's Julie Davis of Carrington with a 5-0 lead at the start of the third period over Kerrigan and Pembina County North. Crystal Magnuson on mat R, West Gymnasium, and Victoria Sanchez of Valley City. 2-1 lead for Crystal Magnuson at 112 pounds, quarterfinal match. Gillespie and Meidinger. Meidinger takes a 2-0 lead under a minute remaining. Here's Davis working for the fall. Has the head and arm with the win by pin over Jalen Kerrigan and Pembina County North at 112 pounds. And Felicia Haas and Lily Skarud consolation round match. Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestling Skarud from West Fargo United. That's on mat R in the East Gymnasium. Gillespie and Meidinger. Kristen Meidinger wins by fall over Lila Gillespie of the Lisbon Broncos. Meidinger into the semifinals for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That was a result out of the West Gymnasium on mat B. Magnuson and Sanchez on mat R. Sanchez for Valley City has a 4-2 lead over Crystal Magnuson. That's another quarterfinal match in the West Gymnasium at 112 pounds. Here's Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass representing the Jaguars, and Brianna Meyer of Central Cass. A match just underway at 118-pound quarterfinal on mat B in the East Gymnasium. Haas and Skarud tied up. Now it's a 3-2 lead for Haas going into the second period. Haas for Napoleon with the 3-2 lead. Your Tim Kajed scoreboard. Central Cass in the top spot on the individual team race side with 34 points. Lisbon with 33. Valley City 28.5 in third place. South Border in fourth with 28. And Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 24 points round out your top 5 teams. In sixth place is Devils Lake with 20 points, tied with Grand Forks. In eighth place is Fargo with 17. Ninth place Pembina County with 16. And in 10th place, the Carrington Cardinals with 15 team points. Those are your top 10 teams in the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And we have another timeout. So injury time on mat 1, or excuse me, call that mat R in the East Gymnasium between Haas and Skarud. Scowrood from West Fargo United down on the mat, holding her shoulder. That is your Bank North timeout. Some injury time at Bank North. They take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. At Bank North, it's a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. A timeout on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 182 pounds between Haas and Scowrood. Now Haas and Scowrood. Scowrood back up to her feet, works the shoulder, and rolls it around, ready for action in the second period with Haas for Napoleon has a 6-2 lead. Scowrood in the bottom position on the restart. The timeout's over on Matt R. They're back in action. And Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass. Brianna Meyer from Central Cass. A 5-0 lead for Meyer. She's trying to hip over, cartwheel over Isabel Erickson. Erickson on her hip now. A 2-point reversal for Brianna Meyer of Central Cass. Meyer last year for the Squirrels, state qualifier at 115 pounds. Working here for the fall in the quarterfinals. Has a screwdriver locked up, walks it around, pulls over Erickson. Does have her 3 near fall locked up. That's under a minute 10 remaining in the second period. Erickson readjusts. Locks up the head and arm, scoops the head, comes back around on the far side with the arm. Working for the fall, has under now a minute to work for the pin at 118 pounds on Matt B. Here's Haas, now a win by fall for Brianna Meyer. Advances to the semifinals at 118 pounds for the Central Cass Squirrels. Haas and Scowrood on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. That's a 6-2 lead, now 9-2 lead for Haas of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. She starts the third period in the bottom position. Quickly tripods up, works the hands. Scowrood breaks her down. Haas with the 9-2 lead. And they're in the third period, 118 pounds, under a minute 40 remaining in the third period. 9-2 lead for Haas and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Ava Owens, Sarah Novak out on the mat. Owens for the Fargo Stingers, Novak for the Night Riders. In the first period, 118 pounds. That's a 2-0 lead for Novak. 1 point escape for Owens, now 2-1. So it's 2-1 lead for Sarah Novak. Novak back in on another takedown, steps around behind for a 2-point takedown. She goes up 4-1 on Ava Owens. Or excuse me, that's Owens with the takedown. So a 3-2 lead for Ava Owens. So Owens up 3-2 on Novak. Owens has Novak. Broke belly down on the near center edge. Works a half Nelson on the far side, rolls her over. Ava Owens working for the fall for the Fargo Stingers. Owens last year state qualifier at 115 pounds for Fargo. Picks up the pin, advances into the semifinals. So Ava Owens, returning state qualifier, back into the state tournament with that win. Advances to the semifinal. She wins by fall over Novak. That was on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Here's 112 pounds. It's Emma Dutt and Tess Gross. Emma Dutt's up 2-1 over Tess Gross. Dutt from Central Cass, Tess Gross from Napoleon. That's on Matt R. 112 pounds. In the West Gymnasium, that's under 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Emma Dutt with a 2-1 lead. Jasmine Ibarra on Matt B. West Gymnasium has a 4-0 lead over Madeline Fort from Ellen DeLegely-Combe at 124 pounds. Another quarterfinal match. And Felicia Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter wins by major decision, 12-2 over Lily Scowrood of West Fargo United. Advances into the next consolation rounds. And Scowrood out of the tournament. So Felicia Haas for Napoleon stays alive. We do have another timeout at the end of that period. Skarud banged up coming out of that match with the shoulder and now the knee. So that one did go final. Bryn Larsa, Carissa Mann for Napoleon out on the mat. Larson for the Grand Forks Knight Riders, Carissa Mann for the Imperials. That match underway, quarterfinal bout at 130 pounds on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. Emma Dutt, Tess Gross, Napoleon. That's tied up at 2 apiece. Napoleon putting together a string of wins. A couple wrestlers back out on the mat. And Matt R, consolation round match. Anderson and Vandehoven from Carrington and Hayden Lloyd of Northwood. That's a 2-1 lead for Lloyd over Vandehoven. And final, or should say under, now 32 seconds remaining in the first period. So we had a technical violation for that 1 point for Vandehoven. Vandehoven starts with the restart back to the center of the mat. She's in the bottom position. Lloyd on top, taking the direction from the officials. Yeah, false start. Official takes responsibility. Now back for the restart. Vandehoven, a little quick sit out. Tries to hip bites back around. Lloyd, a little bit high, jumps back around, has the health. Nelson locked up. From the far side, she jumps back around to the near side. Goes back to work on the ankle with that half, buried in deep, trying to work a pinning combination at the end of the period. Rolls over Vandehoven. As time expires, no near fall at the end of the period. 2-1 lead for Lloyd. Here's Larson for the Knight Riders, wins by fall over Carissa Mann of Napoleon. So Bryn Larson for Grand Forks, winner by fall over Carissa Mann. Larson advances to the semifinals. Mann drops down into the wrestlebacks. That match between Emma Dutt and Tess Gross went final. We'll wait to see what the outcome of that was. We had Jasmine Ybarra, winner by fall over Madeline Thorpe. By fall at 124 pounds, quarterfinal. Ybarra advances to the semifinals for Carrington. Oh, Vandehoven and Lloyd. 3-2 lead now for Vandehoven. She's in the top position. Has worked the near ankle. As Lloyd wings down on the arm of Vandehoven. Tries to roll through, gets on top of Vandehoven for the reversal. She's up 4-3 on Matt R in the East Gymnasium at 118 pounds. Under a minute remaining, rolls over Vandehoven, has a pinning combination locked up. Vandehoven able to roll through. Lloyd will pick up near fall. Has 2 near fall. She takes a 6-3 lead. Under 45 seconds remaining in the second period. So she's up 6-3. Deegan Kirschman and Brianna Edwardson. Edwardson from Devil's Lake with a 2-0 lead over Kirschman. A win by fall for Hayden Lloyd. She advances into the next round of the consolation bracket. She wins by fall over Addison Vandehoven at Carrington. That was on Matt R, 118 pounds. Emerson Schwab up for the Broncos, wrestling Taryn Gores from Northern Lights. Schwab with a 2-0 lead. Returning state place winner for the Broncos. And that's on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Under a minute remaining in the first period at 130 pounds, quarterfinal bout. And Matt R, quarterfinal match. Madeline Jerome of Grafton and Haley Ford of Valley City. It's in the first period, scoreless, under 30 seconds remaining. All quarterfinal matches out on the mats. With Olivia Lindstrom of Devil's Lake takes on Marley Stremick of Pembina County North. Stremick in on a double leg. Lindstrom sprawls, good hard sprawl over the top, has those top of the feet in the mat. Now Stremick able to stand up, gets behind Lindstrom for a 2-point takedown. Stremick takes a 2-0 lead over Lindstrom. That's in the first period, under minute 14 remaining in the first period. 2-0 lead for Stremick. Has a half Nelson locked up, it's tight, walks around the head of the official, has to get down on the mat, takes a look. Stremick takes a look up in the crowd and locks up the win by fall over Olivia Lindstrom. It's a deep half by Stremick. Lindstrom had nowhere to go but her back. And Marley Stremick advances to the semifinals for the Pembina County North Grizzlies. Stremick last year at 115 pounds, third place at 115 for Pembina County North. Pembina County North last year at the state tournament finished in 19th place with 32 points. So they had 6 returning state qualifiers. Their lone state place winner, Marley Stremick, she makes her way back to the state tournament with that win in the win in the quarterfinals. She will place in the top 6. Other state qualifiers for Pembina County North last year was Charlotte Croston, Katie Bynum, Danica Bennett, Tashelle Feather, and Jalen Forey. Another consolation round match here between Nella McKinnon of Carrington and Anna Jean Holselton of Fargo. That match underway at Mat R at 130 pounds. Deegan Kirschman and Brianna Edwardson on Mat B in the East Gymnasium at 130 quarterfinal match. 3-2 lead for Kirschman. Kirschman in the top position for Valley City. The wrestlers roll out of bounds for a restart. Edwardson on the restart in the bottom position. Kirschman on top. 31 seconds remaining in the second period. That's on Mat B, East Gymnasium. And then 124 quarterfinal between Jerome and Ford. Ford from Valley City on Mat R, West Gymnasium has a 3-0 lead over Madeline Jerome of Grafton. Schwab and Gores tied up at 2 apiece. Quarterfinal match on Mat B in the West Gymnasium. That's under a minute remaining. Wrestlers currently on their feet. That's tied up at 2 at 130 pounds. Taryn Gores from Northern Lights, freshman, 14-10. Schwab from Broncos, 19-8, sophomore. And Schwab with the 2-point takedown. She takes a 4-2 lead over Taryn Gores. That's on Mat B at 130 pounds. Schwab last year for the Broncos finished in second place at 125 pounds, state runner-up for the Broncos. The Broncos with 7 returning state place winners, 7 state qualifiers and 2 returning state place winners. They also had Adeline Hansen for the Broncos, finished in 7th place at 115 pounds. At the state tournament in 2023, the Broncos finished in 17th place overall with 54 points. In 15th place with 56 points in 2023. 2022, the inaugural year of the sanctioned state tournament, Broncos finished in 17th place with 54 points. That was Deegan Kirschman, winner by fall over Brianna Edwardson of Devils Lake. Kirschman advances into the semifinals at 130 pounds for Valley City. And that was on Mat B, East Gymnasium. Now Schwab opens up her lead. She's up 7-2. Start of the third period over Taryn Gores from Northern Lights. Schwab with the 5-point lead. Wrestlers on their feet. Schwab with a paired takedown near fall. She had choice to start the third period in the neutral position. She has a 7-2 lead over Gores. And a win by fall for Devils Lake. That was Jocelyn Carpenter, an 8th grader. Wins by fall over Gabrielle McNamara of Hillsborough Central Valley. The Carpenter stays in the tournament for Devils Lake. That was Mat B result. Mat R in the East Gymnasium. Anna Jean Holselton of Fargo and Nella McKibben of Carrington. Holselton was up 6-2. And Mat R, 124-pound quarterfinal bout between Madeline Jerome of Grafton and Haley Ford of Valley City. Ford is up 5-0. Quarterfinal match just underway. On Mat B, out in front of us, Lexi Ray of Grand Forks and Grace Lamar of Central Cass. That's at 136 pounds. Schwab still with a 7-2 lead. Final 30 seconds of the period. And the match ticking away as Schwab up 7-2 on Taryn Gores of Northern Lights. Here's Hoselton and McKibben on Matt R in the East Gymnasium, 130. McKibben working a reversal. Kind of a Peterson roll up over the top, picks up a 2-point reversal and some near fall. She will pick up, she picks up near fall on Hoselton. 6-4 lead for Hoselton, but she's going to take the lead and win by fall. Come from behind win for Nella McKibben of Carrington. With the win by fall over Anna Jean Hoselton of Fargo. Stays in the tournament for McKibben and the Cardinals. They're on their home mat in the East Gymnasium on Matt R. Schwab and Gore's match goes final. That was a 7-2 lead. We'll have to wait for the final results to go across the ticker tape. And now up on Matt R, consolation round match. Emma Schneider of Central Cass and Tia Hughley of Pembina County North. Another quarterfinal bout between Miley Christensen of Valley City and Kendall Kovar of Carrington at 136. That's in the West Gymnasium on Mat B. That match underway. Here's Lexi Ray of Grand Forks, Grace Lamar. Lamar working over the top for the fall for the Squirrels. Has the head scooped, trying to stretch out the near arm. Puts those shoulders down to the mat, slapping the mat by the official, Dennis Freeman, and that's a win by fall for Grace Lamar. At 136 pounds, makes her way into the state tournament once again for the Central Cass Squirrels. With that win by fall, advances to the semifinals. That was Jamison Schrader of Carrington, Molly Hahn of Kindred out on the mat at 100 pounds. Consolation round match on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Emma Schneider, Tia Hughley of Pembina County North. That's scoreless going into the second period at 1:30 on Matt R, West Gymnasium. Miley Christensen, Kendall Kolvar, and Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Christensen from Valley City has a 2-0 lead over Kolvar. Time runs out on the clock just as Jamison Schroeder had a pinning combination hooked up on Hahn. Hahn escapes into the second period. Schroeder with a 2-0 lead over Molly Hahn of Kindred. Here's Faith Radicek, Pembina County North consolation round match at 136. Wrestling Madalena Tribertorono of Carrington. That match just underway on Matt B, East Gymnasium. Schneider and Hughley on Matt R, 1:30, still scoreless in the second period, under a minute 30 remaining. And Matt B in the West Gymnasium, Christensen and Kolvar still 2-1 lead for Christensen of Valley City. That was Emerson Schwab, winner by decision, 7-2 over Gores of Northern Light. Schwab advances to the semifinals and into the state tournament for the Broncos. Gores for Northern Lights drops down into the consolation round matches. And Ford for Valley City also advances with that win by decision, 5-0 over Jerome from Grafton. And Valley City puts another one into the semifinals. You're on your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick will step away, take a word from our sponsors, then come back, finish up our quarterfinal rounds, and then into our consolation round matches on YourLiveEvent.com.
Telephone and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
here from your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. You are in your quarterfinal rounds and your first rounds of consolation matches out on the mats. Miley Christensen of Valley City is up over Kendall Kovar by a score of 4-1. That's on Matt B in the West Gymnasium, Matt R in the West Gymnasium, Liam Glenn and Lucy Chernowski, another quarterfinal match. That's at 1:36. That match just underway. That's in the first period, under a minute remaining. That's scoreless. Glenn from EEK, Chernowski from Fargo. Now Glenn takes a 2-0 lead. Christensen and Kovar on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. That match is final. Chibatrono from Carrington picks up the win by fall over Radicek for Pembina County North in a minute 14. And now Kaylee Mueller for Mayport CG on a roll picks up another win by fall over Ivy Guy of Central Cass. Mueller advances for Mayport CG into the next consolation rounds. She took out Aurora Shelton from the Broncos in an earlier match. She stays alive for Mayport CG. And Matt B, Breck Wops, Grace Kozlowski, and Katie Bynum for Pembina County North. Bynum with a 2-0 lead over Kozlowski going into the second period. Kozlowski in the bottom position. And Glenn and Charnowski now, that's tied up at 2 apiece at the end of the first period. 136-pound quarterfinal match between Glenn and Charnowski. Glenn from EEK working for a fall. In a win by pin. That's Elise Christensen from the Bowling Gackel Streeter over Mercer Rowell, Pembina County North. On Matt R. A quick win by fall for Christensen. That was a consolation round match at 124. Or excuse me, at 124 pounds. Christensen from Napoleon Gackel Streeter advances into the next round of the consolations over Marissa Rowell. That was a win by fall. And Matt B, Grace Kozlowski, and Katie Bynum. That's a win by fall for Katie Bynum over Kozlowski. Bynum stays in the tournament at 118 pounds for Pembina County North. Now up on Matt R. Kaylee Kurtz of Grand Forks and Alexis Ranke for the Broncos quarterfinal match. Ranke back working the head of Kozlowski, or excuse me, of Kurtz. Kurtz in on a single leg. Ranke up over the top, just trying to force Kurtz back down to the mat. Now Kurtz turns the corner on Ranke, takes her over to her back. Ranke got caught with that arm behind the head of Kurtz. Kurtz working for a fall against Alexis Ranke of the Broncos. Picks up 3 near fall. She goes up 5-0. Ranke works the reversal. Now Kurtz catches her. Ranke with a nice hip ice round. Kurtz just caught her as she's trying to turn the corner on Matt R at 142 pounds. Here's Kozlowski and Bynum on Matt B. That's a 124-pound consolation round match on Matt B in the East Gymnasium at currently scoreless between Brewer Mesmer of Carrington and Locken Capone of Central Cass. That's scoreless. And 2-point takedown goes to Capone of Central Cass over Brewer Mesmer. Capone goes immediately, works up the pinning combination. Has the screwdriver hooked up, walks around the head with no time remaining. So just as time expired, she picks up 2 near fall for Locken Capone of Central Cass. She's up 4-0 over Brewer Mesmer at Carrington. And Kaylee Kurtz, Alexis Ranke, 5-0 lead for Kurtz in the quarterfinal match at 142 pounds. Ranke dug herself a hole early after the takedown, gave up 3 near fall. The tripod's up, but has that head to the knee. Kurtz going to snap back around with the cradle, and that's the end of the first period. Kaylee Kurtz of Grand Forks takes a 5-0 lead into the second period over Alexis Ranke. Kurtz with the choice, chooses bottom position. Here's Capon and Brewer Mesmer. So Lakin Capon for Central Cass wins by fall over Brewer Mesmer and advances to the next round of the consolations. That's on Matt B. Result from Matt B at 124 pounds. And Matt R, 124. Cameron Reeby of Breck Wap Storm takes on Coral Hyde of the Night Riders. That's a consolation round match at 124. Now Ranke picks up a 2-point takedown, 6-2 as Kurtz had the escape. Ranke with the takedown, out down by 4, down 6-2 with 1:30 remaining in the second period. Willow Hagen, Addison Booman out on the mat at 100 pounds. Hagen for the Stingers, Booman for the Lisbon Broncos. A consolation round match at 100 pounds. Here's Kurtz working for a foul against Ranke. She picks up the reversal. She's up 9-2. Scoops the head and arm of Ranke up over the top with the win by fall. Kaylee Kurtz wins by fall at 142 pounds, advances to the semifinals. That was a result from Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Kurtz winners by a fall over Alexis Ranke of the Broncos. And Booman with the 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0 over Hagen. Goes to work on the screwdriver on the far center of the mat as time expires. Addison Booman with a 2-0 lead for the Broncos. And Matt B at 142, Jaslyn Waggle for Napoleon. In the quarterfinals, Leah Dakota for Northern Lights. And that's a 4-0 lead for Weigel for Napoleon. On Matt B in the West Gymnasium, Cameron Reby, Breck Wap, and Coral Hyde scoreless at the end of the first period. Addison Booman, the 7th grader for the Broncos, works a 1-point escape. At the beginning of the second period, she has a 3-0 lead over Willow Hagen of Fargo. And Jaden Jacobson from Central Cass, Webley Knocklin of Fargo. That match just underway, quarterfinal match at 142 pounds. Knocklin with a nice single leg. Little sweep single, takes down Jaden Jacobson. Knocklin with the 2-0 lead, 1:20 remaining in the first period. And Booman is up 3-0 over Willow Hagen. Now Hagen drops down for a single leg on Booman. Booman with the big sprawl, toes in the mat. I should say top of the feet in the mat as Hagen works underneath. Now Booman applying pressure, trying to take Willow Hagen, stretch her out. Hagen pushes back into Booman. Booman's going over to her back. And Booman trying to scoot those hips out and block Hagen from stepping around. Booman still with the 3-0 lead. She puts those hips back down to the mat with their big sprawl. Works over the top with a front headlock on Hagen. Hagen backs out. Both wrestlers back up to their feet at a 100-pound consolation round match in the second period. And Ava Crandall for Central Cass out on the mat against Melina Rebson for the Broncos. Rebson at 100 pounds with a 2-0 lead over Crandall. And at the end of the period, Hagen catches Booman. Final 4 seconds of the of the second period. Hagen will take the lead into the third. She has a 5-3 lead over Addison Booman. Booman picks the bottom position. So Hagen's up 5-3 on Addison Booman from the Broncos. Jaden Jacobson and Beverly Knocklin. That's a 2-1 score. And another Bank North timeout for blood time on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 142-pound quarterfinal match. That's a Bank North timeout. Blood timeout on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. 2-point reversal for Addison Booman. She ties it up at 100 pounds in the East Gymnasium on Matt B. Lowell Schneider and Regan Ulmer. Schneider for Central Cass has the 2-0 lead in the first period. In the West Gymnasium on Matt R, 142-pound quarterfinal match. Ulmer's from South Border. Ava Crandall and Melina Rebsum for the Broncos with a 4-0 lead on Matt B in the West Gymnasium at 100 pounds. Here Booman has a half Nelson buried in deep. She's tied it up. Throws over Willow Hagen for the Broncos, up over the top. Hagen trying to slide out the backside here with Booman in the top position. Readjusts, steps back around towards Hagen's feet and picks up the fall for the Broncos. Madison Booman stays alive in the tournament, advances to the next consolation round. And that was a result on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. Knocklin and Jacobson back from their blood timeout. Jacobson has their elbow taped up. Their left elbow taped up. At the start of the second period, Knocklin with the 2-1 lead over Jaden Jacobson of second cast quarterfinal match at 142 pounds. Melina Rebson for the Broncos is up 6-0. So she has a 6-0 lead over Ava Crandall. That one went final. That match is final. We'll look for the result to skitter across the ticker tape. Get you what the final result of that one is. That was on Mat B in the West Gymnasium. Kyra Newmiller from Larimore and Jocelyn Matthews for the Fargo Stingers onto the mat on Mat B in the West Gymnasium at 142-pound consolation round match. Lois Schneider takes a 5-2 lead over Reagan Ulmer of South Border. 142-pound quarterfinal match on Mat R in the West Gymnasium. And Naomi Miller of Kindred has a 2-0 lead on Riley Lighton of Fargo. And Miller in the top position as time expired. She takes that now up 4-0 over Lighton. Lighton's choice. She chooses top position on Miller to start the second period. Jacobson and Knocklin. Knocklin wins by fall. Rolls Jacobson over to her back. Picks up near fall in the pin for the Fargo Stingers. So Webbeling Knocklin makes it into the semifinals. She last year at the state tournament placed fifth at 140 pounds. Webbeling Knocklin makes a return back to the state tournament, trying to improve on that fifth place finish from last year at 140 pounds. Here's Annika Mengi and Lydia Wolf. Mengi for Kindred, Wolf for the South Border Mustangs. Mengi with the headlock, takes Wolf over to her back, working for the fall for the Vikings. And readjust. She picks up a 3 near fall. She's up. Mengi goes up 5-0 over Lydia Wolf. Consolation round match at 124 pounds on Mat R in the East Gymnasium. Miller and Lighton. Lighton trying to hit pace back around. Picks up a 2-point reversal on Miller. Goes immediately to an arm bar. Is going to walk this around on Miller. Miller counters out up to her base, but Lighton keeping the pressure on. Has that arm bar locked up. Now Miller for Kindred Vikings. Up to her feet, teammate Mengi, Annika Mengi on Mat R just across from her at 124 pounds. Time expires in the period. Mengi takes a 5-0 lead over Lydia Wolf into the second period. And that was Addison Booman over Willow Hagen. And Melina Rebson for the Broncos won by fall over Ava Crandall of Central Cass. So Booman and Rebson stay in the tournament at 100 pounds for the Broncos. They advance to the next round of the consolations. Here's Mengi and Wolf at the start of the second period. Lydia Wolf in the top position, working around, cracks down. Mengi to the mat, picks up a 2-point takedown, 5-2 lead for Mengi on Lydia Wolf. Wolf goes to work in top, has a half Nelson on the far side. Now goes to a crossface. Here Lydia Wolf for the South Border Mustangs. 2 points on the board. She's down 5-2 on Mat R in the East Gymnasium. Under 1:10 remaining in the second period. Now drops back, works the half Nelson on the near side. Jumps back around, caught with the full Nelson. She's whistled for a technical violation. Another point for Mengi. 6-2 lead for Annika Mengi. And then 130-pound consolation round match between Naomi Miller of Kindred and Riley Lighton of Fargo. 6-2 lead for Miller. Miller for the Vikings walks around the top, picks up the win by fall. Advances to the next round of consolations for the Kindred Vikings. Teammate Anna Kamengi trying to do the same thing on Matt R. She's locked in a battle with Lydia Wolf. Wolf has Annika Mengi broke down. Works a half Nelson on the far side. Now Mengi builds back up to her base, with Wolf continuing to apply pressure. Right behind the arms, or the arms and the elbows, I should say the elbows and the armpits of Mengi, keeping a lot of pressure. Mengi whistled, or now warned for stalling on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Wolf continues to work that half. Nelson has the power half locked up, gets Mengi brought down to her hip. Has a start, turning to go over, gets around her feet, works towards the top, walks the head over. And as time expired, she picked up a count for a near fall. Mengi escapes into the third period with the 6-2 lead. Here's Ava Carbon for the Broncos on 148-pound quarterfinal match against Emma Johnner of Grafton. Johnner in on a double leg on Carblum. Carblum at 148 pounds for the Broncos. The start of this period, she picks up a 2-point takedown. Now under a minute remaining in the first period, Carblum goes up 2-0 on Emma Johnner of Grafton. Mengi in the top position to start the third period against Lydia Wolf, a southboarder. Mengi working over the top with the cradle. Wolf trying to defend. Mengi's going to roll her over. Rolls over Lydia Wolf. Annika Mengi working for the fall now on Wolf. Wolf trying to roll through. Mengi picks up the fall and advances into the next round of consolations. So she keeps pace with her teammate Miller at 130 pounds for Kindred, both advancing into the consolation rounds. Mengi at 124, Miller at 130 pounds. Carblum with the 3-2 lead over Johnner. That's 4 seconds remaining in the period. Carblum will take a 3-2 lead into the second. And that's on Matt B. in the East Gymnasium at 148 pounds. Here's Isabel Knocklin for Fargo. And Emerson Filady of Central Cass. Filady with the 3-2 lead over Knocklin. That's on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium at the end of the first period. Carblum and Johnner. Johnner of Grafton, aggressive with the single and the doubles. Giving Carblum fits right now on her feet. Carblum backs away. And here's Riley Dewald, quarterfinal match for Napoleon Gackle Streeter Imperials. Gabrielle Martinez, West Fargo United. Dewald works the 2-point takedown. She takes a 2-0 lead over Martinez. Immediately goes to work on the arm and the head, working a half Nelson. Slams the head of Martinez down to the mat. Here's for Dewald. Martinez able to get back up to her feet, tripods up, grabs inside the leg, working a peek out. Turns the corner for the 2-point reversal for Martinez. Martinez working the fall on Dewald, catches Dewald. North-south position, rolls her back over for West Fargo United. Martinez working for the pin on Riley Dewald at 148 pounds. Martinez, north-south, Dewald doing everything she can to bridge out of it. And a win by fall for Gabrielle Martinez over Riley Dewald. Makes it into the semifinals and a trip to the state tournament. For West Fargo United, Dewald drops down in the consolation rounds. Here's Carblum and Johnner. Carblum with a 4-2 lead. Now under 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Carblum for the Broncos at 148 on Matt B. against Johnner. Carblum over the top, works a takedown, picks up 2 points, up 6-2 on Emma Johnner. And Matt R., West Gymnasium at 155. Cheyenne Helen for Central Cass and Katie Schadler for Larimore. Cheyenne Helen last year placed 6th at 145 pounds, wrestling 155 in her junior campaign for the Central Cass Squirrels, up 4-1. That's at the end of the first period. Carblam at the start of the third has that 6-2 lead over Emma Johnner at 148 pounds on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. Amaya Russell, Clear Lathrop. That's a win by fall for Amaya Russell. Amaya Russell for West Fargo United over Claire Lathrop of Breck Wap Storm. Winner by fall advances into the semifinals for West Fargo United. Lathrop for Breck Wap Storm drops down into the consolation rounds. Helen and Shadler, that match is final with Cheyenne Helen winner by fall in a minute 40 over Katie Shadler of Larimore. And now up for Central Cass on Matt R in the West Gymnasium at 170 is Ava Golson, a junior, 29 and 12. Kyla Wiley for Grand Forks, a freshman, 16 and 9. It's a 170-pound quarterfinal on Matt R. Lexus Reynolds for Northwood and Cheyenne Letessier of Pembina County North. They're tied up at 5 apiece at 170-pound quarterfinal on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Here, Carblam and Johnner. Carblam trying to work a screwdriver on Johnner. Has the crossface locked up. Johnner was on her hip. Now Carblam has to get behind her. Back to working up over the hips of Emma Johnner. Johnner strong in the bottom. Now Carblam locks up a half Nelson. Has Johnner going over to her back. Picks up some near fall. Johnner gets back belly down. 2 near fall for Carblam. She's up 8-2. Final 40 seconds remaining in the third period. Carblam's up 8-2 on Emma Johnner. Here's Audrey Fear for EK, Carly Lessman of Carrington. And Carly Lessman with the win by fall over Audrey Fear at 170 pounds. The senior for Carrington advances into the semifinals inside her home gymnasium on her home mat. That was on Matt R at 170 pounds. Here's Carblam, final 19 seconds of the period, trying to make it into the second state tournament for the Broncos. She has an 8-2 lead. Here's Cora Oster and Isabel Berg for Devils Lake. Oster, sophomore for the Broncos. Taking on Isabel Berg, the senior for Devils Lake. And at the end of the period, Ava Carblam wins by decision, 8-2 over Emma Johnner, advances to the semifinals, places in the top 6, and makes her way into the state tournament. And Matt R. in the West Gymnasium, 170 quarterfinal. Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks, Ava Golson of Central Cass. Wiley with the 4-2 lead over Golson. That's at the end of the first period. And Lexus Reynolds, Cheyenne Letessier of Pembina County North. Letessier has a 12-7 lead over Reynolds at the end of the second period on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Olsternberg, that match underway. Quarterfinal bout at 190 pounds. The match underway between Brynley Dewald and Emily Novak. Oh, Novak with the quick knee pick takedown. Takes Dewald down to the mat and win by fall. 155 quarterfinal match. Returning state champion Emily Novak of Grand Forks wins by fall over Brynley Dewald and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Here's Ulster and Berg. Berg's up over the top of Ulster. A minute remaining. Now Berg forces Ulster down to the mat. She's going to pick up a 2-point takedown. And Berg has about 6 inches of height on Ulster. Able to get up over the top of Ulster. Takes her down to the mat. At 190 pounds, working a power half on the near side. Jumps around, locks this over on Ulster. Ulster trying to tripod up and counter. Here's Matt B in the East Gymnasium at 190. Another quarterfinal bout. That's Colleen Gavergo of Fargo and Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgerly Combe. Gavergo for the Fargo Stingers, state qualifier last year at 190. And Isabel Berg, heavy in the top position on Ulster. Trying to work a power half now on the near side, has it locked up. Ulster countering out, final second, ticks off the clock. Cora Ulster and Berg go into the second period with Berg up 2-0. And Matt R., West Gymnasium quarterfinal at 190 pounds, came to Caden Schumann of Grand Forks and Sky Kappa of Grand Forks. Teammates wrestling it out for the semifinals, or chance into the semifinals. At Schumann of Grand Forks and Kappa Grand Forks. That match just underway on Matt R., West Gymnasium. Lexus Reynolds, Cheyenne Lateshi at Pembina County North. 15-7 lead with 30 seconds remaining in the third period at 170 quarterfinal bout. Lateshi up by 8 over Reynolds. That's under 30 seconds. Now under 5 seconds remaining. Lateshi up 15-8 on Matt B. Here's Ulster and Berg. Berg in the top position on Ulster. Ulster tripods up on the far edge of the mat. Now locks up, had a chin drop on Ulster. Ulster able to get back, belly down. Berg just handful in top position, working the power half. Keeps a lot of pressure on the upper body of Ulster. Runs the half around. Ulster's going to her back here for Isabel Berg, working for the fall for the Devil's Lake. Ulster doing what you can to get back, belly down. Here's Berg, scoops the arm, goes north-south over the top of Ulster. Colleen Gavergo, Anna Thorpe. That's a 3-0 lead for Gavergo. And win by fall for Isabel Berg. Just too much for Cora Ulster. A lot of top pressure by Berg. Wins by fall. Makes her way into the semifinals for Devil's Lake at 190 pounds. Here's Colleen Gavergo and Anna Thorpe with Gavergo up 3-0. Returning state qualifier for the Fargo Stingers. On Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Matt R in the West Gymnasium between Kara Williams, West Fargo United, Jalen Forey, Pembina County North. That's scoreless in the first period at 250 pounds. And Nevaeh Buffett for the Broncos, Samantha Houghton for West Fargo United. That match underway, quarterfinal bout on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. That's 170 pounds. Buffett wrestling for a chance into the state tournament. Sophomore for the Broncos, 18-9. Houghton for West Fargo United, 19-9. Ava Moser and Miley LaFontaine from Northern Lights out on the mat. Moser for Napoleon Gackle Streeter at 250 pounds, wrestling in the quarterfinal match against LaFontaine of Northern Lights. Moser steps in with a headlock. LaFontaine backs her out. Gavergo and Thorpe. Gavergo, isolating that arm, the left arm of Thorpe. Thorpe backing out, trying to circle back towards the center of the mat. Gavergo, a lot of pressure. Now Thorpe able to wrestle or pummel her way back out. Gavergo with her back to the edge of the mat on the far side. And here's Moser, rocks up the head and arm on LaFontaine. Ava Moser for Napoleon Gackle Streeter, trying to make her way into the semifinals. Has the headlock tightened up. And the win by fall for Ava Moser for Napoleon Gackle Streeter Imperials. Takes out Miley LaFontaine in the quarterfinal match. She advances to the semifinals for Napoleon at 250 pounds. And Gavergo and Thorpe. That's a 4-0 lead for Gavergo at the start of the third period. That third period just underway. Now Ella Sad for the Broncos steps out. And Catherine Sullivan for Grand Forks. Sullivan last year, a state qualifier for the Knight Riders along with Broncos. Ella Sad, also a state qualifier. Here Buffett and Houghton for West Fargo United. It's Buffett and Houghton at the end of the first period. They're scoreless. That's a quarterfinal bout on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Kara Williams, Jalen Forey, Pembina County North quarterfinal match at 215 pounds. That's 4-0 lead for Forey at the end of the first period. Here's Sad and Sullivan. Sullivan gets Sad down to the mat, locks up an armbar. Catherine Sullivan with their early 2-0 lead on Ella Sad for the Broncos. And Colleen Gavirgo and Anna Thorpe. Gavirgo is up 4-0 on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Here's Sullivan, rolls over Sad for the win by fall. Catherine Sullivan for the Grand Forks Knight Riders advances into the semifinals at 250 pounds. Ella Sad for the Broncos drops down into the consolation rounds. There's Buffett and Houghton of West Fargo United, still scoreless. Under a minute remaining in the second period. That's on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. And Kira Williams, Jalen Forey, 4-0 lead for Forey of Pembina County North over Kira Williams. The Forey last year, state qualifier at 250 pounds for Pembina County North. Here's Buffett and Houghton still scoreless. Under 20 seconds remaining. And quarterfinal match, another quarterfinal bout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Ashley Lindberg wrestling Lacey Whitmire of Grand Forks. Consolation round match here to 106 pounds. Jocelyn Corbel and Libby Montez. Now Houghton, at the end of the second period, takes a 1-0 lead over Buffett of the Lisbon Broncos. That's on Matt B in the West Gymnasium at 170 pounds. Lindberg and Whitmire, that match underway. Whitmire goes collar tie, trying to lock up a head and arm on Lindberg. Lindberg counters out. It throws back into a collar tie on Whitmire. Whitmire trying to end this one early, working hard on that collar tie, trying to step through into a headlock position. Here's Corbel and Montez, 106-pound consolation round match on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Houghton and Buffett. Houghton is up 1-0 with Nevaeh Buffett. And Lindberg picks up the 2-point takedown on Whitmire. And Ashley Winberg for Carrington on Matt B, 250 pounds, up 2-0, works a hammerlock on Whitmire. Whitmire trying to post up. Shrugs off that hammerlock attempt by Lindberg. Lindberg goes back to the ankle, breaks down Whitmire. That's on Matt B in the East Gymnasium, 250-pound quarterfinal match. We're going scoreless Montez from Pembina County North takes a 2-0 lead over Corbel of Fargo at 106-pound consolation round match on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. And that match between Buffett from Lisbon on Matt B, that one is final. And Matt R, he is a Reimke of Carrington, Taylor Carrington teammates going at a consolation round match at 106. Lyra knocked down in the consolation rounds against her teammate Reimke. That's on Matt R. And Ashley Lindberg wins by fall over Lacey Whitmire on Matt B. As Buffett, winner by fall, advances into the semifinals for the Broncos, earns her chance into the state tournament. So winner by fall in 5:01 over Houghton of West Fargo. We will take a peek at your Tim Kazed scoreboard here at the Girls East Region Wrestling Tournament. Central Cass in first place with 79 points. Central Cass in second with 63. Valley City 54.5 points in third. Tied for fourth, Napoleon, Gackle Streeter, and Pembina County North with 50 points. And then tied for sixth are Lisbon and Carrington, each with 45 points. We'll call that your top 5 teams at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Broncos picking up some big points with Nevaeh Buffett making her way into the semifinals. She won by a fall in 5:01 over Holton of West Fargo. Harley Romerman on the mat in the consolation rounds at 106 pounds. So we will step away, take a word from our sponsors. You're watching or listening to the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick on yourliveevent.com. We'll step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back for our consolation round matches at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hillsboro Drug and Gift is your area full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough, cold, and flu medications, health and beauty items, and more. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. And remember, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills at 701-636-5231. There's always something new with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions at Hillsboro Drug and Gift. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information. You'll fall in love with carefree living when you move to Benedictine Mission Court in Ada. Sign a lease this month and get your third month of rent free. Not only that, Benedictine will waive your community fee. That's a value of over $4,000. Benedictine Mission Court offers housekeeping, 3 meals a day, common areas, on-site spiritual care and worship services, and indoor access to Essentia Health Clinic Ada. Call today to schedule a tour, 218-784-5250. Benedictine Mission Court in Ada. There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Central Cass Schools' mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsborough offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsborough to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Manage what you can to overcome what you cannot. Farming is all about preparing your operation to be successful when given an opportunity. Invest a few minutes and bring in your seed meters to be reconditioned and calibrated. We have some room, so give us a call and we can help you overcome those simple obstacles. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Hey, welcome back here at liveevent.com at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick. Scout Fredericks on the mat for the Broncos. Wrestling Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. Mueller working her way through the wrestle back rounds along with Fredericks for the Broncos. Here's Fredericks in the bottom position at 100 pounds. With the restart, quick stand up in the 1-point escape for Scout Fredericks on Kaylee Mueller. That's on Matt B. Mueller with a double leg on Fredericks. Fredericks, big sprawl on Mueller. Gonna force Mueller down to the mat. Works the crossface, trying to get around behind Mueller. Mueller able to get it just as Fredericks turned the corner. Mueller and knee slides out, stands back up to her feet. Fredericks with the 1-point lead on Mueller. Now here with Emma Dutt on Matt R in the West Gymnasium. The Consolation round match, wrestling Jocelyn Boyer of Northwood. Emma Dutt with a 2-0 lead. Sarah Novak for the Knight Riders. And Paige Tennyson on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Novak with a 4-0 lead. Here's Fredericks. They're working on Mueller. Mueller with a double leg on Fredericks. Fredericks sprawls out. Going back to work on the head of Mueller. Mueller with those long arms has him wrapped around the legs of Fredericks. Fredericks trying to put those top of the shoes in the mat with the big sprawl. And Cheyenne Moore, Jamison Schrader for Carrington. Moore for Pembina County North. Working for the fall on Schrader. She has Schrader's arms doubled up. official Dennis Freeman down, takes a look. They're at 100 pounds. Consolation round match on Matt R. as time expires in the second period. Here's Fredericks trying to score on Mueller. Fredericks now up 3-0. Mueller trying to work the reversal on Fredericks. Fredericks gets around behind Mueller, breaks it down to the mat with that far ankle. A good breakdown by Fredericks. Sarah Novak, Paige Tennyson on Matt B in the West Gymnasium, 118 pounds. 8-0 lead for Novak. And Moore and Schrader. Schrader makes it into the third period, 10-5 lead. And a sit out. Mueller catches Fredericks. Had a chin drop locked up on her, but Fredericks able to get back, belly down. That's Mueller and Fredericks. Now Mueller picks up 2 near fall on Fredericks. Fredericks having a hard time trying to sit out. Mueller is able to catch her with the chin drop. 3-2 lead for Scout Fredericks. She's in the bottom position. Mueller going back to that pinning combination. So she walks that around, able to catch that wrist of Fredericks. And walks it around the head. Has Fredericks going over. Fredericks trying to sit up on Mueller. Mueller's going to stretch out the arm of Fredericks. Has Fredericks at the 90-degree mark. Now rolls her over. Picks up a couple more near fall. Fredericks down and on her back of the win by fall for Kaylee Mueller over Scout Fredericks of the Lisbon Broncos. So Fredericks out of the tournament for the Broncos. Kaylee Mueller makes it into the next round of the Consolations. Here's Emma Dutt for center cast. Jocelyn Boyer on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium at 112 pounds. Boyer is up 7-4 on Dutt. Moore and Schrader. 12-5. Now 3 more 2. So let's see. It's 15-7 is the score. That's Cheyenne Moore leads 15-7 on Jamison Schrader. Schrader in the chop position. She's down by 8 points. Works a half Nelson on Moore. Has it locked up, walks it around. Jamison Schrader for the Carrington Cardinals has Moore on her back. She's down 15-7. Steps over the top, goes to the Saturday Night Ride. At the end of the period, now Moore hip ice back over the top, puts Schrader on her hip, and runs out of time for Jamison Schrader. Cheyenne Moore wins by decision. It's like that final score, 15-13. Pembina County North, Cheyenne Moore wins by decision and advances into the next round of the Consolations. Here's Lila Gillespie for the Broncos, working through the consolation rounds at 118 pounds. Has the cradle locked up on Katie Bynum at Pembina County North. And now Bynum. They put a shoulder spin or shoulder tosser on Gillespie as the period ended, but Gillespie rights herself back up, goes into Bynum, puts Bynum on her hip. Gillespie with the bloody nose on your Bank North timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium at 118 pounds. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. At Bank North, it's a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That is your Bank North blood timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. 118 pounds. Felicia Haas, Napoleon Gackel Streeter, Isabel Erickson, and Northern Cass. That's a 118 consolation round match on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. The West Gymnasium, Lisbon's Addison Booman has a 2-0 lead on Macy Pup of Pembina County North. And Madeline Thorpe on Matt B in the West Gymnasium, and Elise Christensen and Napoleon Gackel Streeter. 1-0 lead for Christensen. She's up on Madeline Thorpe 1-0. Thorpe's from EEK. Boomin and Pup. That's Boomin with the 2-0 lead at 100 pounds. Consolation match. And Gillespie has the 5-0 lead. She's going to start the second period in the bottom position. Gillespie trying to make her way into the next round of the Consolation. Broke down by Bynum. Bynum works the arm bar. Now goes bar half on Gillespie. Gillespie kind of left those arms winged out. Now Bynum has to let go as Gillespie hits the stand up into the tripod. Now returned back to the mat by Bynum. Bynum going three-quarter Nelson on Gillespie. Has her rolled down onto her shoulder. Going to try it again. Rolls Gillespie over on her hip. Putting a lot of pressure on Gillespie with that three-quarter Nelson. Going to pick up a couple near fall. Gillespie on her hip. Gives up 3 near fall. 5-3 lead for Lila Gillespie. Bynum closing the gap. She's down by 2. Gillespie gets up to her knees. Bynum goes back to that three-quarter Nelson. And win by fall for Katie Bynum over Lila Gillespie. Gillespie had problems with that three-quarter Nelson. Just have to try to stretch out, get longer, do some hand fighting. Bynum locks it up, takes Gillespie over for the win by fall. Gillespie trying to fight her way through the wrestlebacks. Now out of the tournament for the Broncos at 118 pounds, along with teammate Scout Fredericks. And it was Macy Pup from Pembina County North wins by fall in 242 over Addison Booman. Of the Broncos. At 106 consolation round match, Arlie Romerman won by decision 8-2 at 106 pounds, stays in the tournament for the Broncos. She defeated Ornis of Devils Lake by decision 8-2. Madeline Thorpe and Christensen on Map B in the West Gymnasium at 124 pounds. They're tied up at 2 apiece in the third period. Now Christensen takes the 1-point lead, 3-2 lead over Thorpe. Christensen from Napoleon Gackle Streeter with the 1-point lead. The wrestlers on their feet in the neutral position, now under 15 seconds remaining. Here's Haas and Erickson on Matt R in the East Gymnasium, 118-pound match. Another Imperial. This one in the main gymnasium going up against Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass. Erickson in the top position at the start of the third period. Has half Nelson locked up on Haas. Catches the far wrist, putting a lot of pressure on this half Nelson attempt. Here's Haas. Haas tripods up Erickson, doing what you can to keep her down to the mat. Little hip heist around for Haas. Gets back into the situation position, but Erickson steps back around, back in control in the top position on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Now, it had another half Nelson in on Haas. There's Erickson in the top position. Haas able to fight that off. Down to 48 seconds remaining. That's in the third period. Haas with the 1-0 lead with Erickson. Erickson going 2-on-1, hits a cradle as Haas tried to stand up. Isabel Erickson has the cradle locked up for the Jaguars. Going to roll over Haas. And now working for the fall is Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass. Picks up a 2-point near fall. She leads 2-1. Erickson with the 2-1 lead. Haas not much of an answer in the bottom position. Erickson keeps her down, belly down on the mat. Isabel Erickson wins by decision 2-1 at 118 pounds. And Matt B in the East Gymnasium, 118. Aubrey Quinn, Hayden Lloyd. Quinn with the 2-0 lead. Now is up 4-0 on Hayden Lloyd of Northwood. So she has a 4-0 lead. Lloyd rolls through, catches the leg of Quinn. Here's Melina Rebsum for the Broncos. Another 100-pound wrestler, the final 100-pounder in the tournament, remaining in the tournament for the Broncos. She's out on the mat, on mat R. Wrestling Marley Miller from EEK, Rebsum and Miller. 4-0 lead for Quinn now, 4-2. 5-2 here with Quinn with the escape, so 5-2 lead. After the reversal by Lloyd. Quinn with the escape, 5-2 lead. Here's Lakin Capon and Kelsey Newman from Carrington at it on mat B in the West Gymnasium. Newman from Carrington takes the 1-0 lead. That's in the second period, under a minute remaining. Miller with the double leg shot at the end of the period. Rebsum sprawls out. So wrestler defers, Rebsum defers. She's going to go bottom position. Coaches want her to choose defer, so Rebsum defers. Marley Miller chooses top position on Rebsum. Nice mat return. Ankle band goes flying off on Marley Miller on that mat return. Rebsum in the bottom position. Miller working the top, has a crossface locked up, walks it around. Rebsum's going to try to counter out of this. But Miller has it locked up tight, walks around the head of Rebsum. Rebsum rolls through on Miller. Reaches in, grabs the lead, hits a peek out. Spins around, turns the corner for a 2-point reversal for Melina Rebsum. Miller tripods up. Rebsum cracks down on top with the cradle. Miller trying to work a reversal. We're tied up at 2 between Rebsum and Miller. So Miller did pick up the 2 near fall. It's tied up at 2. They're in the second period at 120 pounds. Melina Rebsum and Marley Miller. That's on mat R, the East Gymnasium here. Hayden Lloyd and Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass. They're going into the third period, or in the third period. Quinn has the 5-4 lead. Minute 28 remaining in the third. He's wrestling Hayden Lloyd and Northwood. So Aubrey Quinn for Central Cass. And that restart, Quinn's in the bottom position on the restart. Now with a minute 20 remaining in the third period. Here's Rebsum and Miller. A stall warning. Miller has to return Rebsum. 1-point escape for Rebsum. Miller with the stall warning. Wrestlers go collar tied. Under 15, all under 10 seconds remaining. Little snap down, drop down to an ankle pick by Miller. Rebsum at the end of the period in the top position, goes to the work of the head on Miller, tries to turn the corner at the end of the period, and no points awarded for Rebsum. Rebsum is going to choose neutral. The coach is telling her to choose neutral position with Miller to start the third period. Here's Miller and Rebsum going at it. Marley Miller with the 1-point lead at 100 pounds. At the start of the third period. Now Quinn and Lloyd. That's an 8-6 lead for Aubrey Quinn of Central Cass over Hayden Lloyd. That's at 118 pounds. We'll try to recap some of our team's results this far into their semifinals. Going to go over our semifinalists at the end of the conclusion between Rebsum and Marley Miller. And Aubrey Quinn and Hayden Lloyd. It's a win for Aubrey Quinn over Hayden Lloyd in the consolation rounds at 118. Rebsum and Miller. Rebsum trying to turn the corner on Marley Miller. Still no points. She has to get around behind her and get her 2 points. She's down by 1. Spins around, picks up the 2-point takedown. She's up 5-4. Has a cradle locked up momentarily. Cracks down Miller to her hip. Miller back up. Rebsum gets a little bit high, still working the cradle on the far side. So Melina Rebsum with the cradle. gets high on Miller. So I guess he waved off that takedown. So no takedown. Rebsum still has to get behind Miller. Final 30 seconds remaining. Rebsum has to get behind Miller. Miller stands up. 1 point escape. I just think the score hasn't caught up here. Now 5-5, so the score catches up. It is 5 apiece. Miller in on a single leg on Rebsum. Now tries to double it up. Rebsum trying to sprawl out. Miller has it locked up tight. Rebsum is going to go to the head. Tried to spin around here at the end of the period between Melina Rebsum and Marley Miller. Rebsum going to turn the corner, trying to hook the ankle. The final 2 seconds, and no takedown awarded. They're going into sudden victory overtime on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. We're tied up at 5 between Melina Rebsum and Marley Miller. Going into overtime, Taryn Gores and Northern Lights, Jocelyn Carpenter at 130 pounds on Matt B. That match underway. Lexi Ray of Grand Forks and Emily Smith, Hillsborough Central Valley on Matt R. West Gymnasium at 136. That's scoreless at the end of the first period. And Matt B in the West Gymnasium, Brianna Edwardson, Devils Lake, T. Hughley, Pembina County North. Under 1:20 remaining. That's in the third period. That's a 3-0 lead for Edwardson from Devils Lake over Hughley at Pembina County North. Rebsum and Miller in sudden victory overtime. Miller shoots down on Rebsum, gets to the ankle. Rebsum's up over the top here, going to try to spin around behind Miller. Miller grabbing on, trying to crack down Rebsum, get her down to her hip. Rebsum's going to spin around behind, gets around 2 points, not yet. Now gets Miller broke down. Rebsum still not able to get around behind her at the end of the period. And Miller hangs on for dear life. Still tied up, defers, so Rebsum defers. 7th grader versus the 8th grader. A sudden victory now going into their second overtime, or let's call it overtime 1. Each with 30 seconds, their choice of position. Here's Taryn Gores, has a head and arm rocked up on Jocelyn Carpenter to win by fall for Taryn Gores on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. That's at 130 pounds. Win by fall for Taryn Gores and Northern Lights. Here's Rebsum and Miller. Rebsum over the top. They got 30 seconds. Final 10 seconds of the period here for Marley Miller to score on Melina Rebsum. And that does it for the period. Now Rebsum and Miller going with choice to Melina Rebsum. They have to wrestle out the full 30 seconds of this period. Miller in the top position on Rebsum. Rebsum trying to stand up. Miller breaks her down. Miller with the stall call. So Miller has the stall warning. She has to return Rebsum down to the mat. Another stall. That's a 1 point for Miller. So Miller with the point. They still have to wrestle here. So they have to wrestle out the period. Down to 14 seconds. Rebsum in the bottom position. Now gets a 1 point. Now she's up 7-5. So Melina Rebsum, Marley Miller lets her go. 7-5 lead for Melina Rebsum. Miller's going to go to work to the head on Rebsum, down to 10 seconds. For Melina Rebsum for the Broncos. She gets down on a single leg. Miller's going to put up a headlock on Rebsum at the end of the period. Rebsum's going to win this one by decision, 7-5 for the Lisbon Broncos. Melina Rebsum, 100-pounder for the Broncos, wins in overtime period, 7-5. Well, with that, we will, well, it looks like we have Alexis Ranke coming out for the Broncos consolation round. We'll keep it here. Rebsum wins in overtime, 7-5. Here's Alexis Ranke, Alyssa Whaley for West Fargo United. Whaley in on a single leg attempt on Ranke. Ranke works up over the top, has the front headlock hooked up on Whaley. Going to drag Whaley down to the mat. Still doesn't have her stretched out, now trying to reach in underneath. Trying to sweep that knee. Alexis Ranke up over the top. Bulldogs down. Up, gets the 1 point escape. 2-1 lead for Ranke. Ranke looking for the big throw now. Whaley cracks Whaley down to the mat. Whaley in on a single leg, trying to turn the corner on Ranke. Ranke spins around behind. 2 point takedown, goes to work on top. Has a screwdriver, crossface locked up. Rolls over Whaley, working for the fall at the end of the period, and 2 near fall for Alexis Ranke. Ranke's up 4-0. Ranke with the 4-0 lead for the Broncos. On Matt B, 142 pounds. So we are on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Naomi Miller for Kindred and Chris Mann for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. That match is final with Mann, winner by fall over Miller at 130 pounds. Rachel Dahl for Napoleon and Callista Hagan for Grand Forks on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Rachel Dahl takes a 7-0 lead at 136. And 142 pounds on Matt R. Jaden Jacobson, Central Cass. Callian Thorson of Fargo. That's at 0, under 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Ranke with the now a 6-0 lead. Now 6-2 reversal by Whaley. Whaley's going to work, has a half Nelson hooked up tight on Ranke. Ranke's trying to shrug that off. Whaley gets her going over to her back. And a potentially dangerous as Alexis Ranke is Bank North timeout. Whaley went to work on that shoulder with the half Nelson on Alexis Ranke. So Bank North timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. With the Bank North timeout at Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. At Bank North, it's a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. That is your Bank North injury timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium with Ranke and Whaley. Whaley in the top position. They have a caution on Whaley at the start, so out of that Bank North timeout. And Natalie Turbo-Toronto for Carrington and Liam Glim from EK working the fall, has the screwdriver locked up, spinning around, gonna scoop the arm, readjusting for the fall for Liam Glynn of EK. Wins by fall over Madalena Turbo-Toronto. 7-2 lead for Alexis Ranke and Alyssa Whaley. Ranke's up now by 5. A minute 11 remaining in the second period. Jaden Jacobson, Central Cass, has a 5-2 lead over Callian Thorseth. A nice roll through by Ranke. Ranke with the Peterson roll through catches the arm of Whaley. And 2 reversal, and then a potentially dangerous as Ranke cranked the arm of Whaley up behind here. The official stops it, stops the action with Ranke, a 9-2 lead. On the restart, Ranke is going to go to work on top with the crossface, reaches underneath, rocks up the screwdriver, bowls over Whaley, now working for the fall. But Whaley rolls through on Ranke. Ranke Forster just scoops the head and arm. Goes chest on chest, still trying to readjust. Walks up towards the head. Whaley trying to bridge out of that. Right shoulder up just a little bit. Ranke rolls back on top. She has the 9-2 lead, working for the fall for the Broncos. Readjust, trying to scoop the head. Now scoops the head here. Official taking a look, and a pin for Alexis Ranke. She advances in the next round of the Consolations at 142 pounds. She wins by fall over Alyssa Wiley of West Fargo United. And at some point, we will go into our semifinalists, just trying to find a good breaking point here. I always hate to turn away from live action wrestling here from Carrington, North Dakota. Try to get our sponsor breaks and continue our coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com. We have Veda Carbon going out for the Broncos. wrestles clear. Lathrop from Breck Wop Storm. Veda Carbom at 155 pounds with the snap down. Lathrop steps back. Circles into Carbom with the double leg blast. Carbom trying to sprawl out. Puts those toes down to the mat. Works a little hip whizzer now. Goes back over the top with double unders on Lathrop. Spins around on Lathrop. Now Lathrop in trouble as Carbom's trying to stretch her out. Hit the go behind takedown. Lathrop now regains her composure as she grabs the leg of Carbom, cracks Carbom down to her hip. Carbom still trying to hold on up over the top. Eventually she's going to have to go belly down or get a stalemate call. Now Lathrop able to pull that head out, gets a 2-point takedown, has Carbom on her hip at the end of the period. Lathrop with the 2-0 lead on Carbom. Carbom defers the start of the second. Lathrop takes a look over, chooses bottom position on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium at 155. And Matt B. in the East Gymnasium, 142. Leah Dakota from Northern Lights has a 2-0 lead on Peyton Miller of West Fargo United. Matt R. in the West Gymnasium, 142 pounds. Jocelyn Matthews and Regan Ulmer are scoreless going into the second period. And here's Carbom working for the fall, rolls through with Lathrop, has Lathrop on her back. Carbom with the half Nelson, scoops the head up over the top for Carbom. Carbom with the reversal and near fall. Scoops the head, has the pinning combination, the pin for Veda Carbom of the Broncos at 155 pounds. And that means we'll step away with the word from our sponsors here on YourLiveEvent.com, bringing you coverage from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick bringing you coverage from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And we are in our consolation rounds. Broncos Veda Carbom advances by fall. Makes it into the third round of consolations, along with her teammate Melina Rebsum at 100 pounds and Arlie Romerman at 106 pounds. We'll walk you through our semifinals, give you an update. Here, we'll call this our Irie Insurance in-tournament update with your semifinalists. Starting at 100 pounds, we have Anna White, defending state champion at 100 pounds for Central Cass. Wrestles Bria Bossert from Rugby. And Elise Jenner of Southboard, a number 3 seed, takes on Charlotte Crolston, the number 2 seed from Pembina County North. That's your semifinalists at 100 pounds. And then your top 8 going into your blood round matches here. And your top 8 place winners at 100 pounds in the consolation rounds. The winner of these matches will wrestle or advance into the consolation semifinals. The non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th, still make the state tournament, will make the state tournament. So Yeah, Macy Puppy, Pembina County North, and Cheyenne Moore of Pembina County North. And then Melina Rebson for the Lisbon Broncos takes on Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG. That's at 100 pounds. Those wrestlers will advance to the state tournament. They're wrestling to see who can make it into the Consolation semifinals in a top 6 place finish. In your semifinalists at 100 pounds are Anna White. She takes on Bria Brossert. And Elise Jenner from South Border takes on Charlotte Croston from Pembina County North. 106 pounds. Your semifinalist, Taryn Raisler of Kindred, wrestles Mallory DeVries of Central Cass. And Gabby Hanig of Valley City takes on Ava Lightsey of South Border. They're rounding out your Consolation, finishing your top 8, trying to make their way into the Consolation semifinals is Lebby Montez, Pembina County North. She takes on Avery Jacobson of Rugby. And Taylor of Carrington wrestles Arlie Romerman of the Lisbon Broncos. Winners of those matches advance into the Consolation semifinals in a top 6 place finish. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th. Semifinals at 112 pounds. Adeline Hansen of the Lisbon Broncos wrestles Victoria Sanchez of Valley City. Sanchez, the number 4 seed. Danica Bennett, the number 3 seed, takes on Alessia Nishki from South Border Mustangs, the number 2 seed. They're wrestling for the chance of the top 6 place finish is Natalie Carlson of West Fargo. She wrestles Veda Hoffman of South Border. Hoffman wrestling unattached. And then Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley wrestles Boyer from Northwood. Those wrestlers battled out for their chance at a top 6 place finish. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th place at 118 pounds. Alexia Schneider for Napoleon, but back up to 112 pounds. Those things keep rolling around here inside the Carrington High School Gymnasium at our East Region Girls Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. We have Adeline Hansen of the Lisbon Broncos and Victoria Sanchez. We already talked about that in the semifinals. And Danica Bennett, Alishka Nitschke in the semifinals at 112. 118 pounds semifinalist Alexia Schneider for Napoleon Gackle Streeter Imperials. Wrestles Bianca Meyer for Central Cass. And Ava Owens of the Fargo Stingers wrestles Carissa Meidinger of the Moore Litchfield Marion Lobos. That's your semifinalists. Working in for the Consolation semifinals, the winners of these matches wrestle for top 6 place finish. The non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th. You have Bynum of Pembina County North wrestles Novak of Grand Forks, and Erickson of Northern Cass wrestles Quinn of Central Cass. That's at 118 pounds. Semifinalists at 124 pounds. Here in your Irie Insurance in-tournament update, Shayla DeBlair of West Fargo wrestles Haley Ford of Valley City. And Jasmine Ibarra of Carrington wrestles Marley Stremick of Pembina County North, semifinals at 124. They're wrestling for their chance at a top 6 place finish in the wrestlebacks as Olivia Lindstrom from Devil's Lake takes on Elise Christensen of Napoleon. And then Hyde of Grand Forks takes on Newman of Carrington. Those wrestlers wrestling for a top 6 place finish. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th. 130 pounds semifinals is Kendra Garcia of Carrington takes on Bryn Larson of Grand Forks. Larson with the upset of Carissa Mann, the number 4 seed. Larson makes it into the semifinals for the Knight Riders. Emerson Schwab for the Broncos, the number 3 seed in the semifinals, takes on Deegan Kirschman of Valley City, the number 2 seed. And wrestling for a top 6 place finish is Edwardson's for Devil's Lake in the Consolation, or in the wrestlebacks, takes on Gores of Northern Lights. And Mann from Napoleon wrestles Julian from Fargo. Winners wrestle for, are advancing to the Consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th. 136 pounds semifinalist is Miley Christensen of Valley City. She wrestles Lucy Charnowski of Fargo. And Brinley Hartosh of West Fargo wrestles Grace Lamar in the semifinals at 136. Wrestling for a top 6 place finish, you have Ray of Grand Forks and Doll of Napoleon. along with Glenn of EEK and Kovar of Carrington. 142 pounds. Jaslyn Wago of Napoleon in the semifinals. She wrestles Lois Schneider. Schneider with the upset of number 4 seed Regan Ulmer. And Kaylee Kurtz, the number 3 seed, wrestles Webeline Knocklin, the number 2 seed. Your semifinalists at 142 pounds. Wrestling for that top 6 place finish in the consolation rounds is Jacobson of Central Cass and Ranke of Lisbon. So Alexis Ranke. And then Regan Ulmer of Southport wrestles Dakota of Northern Lights. Winners of those matches advance to consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestles for 7th and 8th. And 148 pounds, Ava Carbone for the Lisbon Broncos in the semifinals wrestles Gabriela Martinez, the number 4 seed from West Fargo. And Isabel Duchuk, the number 3 seed, wrestles Emerson Filady of Central Cass. So 2 Central Cass in the semifinals at 148 pounds. Wrestling for the consolation semifinals and top 6 finishes, Knocklin from Fargo and Lima from Grand Forks, Dewald of Napoleon and Johnner from Grafton. And 155 pound semifinalists, Emily Novak of Grand Forks wrestles Jaylee Jetty of Devil's Lake, and Amaya Russell of West Fargo wrestles Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass. Wrestling for that top 6 place finish is Olson of Grand Forks and Carblin of Lisbon, along with Steffes of Lemoore and Kimnitz of Pembina County North. 170 pound semifinalists, Letessier of Pembina County North takes on Nevaeh Buffett of the Lisbon Broncos. Buffett upsets the number 4 seed Samantha Houghton of West Fargo. And Carly Lessman for the Carrington Cardinals upset number 3 seed Audrey Fuhrer. Makes her way into the semifinals. She wrestles Kyla Wiley of Grand Forks. Wiley with the upset of number 2 seed Ava Gullison of Central Cass. So a number of upsets in that bracket, with Letessier, Buffett, Lessman, and Wiley all picking up upsets and making their way into the semifinals in a top 6 place finish. And coming through the wrestlebacks. So those matches are currently out on the in the blood round, out on the mat right now at 170 pounds. Gullison and Dutt for Central Cass, Fear in Sullivan in the blood round. Winners of that place in the top 8. Winner of these matches place in the top 8. And Rash and Houghton also at 170 pounds in the blood round, trying to make their way into the state tournament. Reynolds from Northwood advances with a bye, so she will place in the top 8 at 170 pounds. 190 pounds, the Ulster sisters battle it out in the blood round for their chance at the state tournament. And then Stanton of Hillsborough Central Valley and Liedel of West Fargo, along with Peterson and Thorpe, wrestle in the blood rounds for their chance at a top 8 place finish. Your semifinalists at 190 pounds, Kalinga Virgo wrestles Brooke Bundy of Valley City. Virgo from Fargo, and Caden Schumann of Grand Forks wrestles Isabel Berg from Devil's Lakes. That's your semifinalists at 190 pounds. And semifinalists at 250 pounds is Ashley Lindberg of Carrington and Kara Williams of West Fargo. Williams upset the number 4 seed Jalen Forey in the quarterfinals. And Ava Mosier from Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestles Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks. And in the blood round, Ella Sad from the Lisbon Broncos wrestles Boder of Central Cass. LaFontaine of Northern Lights receives a bye. She'll place in the top 8. And then Youngbird of Mayport CG wrestles Whitmire of Grand Forks in the blood round. Forey of Pembina County North with the bye in the blood round. She places in the top 8 for Pembina County North. And that rounds out your semifinalists and your consolation round winners, with some of your blood rounds here in our later weight classes yet to be wrestled. But most of your state entrants already determined here at the Carrington High School Gymnasium, as action wraps up here with your consolation round blood round matches. We'll take a look at our scoreboard here with our Tim Kajed seed sale scoreboard. A big point scored in this last round. And take a look at the teams. Teams kind of flip-flopping back and forth now. Central Cass and Grand Forks locked in a tight battle for the top two teams. Central Cass with 83 points, Grand Forks with 82. Lisbon in third place with 66, followed up by Pembina County North in fourth place with 65. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in fifth place, tied with West Fargo United with 64. Valley City in seventh place with 61.5 points. Carrington in eighth place with 58. The Fargo Stingers in ninth place with 57 points. And Devils Lake in 10th place with 40 points. That rounds out your 10th team, or your top 10 teams. Talk about 11 through 15 with South Border with 39 points. 12th place Ellendale Tacoma with 24. 13th place is Kindred with 21. 14th and 15th are Northern Lights and Rugby, tied with 17 points. So this is your Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard update from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament on yourliveevent.com. As our consolation blood round matches conclude, winners in this round place in the top 8. They advance to the state wrestling tournament. The next round up in our consolation round, fourth round of consolation matches. Winners of those matches advance into the consolation semifinals. Non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place. And we'll also have our semifinal matches coming up here from Carrington High School. So we will take a break, step away from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament here on yourliveevent.com, and catch a word from our sponsors. Come back, reset for the semifinals at your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Hey, welcome back here at YourLiveEvent.com. We are live from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament in Carrington, North Dakota. The semifinal matches underway inside the gymnasium. Here on the East Gymnasium, consolation matches in the West Gymnasium. Winners of those consolation matches move on to the consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th place. So out of your semifinals with Anna White and Bria Bossert of rugby. White with a 2-point lead. She's up 2-0 with the takedown. A minute 34 remaining in the first period. That's on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Matt B, Elise Jenner, South Border, Charlotte Crolston, Pembina County North. Jenner working over the top, has the cradle locked up. Trying to run up towards the head. Crolston belly down on the mat, able to capture that near leg of Jenner. It slows down Jenner's momentum just a little bit as she goes to crossface. Crolston locks back up on the leg on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Here's Anna White and Brossert. It's a 2-1 lead for White. White trying to hit the peak out. Doubles up, captures the leg for the 2-point takedown. She's up 4-1. White returning state champion at 100 pounds for the Central Cass Squirrels. It's the end of the first period between Jenner and Crolston. Crolston with the choice. She chooses top position. Here's White. White with the armbar locked up. Walks around the head of Brossert. Works for the fall for the Central Cass Squirrel and the pin for Anna White. She advances to the championship match at 100 pounds. And Crolston running around the head of Jenner, trying to lock up a cradle. Now Jenner stretches out, works some hand control, has a little momentum as she's up to her base, but Crolston works back over the top. Jenner with the hand control stretches out. That's Rama Taylor Lura wins by fall over Arlie Romerman of the Broncos. Romerman wrestling for 7th and 8th place, advances to the state tournament. Lura in the consolation semifinals. A place in the top 6 for Carrington. And Elisad for the Broncos wins by fall over Boder of Central Cass. Elisad place in the top 8 and advance to the state tournament for the Lisbon Broncos. Broncos now in 3rd place with 70 points. Grand Forks in 2nd with 82. And in 1st place is Central Cass. They'll pick up more points with that win by fall for Anna White at 100 pounds. She advances to the championship match. Now Mallory DeVries and Taryn Raisler on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Raisler works up over the top with DeVries in on the leg. DeVries with that head out to the side. Raisler with the crossface. Trying to stack up. DeVries with a cradle. We do have blood timeout. A Bank North timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium at 100 pounds. Semifinal match between Jenner and Crolston. So Jenner and Crolston now. Jenner with a 2-0 lead. Wrestlers back in action after that Bank North timeout. Raisler is up 4-1 on DeVries. If you're wondering what's happening or the late start, we did have a late start. The East Region Girls Tournament original schedule starting at 1 p.m. Time moved to 3 p.m. So we are in the semifinal matches. You're at approximately 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Wrestling in 2 gymnasium, the East Gymnasium with the semifinal matches, and the West Gymnasium with your consolation rounds. Winners of the consolation rounds advance to the consolation semifinals. Non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place. Now Broncos, Melina Rebsum, and Kaylee Mueller going at it. Mueller has taken out 2 Broncos on the day. Trying to get Rebsum as well. Mueller with a 2-1 lead. That's at 100 pounds. Consolation round. Rebsum trying to make it into the top 6. Mueller with the 2-1 lead. Raisler and DeVries. Raisler with the 4-1 lead goes crossface over the top of Mallory DeVries. DeVries able to catch the wrist, trying to pass it overhead and scoot those hips out and away from Raisler. Raisler back over the top, works behind the elbows. Keeps those hips back on DeVries. It goes to the near ankle, has the crossface. He catches the knee, gets DeVries, broke down to her hip. DeVries countering out, has that far leg. Started going up to her head. Raisler takes advantage of it, locks up a cradle and rolls over. They're trying to roll over DeVries. DeVries able to keep those hips down on the mat. Hand fighting underneath with Raisler. Raisler still running up towards the head, trying to sit back with DeVries. DeVries now breaks the grip of Raisler. A 4-1 lead for Taryn Raisler over Mallory DeVries. It's Elise Jenner and Croston. And potentially dangerous is the call. Jenner with the half. Nelson locked up on Croston. They're tied up at 5 apiece in the third period with 47 seconds remaining on Map B in the semifinal match at 100 pounds. Rebsum and Mueller. 2-1 lead for Kaylee Mueller on Melina Rebsum. Rebsum going into overtime to make her way to the state tournament. So in the blood round, she advances to the state tournament. She has a match with Kaylee Mueller. Winner makes it into the Consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th place. And Matt R in the West Gymnasium, Lebby Montez, Pembina County North, Avery Jacobson, and for rugby, that match is final. Raisler and DeVries. Raisler has a half Nelson in on DeVries. DeVries goes over to her back. Raisler picks up near fall. DeVries tries to roll through. Raisler sits back on top. Left shoulder on the mat, right shoulder up just a little bit. And a win by fall for Taryn Raisler. She advances to the championship match at 106 pounds for the Kindred Vikings. That was a result on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Matt B between Jenner and Croston going into overtime. They're tied up at 5 apiece. That's on Matt B at 100 pounds. Rebsum and Mueller. Still 2-1. Mueller's in the lead. She has a 2-1 lead. They're in the third period. Rebsum in the bottom position. Now under 30 seconds remaining. Kaylee Mueller trying to make it into the top 6. For Mayport CG at 100 pounds. And Matt R in the West Gymnasium, 112 pound. Natalie Carlson, West Fargo United. Veda Hoffman for South Border. That's scoreless at the end of the first period. Jenner and Croston on Matt B in the East Gymnasium semifinal match. Still tied up in overtime. Final 10 seconds. Tick off the clock. Wrestlers locked up in a collar tie. Now down to 5 seconds. Croston goes body lock. Now Jenner pushes her away. They're going to go into the second overtime on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Matt R, East Gymnasium, Gabby Hannig has the cradle locked up. She goes suicide cradle on Litzy. Litzy with the reversal. Hannig tried to roll over the top on Eva Litzy from South Border. Litzy's able to hold her ground, reverses it on Hannig. Now ties the score up at 2 apiece. And that's with 43 seconds remaining. Jenner and Croston. Croston in the top position. Jenner with the stand-up. Croston takes her back down to the mat. as time expires, Elise Jenner not able to get away from Charlotte Croston. Croston's choice. She chooses bottom position. Going into their third overtime. And Mueller over Rebson by decision, 2-1. So Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG advances into the Consolation semifinals. Melina Rebson for the Broncos wrestling for 7th and 8th place. Croston down on the mat with 12 seconds remaining. They're tied up at 5 in their third overtime at 100 pounds. It's a semifinal match between Croston and Jenner. Jenner breaks down Croston, works a half Nelson, trying to get her over on her back with 2 seconds remaining. Croston doesn't go over, not able to turn her. There for Elise Jenner, not able to get the turn at the end of the period. Croston state qualifier last year at 100 pounds, trying to make a return trip, or will make a return trip for Pembina County North. In choice, going to Jenner from South Border for a final overtime period. Croston gets away, she wins. Jenner rides her out, Jenner wins. Jenner chooses top position, looking for the right out on Croston. So she dominated in that third overtime period. Croston not able to get up and score any points. Now Croston tripods up. Jenner chops her back down. In final 10 seconds with Elise Jenner and Charlotte Croston. Now down to 2 seconds. Elise Jenner wins in double overtime by a score of 6-5 over Charlotte Croston. There's Gabby Hanig and Ava Litzy. Litzy for South Border's up 5-2. South Border looking to put another wrestler into the championship match. This is at 106 pounds on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. That's the end of the second period. Hanig is down 5-2 to Ava Litzy of South Border. Adeline Hansen on the mat takes on Victoria Sanchez of Valley City. That's on mat B, East Gymnasium. So Sanchez, low single leg, trying to double up on Hansen, cracks her down to her hip. Hansen has to give up the takedown. And Sanchez takes the 2-0 lead. And Sanchez timed up that shot, catches Hansen flat-footed. Hansen down 2-0. Litzy and Hanig. Litzy has the 5-point lead. She's up 7-2. The semifinal match on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. Here's Lise Christensen, Liv Lindstrom in the West Gymnasium on Matt R. 124 pounds. That match just underway with Lindstrom has a 2-0 lead. Bynum and Novak on Mat B at 118 pounds consolation round match. Novak with the 5-0 lead for Grand Forks. Sanchez and Hansen. Hansen with the 1-point escape. Now 2-1 is the score. Hansen returning state place winner for Lisbon at 115 pounds. So Hanning and Litzy. Litzy keeps that 7-2 lead. The final 10 seconds of the match. Ava Litzy has Hanig on her hip. And she wins, the 7th grader for the South Border Mustangs. Wins by decision 7-2 over Gabby Hanig. Makes her way into the championship match for South Border, their second finalist of the East Region Girls Tournament. Alexa Schneider steps on the mat for Napoleon against Brianna Meyer. Central Cass at 118-pound semifinal match on mat R. Hansen and Sanchez at the start of the second period. They're in the neutral position. Sanchez has the 2-1 lead on Hansen. Schneider cracks down Meyer, gets her on her hip, walks around her head. Score near fall. Meyer gets back, belly down. Schneider readjusts now. Hansen with the 2-point takedown. She takes a 3-2 lead on mat B, 112-pound semifinal match. Has Sanchez in half. Nelson goes back, works the leg. Sanchez with the hard counter on Hansen's half. Get a potentially dangerous call. Here Schneider steps over, splits the leg of Meyer, working for the more near fall. She has a 4-0 lead, now scoops the head. Meyer back, belly down, 7-0 lead for Schneider on mat R, 118 pounds. Hansen and Sanchez on the restart. Sanchez tripods up with Hansen. Hansen gets her back down with Sanchez, another tripod. Hansen goes back to work on the near ankle on Sanchez. Hansen with the 3-2 lead, steps around, hits the crossface, breaks down Sanchez to her belly. Sanchez quickly back up to her feet as Hansen knocks up a cradle, has the inside cradle, now lets go of it, goes back to it. Trying to crack down Sanchez. Sanchez trying to score at the end of the period. She's going to try to step away with the 1 point, ties it up at 3. So Hansen and Sanchez tied up at 3 as time expires in the second period. Sanchez has choice, Hansen with choice. She chooses bottom position. They're tied up at 3. Alexa Schneider, your winner by fall, advances to the championship match at 118 pounds. Carissa Meidinger and Ava Owens out there. Meidinger from Lemoore Litchville Marion is on the mat, wrestling Ava Owens from Fargo. Meidinger has an over-under, backs Owens off the mat at 118 semifinal match. At center, minute 33 remaining in the first period. Now Hansen and Sanchez. Hansen started in the bottom position in the third period. Hansen, a little bit of a knee slide there, working that far edge of the mat. Over in the Bronco coaching corner. Hansen trying to pass the arm and a little shoulder spin out. What's that? Hansen still trying to pass that wrist over the head. And the score remains tied up at 3 apiece. They're at 112 pounds in the semifinals on mat B in the East Gymnasium. Now stall warning on Sanchez. Sanchez called for stalling with Hansen. Hansen back for the restart quickly to the center of the mat. Owens and Meidinger, they're tied up at 2 apiece in the first period with 55 seconds remaining. Meidinger with the takedown. Owens with the reversal. Hansen gets on top, has Sanchez going over to her back. Hansen with the reversal. She goes up 5-3, has a screwdriver locked up on Sanchez. And Sanchez with the injury time, the Bank North timeout. down on the mat. Hansen with the 5-3 lead. That is your Bank North timeout. Injury timeout on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That is your Bank North timeout. Injury time for Sanchez. Sanchez not moving. Now rolls over to her back. Still injury time at 112 pounds on Mat B. Owens and Meidinger. Meidinger with the 6-2 lead going into the second period. They start in the neutral position. She has a 6-2 lead over Ava Owens. Semifinal match at 118 pounds. 136 pounds, Lexi Ray and Rachel Dahl. Consolation round match at 136. Ray leads 2-0. Meidinger trying to work a takedown on Owens. Pick up the 2, has the cradle locked up. Meidinger walks towards the head, gonna sit back, sits back with the cradle at 118 pounds, trying to make her way into the championship against Alexis Schneider. Puts the bottom knee in the side. Owens breaks the grip, gets back belly down. Schneider still has the cradle. Now lets go of the crossface. Picks up her 3 near fall. She's up 11-2. Here's Sanchez and Hansen back wrestling. Final 15 seconds of the match with Hansen up 5-3 on Sanchez. Hansen has the half Nelson locked in. Rolls over Sanchez, gets a count, keeps the half Nelson locked up, rolls Sanchez over. Final 5 seconds of the match. 3 near fall coming for Adeline Hansen. And she wins by a score of 8-3. Hansen over Sanchez. Adeline Hansen for the Broncos advances to the championship match at 112 pounds. Meidinger and Owens. Meidinger with the 11-2 lead with 37 seconds remaining in the second period. And going up to now, should be 124 pounds. Let's see, nope. They're 112, so we're backed up at 112 pounds. Semifinal match on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. And that's Danica Bennett from Pembina County North. Alyssa Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. Bennett with the quick 2-point takedown on Nitschke. Nitschke broke belly down. Bennett working on top, going spiral on both wrists on Nitschke. That's on Mat B in the East Gymnasium, 112 pounds, semifinal match. Mat R East Gymnasium, semifinal between Owens and Meidinger. Going into the third period, Red's choice. She chooses neutral. She has 11-2 lead on Ava Owens. There's Bennett. Tried to hit a chin drop on Nitschke as she sat out. Nitschke gets back, belly down. Now Bennett going to work with the crossface. Comes up to a screwdriver. Chin whips her over. Tried to chin whip her over. Nitschke back up to her feet. Bennett and Nitschke locked up. Nitschke has the bear hug. Her body lock. Bennett's going to the headlock. Wrestlers go down to the mat. Still a scramble for control between Bennett and Nitschke. Now Bennett takes control, has the head and arm locked up on Alicia Nitschke, working for the fall for the Pembina County North Grizzlies. Left shoulder up, not by much in the slap of the mat by the official. And Danica Bennett advances into the championship match at 112 pounds. She takes on Adeline Hansen of the Lisbon Broncos at 112. Nitschke wrestling in the Consolation semifinals at 112. She'll take on Victoria Sanchez of Valley City. Eva Owens, Chris and Meidinger. Meidinger working for the fall at 118 pounds on Mat R. Semifinal match at 118. She has a 13-2 lead, 45 seconds remaining to work the fall against Ava Owens of Fargo. Your Tim Kajed's seed sale scoreboard. Central Cass in first place with 96 points. Grand Forks in second with 86. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in third with 77. Lisbon in fourth with 70 points. Pembina County North with 65 points in fifth place. And a win by fall for Shayla DeBlair over Haley Ford. So DeBlair over Ford from Valley City. So Shayla DeBlair last year, state runner-up at the state tournament. Makes it into the championship match. Emerson Schwab wrestling Deegan Kirschman of Valley City. The semifinal match at 130 pounds on Mat B in the East Gymnasium. Chris Meidinger wins, advances to the championship match at 118 pounds against Alexa Schneider. Eva Owens wrestling and drops bound in the Consolation semifinals. So here's Kirschman and Schwab. Kirschman hits a nice high crotch fireman's, dumps down Schwab to the mat. Kirschman goes up 2-0 with that fireman's carry. Schwab hits the roll through, catches Kirschman, has Peterson locked up, picks up near fall, goes head and arm on the roll through, has the pinning combination locked up on Deegan Kirschman. Schwab works for the fall here in the semifinals on Deegan Kirschman from Valley City. Has it locked up tight. Kirschman, the shoulder up, not by much. Official down there takes a look at it. Schwab has a long time here. Now 55 seconds to work for the fall on Deegan Kirschman. The right shoulder not up by much. Schwab hip ice in, smothers over the top and win by fall for Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. She wrestles for the championship at 130 pounds. Schwab hit the Peterson roll on Kirschman. Kirschman didn't see that one coming. Schwab hits the head and arm, smothers over the top with the hip heist and wins by fall. Here's Jasmine Ybarra and Marley Stremick. Stremick working for the fall at 124-pound semifinal match on Mat R in the East Gymnasium. That's a near fall for Stremick. Yeah, we'll just call that won't call that an official timeout as Ybarra loses a contact on the mat, 124 pounds on Mat R. Stremick with the 5-0 lead. They have a minute remaining in the first period. Now Miley Christensen for Valley City in the semifinals. Lucy Chernowski for Fargo. Christensen and Chernowski. Locked horns. Christensen drops down, tries to hit the outside with the inside cradle. Snaps down Charnowski. Christensen wants to reset, pushes Charnowski away. Wrestlers in the center of the mat on Mat B in the East Gymnasium at 136 semifinal match. And Jaden Jacobson from Central Cass and Alexis Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos. They're tied up at 2 in their consolation round match in the at the end of the first period. That's a tied up match at 142 pounds. Here's Stremick with the cradle on Ybarra. Ybarra catches Stremick at the end of the period. And now Ybarra is going to try to get Stremick over for near fall. She does pick up the reversal. Stremick got loose on the cradle. She has a 7-2 lead at 124-pound semifinal match on Mat R, or the red mat, in the East Gymnasium. I think I would have liked if they just kept Mat 1 and Mat 2. But they're going red and black, red and black. So Jacobson for Central Cass has a 4-2 lead over Alexis Ranke. They're in the second period. Ranke in the bottom position. Now Stremick hits a head and arm. Has Ybarra rolling over. Picks up near fall. She's up 9-2. Marley Stremick is at 124 pounds. Has near fall coming as Ybarra's trying to bridge out. Stremick steps over the top. And that allows Ybarra to roll through. One of those no-nos in that position is don't step over the top. You're better off walking out towards the head and hip heisting into the mat. Now Ybarra is down 12-4. She's in the top position on Stremick. That's a final between Jacobson and Ranke. We'll wait to see what that is on Matt R. in the West Gymnasium. That was at 142 pounds. 155 consolation round match between Veda Carbel and Beth Olson. Carbel trying to make her way into the top 6 at 155. Takes on Beth Olson of Grand Forks. It's on Matt R. In the West Gymnasium, Regan Ulmer from Southport, Leah Dakota of Northern Lights. Ulmer from Southport has a 2-0 lead on Matt B in the West Gymnasium at 142 pounds. Ybarra and Stremick. Stremick back in the top position. She's up 16-4. Rolls over Ybarra. And the fall for Marley Stremick over Jasmine Ybarra. Here's Matt B, 136-pound semifinal between Brinley Hartosh and Grace Lamar for Central Cass. That match just underway. I should say now under a minute remaining. And that's Hartosh and Lamar. They're locked up, working inside ties in head position. Just working through that head-and-hand defense here for Lamar and Hartosh. Hartosh with the overhook now. Here in Lamar pummeling through this position as Hartosh pushes into Lamar. Now Lamar pushes back, trying to circle back around towards the center of the mat. And the final 5 seconds of the period tick off the clock. That looks like that's going to go into the second period scoreless at the 136-pound semifinal match on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. We also have Kendra Garcia and Bryn Larson on Matt R, 130-pound semifinal. The winner of this takes on Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. Garcia working up over the top on Larson. Goes head in the hole, snaps down Larson to the mat. Garcia with a 2-point takedown for Carrington. She has a 2-0 lead on Bryn Larson from Grand Forks. And Regan Ulmer for South Border wins by falling 342 over Dakota of Northern Lights. At 142 pounds, Ulmer advances to the consolation semifinal round. Here's Garcia with the cradle and the win by fall over Bryn Larson of Grand Forks. At 130 pounds, she takes on Emerson Schwab of the Broncos for the championship. That is for the East Region Championship at 130 pounds. And that was Alexis Ranke wins by fall over Jacobson. Ranke wrestling for a top 6 place finish. Advances to the consolation semifinals for the Broncos at 142 pounds. She'll wrestle Regan Ulmer, the 8th grader for South Border. So that's a Ranke for the Broncos and Ulmer advancing into the consolation semifinals. They take on the non-winners here at the 142 semifinal matches. Just coming up between between Jaslyn Wagle and Lois Schneider. That's 142-pound semifinal match, Wagle and Schneider. On Matt R in the East Gymnasium, Wagle from Napoleon Gackle Street or Lois Schneider from Central Cass. Another Napoleon Imperial on the map with Riley Dewald wrestling Emma Johnner from Grafton. Johnner with the 2-0 lead on Dewald. That's in the West Gymnasium, Matt B, and the West Gymnasium on Matt R. Ava Golson wrestling Audrey Fear. Golson's up 8-0 on Fear at 170 pounds in the consolation rounds. Golson trying to make her way into the consi semis for Central Cass. Lisbon with the big points that round. They jump on top on your Tim Kazed Seasale scoreboard with 99 points in first place Central Cass in second with 96. Grand Forks in third with 86. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in fourth place with 85 points. And in fifth place is Pembina County North with 78 points. That is your Tim Kajed Seasale scoreboard. The Broncos up by 3 on Central Cass here midway through our semifinal matches at the East Region Girls Tournament. Broncos not with the dual tournament they had hoped for last weekend, coming through with the East Region Girls. So far, a good tournament for the Broncos. And Jaslyn Waggle is up 2-1 on Lois Schneider of Central Cass going into the second period. And on Map B in the East Gymnasium, Hartosh and Lamar. Hartosh with a 5-0 lead, now 5-1 lead on Grace Lamar. Lamar looking for the blood time. And they will have a restart back to the center of the mat. Excuse me, that was the end of the period. So Grace Lamar with the blood time. That's a Bank North score, Bank North blood time out on Map B in the East Gymnasium. And Waggle and Schneider. Here's Jaslyn Waggle. Half Schneider with the half Nelson on the far side. Steps back around Schneider. Wings down. Counters out of that half Nelson. And Golson and Fuhrer. Now it's an 8-5 lead for Ava Golson. Fuhrer coming back in the second period. Down by 3 to Ava Golson. On Matt R in the West Gymnasium at 170 pound. Now Fuhrer down by 1, 8-7 lead for Gullison of Central Cass at the end of the second period. Riley Dewald from Napoleon and Emma Johnner of Grafton, 9-1 lead for Johnner over Dewald, 148 pound consolation round. And Weigel and Schneider, 142 pound semifinal match. Weigel has a 4-1 lead with 58 seconds remaining in the second period. Lamar and Hartosh back in action. That's a win by fall. Jaslyn Waggle, just like that, winner by fall over Lois Schneider of Central Cass in the second period on that restart. Waggle advances to championship match at 142 pounds. Here's Hartosh from West Fargo United and Grace Lamar. Hartosh with the 5-1 lead on Lamar. Lamar in the bottom position with a minute remaining in the third period. Oh, Brinley Hartosh working out over the top with a spiral on the far wrist. Now goes near wrist spiral, trying to dig those out. Hammerlock across the back of Grace Lamar. Brinley Hartosh with the hammerlock reaches underneath the far shoulder, trying to hook this up. And Lamar powers up, gets to her feet. And a 1-point escape. Grace Lamar down by 3 with 30 seconds remaining. As Hartosh goes for the double leg on Lamar. Lamar goes down to the mat off the edge and out of bounds for the restart. 5-2 lead for Brinley Hartosh over Grace Lamar. Restart back to the center of the mat. Here's Hartosh and Lamar at final 20 seconds of the match with Brinley Hartosh up 5-2. Isabel Dudchuk and Emerson Filady, both the Central Cass, wrestling for the semifinals at 148 pounds. And that's your final. Brinley Hartosh, West Fargo United wins by decision 5-2 over Grace Lamar of Central Cass. Lamar into the consolation semifinals. Hartosh at 136 pounds advances to the championship match. Here's Audrey Fuhrer, Ava Gullison. The final, Audrey Fuhrer wins by decision 14-8. Storms back and wins by decision. Come from behind win for Audrey Fuhrer. Wins by fall and 450 over Gullison of Central Cass. So big win for Audrey Fuhrer of EEK. Here's Clara Steffes and Ava Chemnitz on Map B. 155 pounds in the West Gymnasium. Claire Steffes of Moore Litchfield Marion with a 2-0 lead over Chemnitz of Pembina County North. And Dutchuk and Falady, it's 2-0 lead. Excuse me, that's the end of the match. Attention was elsewhere between Dutchuk and Falady. Looks like Isabel Dutchuk, winner by fall over Emerson Falady. Now Emily Novak and Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake. Novak from Grand Forks, returning state champion at 155 pounds, takes on Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake. Novak down, hits the outside single leg, returns her to the mat for 2 points. Novak takes a quick 2-0 lead, goes immediately to work on the arm of Jetty. Jetty tries to hit a sit out. And Kaylee Kurtz and Webley Knocklin on the mat, 142-pound semifinal match on mat B. And Clara Steffes, aim of Chemnitz of Pembina County North. Steffes maintains a 2-0 lead, start of the second period at 1:55. And Carly Liedl and Anna Thorpe wrestling. That's a win by fall for Emily Novak over Jaylee Jetty on mat R in the East Gymnasium at 155 pounds. Novak in the championship match. And Carly Liedl, West Fargo United, and Anna Thorpe, Ellen Dilgerly calm that match underway at 190 pounds in the West Gymnasium on mat R. Currently scoreless, under 20 seconds remaining. Steffes now with a 4-0 lead on mat B in the West Gymnasium. She's up 4-0 over Ava Chemnitz of Pembina County North. Steffes trying to advance into the top 6 at 155. Here's Kurtz and Knocklin in the East Gymnasium. At the end of the period, it's a 2-0 lead for Webley Knocklin from the Fargo Stingers. Central Cass and Lisbon leapfrogging back and forth now on that Tim Kazed seed sale scoreboard. Central Cass up 109, Lisbon 104 in second place. Napoleon Gackel Streeter in third place with 98 points. Pembina County North in fourth with 91, and West Fargo United in fifth place with 88 points. And Amaya Russell, Cheyenne Helen wrestling in the semifinal match here. Helen locks up on a chin whip on Russell. Picks up the 2-point takedown, working for the fall here. Cheyenne Helen, now Russell back up over the top on Helen. Helen out of position, gives up the reversal, but picks up the near fall. She's up 4-2 with Russell. Russell in the top position, but Helen has the lead 4-2. And Russell locks up a half Nelson, has the far wrist caught on Helen. Gets her on her hip, rolls her over, picks up near fall. Russell reverses Helen, puts her on her back, and working for the fall for West Fargo United. She's up over the top in the north-south position. The left shoulder for Helen, not up by much on the near side here. Now under 50 seconds in the win by fall for Amaya Russell. She advances to the championship match at 155 pounds, takes on Emily Novak of Grand Forks. And here, 142-pound semifinal between Kaylee Kurtz and Webley Knocklin. That's a 2-0 lead for Knocklin. She's in the top position for the Fargo Stingers. And Cora Oster wrestling Sky Kopp of Grand Forks. Oster with a 2-1 lead on mat B, 190-pound consolation semifinal match. Oster for the wrestling for top 6 place finish at the East Region Wrestling Tournament. Also Sky Kopp of Grand Forks. Oster with the current 2-1 lead at the end of the first period. And now up 170-pound semifinal between Carly Lessman and Kyle Wiley. Lessman and Wiley locked horns in the center of the mat. Lessman for the Carrington Cardinal, Wiley for Grand Forks, wrestling for the Night Riders. Here's Knocklin and Kurtz. Knocklin steps over the top, has a double legs in. She leads 4-0 at the end of the second period, start of the third. And now Ulster and Kopp, they're tied up at 2 apiece. That's over in the West Gymnasium. On deck for the Broncos, Ava Carbom at 148 in the semifinals. And also Ella Sad for the Broncos at 250 pounds in the consolation rounds. Now Kopp takes a 4-2 lead over Ulster. And Kurtz and Nochlin, 6-0 lead for Nochlin. But Kurtz steps around, gets the reversal. So 3 near fall for Nochlin. She has a 9-2 lead, 2-point reversal for Kurtz. And they're in the third period, final 35 seconds on Matt R in the East, or Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Here's now Ella Sad and Miley LaFontaine for Northern Lights. Sad for the Broncos, wrestling in the consolation round. That's on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Matt R, 250 pounds. That was Forian Whitmire. We'll wait to see what the result of that one was on Matt R in the West Gymnasium. Lessman and Wiley. That's scoreless going into the second period. Lessman in the top position at the start of the second period, wrestling Kyla Wiley, or I should say in the first period. And Kaylee Kurtz and Nochlin, that final 10-3. Webberley Nochlin wins by decision. 10-3 over Kaylee Kurtz. Advances to the championship match at 142 pounds. Now Ava Carblum for the Broncos. At 148-pound semifinal match. Wrestles Gabriela Martinez for West Fargo United. Here's Alisad, Miley LaFontaine. LaFontaine with the win over Sad. Kopp with the win by fall over Ulster. Ulster wrestling for 7th and 8th along with their teammate Alisad. Lessman and Wiley, Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks wins by fall. She advances to the championship match at 170 pounds. Here's Carblum and Martinez. On Matt B in the East Gymnasium, 148-pound semifinal match. Matt R, East Gymnasium 190, Clean Gavirgo and Brooke Bundy for Valley City. Gavirgo from Fargo. Semifinal 190 pounds. Carblum for the Broncos out on Matt B in the East Gymnasium at 148. Those semifinal or consolation round matches wrapped up in the West Gymnasium. They'll bounce into the consolation semifinals after that round. Still working our way through the semifinal matches at 190 pounds on Matt R in the East Gymnasium, 148 pounds on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. Carblum and Martinez remain scoreless. And big throw by Martinez at the end of the period as time runs out. 2 near fall, 2 takedown, hits the head and arm on Carblum at the end of the period. Martinez takes a 4-0 lead on Carblum at 148 pounds. Martinez picks tops position on Carblum. Carblum with the 1-point escape. 4-1 lead for Martinez at 148 pounds on Matt B in the East Gymnasium. A match went final between Gavirgo and Bundy. Wait for the outcome of that, or wait for that one to roll across the ticker at the top. That was clean Gavirgo. Fargo over Brooke Bundy by fall, and 122. Gavirgo advances to the championship match at 190 pounds. Another semifinal match. Caden Schumann of Grand Forks and Isabel Berg of Devil's Lake. 190-pound semifinal on Matt R. in the East Gymnasium. In Consolation semifinal match at 100 pounds, Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG making her way through the wrestlebacks. Wrestle Charlotte Crolston of Pembina County North. 100 pounds on Matt B in the West Gymnasium. And Bria Bossert, Cheyenne Moore at 100 pounds in the Consolation semifinals on Matt R in the West Gymnasium. Both of those matches are just underway at 100 pounds. Consolation semifinals in the West Gymnasium as we roll through our semifinals in the East Gymnasium with Ava Carblum and Gabrielle Martinez locked up. It's a 4-1 lead for Martinez. She hit a 4-point move at the end of the first period on Carblum. Carblum has choice to start the third period. She's down 4-1. So Carblum's choice going into the third period. Carblum chooses bottom position. She's down 4-1. At the start of the third period, we'd have caution on Martinez. Schumann and Berg at 190 pounds. Schumann takes Berg down, grabs the head and arm. And the win by fall for Caden Schumann makes it to the championship match for Grand Forks. She wins by fall over Isabel Berg. That was on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. Here's Carblum and Martinez. Carblum works the tripod, faces Martinez. She's down by 2. 4-2 lead for Gabriela Martinez against Ava Carblum. It's at 148 pounds on Matt B. Carblum, nice double leg blast on Martinez. Martinez with the big sprawl gets Carblum cracked down to the mat. Carblum trying to reel in the leg of Martinez. Martinez gets around 2-point takedown on Carblum. That's now a 6-2 lead for Gabriela Martinez of West Fargo United. Carblum stands up with the 1-point escape on Martinez. Now with a minute remaining, Carblum with some work to do. She's down by 3 points to Martinez. Last double leg shot by Carblum. She got inside the guard of Martinez, but Martinez comes back with the big sprawl, cracks down Carblum. Picked up that 2-point takedown, now under 40 seconds remaining. 6-3 lead for Carblum over Martinez. 6-3 lead for Martinez over Carblum. Now under 30 seconds. Martinez with the stall warning. She tries to go ahead and arm on Carblum. Carblum misses the duck under for the go behind. So her and Martinez still going at it. Carblum down to 15 seconds. Carblum's going to double up on Martinez. Takes her down to the mat here. Carblum trying to finish the takedown. Martinez steps around behind Carblum for the 2-point takedown at the end of the period. And that's a win by decision. Gabriela Martinez wins by decision 8-3 over Ava Carblum of the Lisbon Broncos. So bracket buster there with Martinez wins over Ava Carblum at 148 pounds. Now Nevaeh Buffett going out against Letessier of Pembina County North, for Pembina County North at 170 pounds. Ava Moser, Catherine Sullivan. Moser up 5-0 over Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks. Here's Buffett and Letessier from Pembina County North on Matt B. 170-pound semifinals. Carblum goes down. She bumps down into the Consolation semifinals. Those matches, looks like they just have them up on the board. And underway in the West Gymnasium. Working their way through 100 pounds, now up to 106 pounds. Like Croston over Mueller at 100 pounds. Wrestling for third and fourth. So Croston wrestling for third. Mueller wrestling for fifth at 100 pounds. 106 Taylor for Carrington. Gabby Hanning for Valley City. That's on Matt B, West Gymnasium. Moser and Catherine Sullivan. Here Moser hip heist back around, picks up the 2-point reversal. Now a 7-2 lead for Ava Moser over Catherine Sullivan. And Buffett and the Tessier. That's a Bank North timeout on Matt B inside the East Gymnasium. For your Bank North timeout, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. A Bank North, it's a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. So here's Buffett with the restart back to the center of the mat. Wrestling Cheyenne Deteshi of Pembina County North. Had 170 pounds in the semifinals. Taylor, Gabby Hanning. Hanning takes a 5-0 lead in the Consolation semifinals at 106 pounds. On Matt B in the West Gymnasium. Victoria Sanchez, 112 pounds, and Veda Hoffman from South Border. They're up on 112 pounds in the West Gymnasium on Matt R. That match just underway, Consolation semifinals at 112. Here's Buffett and the Tessier. That's scoreless in the first period, under 30 seconds remaining. As wrestlers break apart, more blood time for the Tessier. Another Bank North timeout. Mosier and Sullivan. Mosier up 9-4. Lura and Hannig. Now Hannig's up 5-2 on Taylor Lura. Looking at your Tim Kazed seed sale scoreboard. Grand Forks moves into first place with 125 points. West Fargo United with 117. Central Cass with 109. And Lisbon and Pembina County North tied for fourth and fifth with 104 points. Those are your top 5 teams. Moser works around the top of Sullivan and picks up a couple more near fall. 9-4, now 11-4 for Ava Moser over Catherine Sullivan. She has a 7-point lead. Here's the Tessier and Buffett at the end of the first period. Final 15 seconds. They roll out of bounds for the restart. That's on Matt B at 170-pound semifinal match. Final 12 seconds of the first period. Work through a couple blood times on the mat. Sanchez and Hoffman on Matt R in the West Gymnasium. 4-2 lead at 112 pounds for Veda Hoffman, a South Border. That's the end of the period. They're scoreless going into the second between Buffett and the Tessier. Lura and Hannig. Hannig with the 5-2 lead on B West at 106 pounds. And Moser working the head of Sullivan. Has the 11-4 lead. Final 30 seconds on the clock. Moser with the 11-4 lead. And the Tessier and Buffett at the start of the second period. Buffett in the bottom position with the quick hip heist and 1-point escape for Nevaeh Buffett on Cheyenne Letessier. Buffett works the collar tie on Letessier. Letessier has double overs. Trying to snap down. Buffett goes headlock on Letitia. Takes her down to the mat. Working for the fall for the Broncos. Buffett with the takedown. And I don't know about near fall, but she does have the takedown and 3 near fall for Nevaeh Buffett. As they give the points to the wrong wrestler on the scoreboard. So Buffett's up 6-0. So Buffett with the 6-0 lead. So Buffett has a 6-0 lead on the Tessier. And we now have blood time, another Bank North timeout on Matt B in the East Gymnasium at 170 pounds. Sanchez and Hoffman. Sanchez with the 1-point lead at the end of the second period. Now up 8-4 on Veda Hoffman. Taylor and Gabby Hanning up 5-2. Under a minute remaining in the third period. Crystal Magnuson, Alicia Nitschke. Consolation semifinal match now on Matt R in the East Gymnasium. So at the conclusion of this semifinal match on Matt B in the East Gymnasium, we'll step away, take a break, come back, recap our semifinals, and get you set up for a championship match as we are rolling through a consolation semifinal round. Taylor and Gabby Hanning, that's tied up at 5 apiece in the West Gymnasium. Sanchez and Hoffman, that's an 8-4 lead for Sanchez. Magnuson and Nitschke working for the fall. In the consolation round, as time expires, she takes a 5-0 lead. So Nitschke up 5-0 on Crystal Magnuson. Nevaeh Buffett and Letessier, that's 6-0 lead as Letessier stands up on Buffett. Buffett trying to return her down to the mat, has to take her down. Work in hand as they wrestle to the edge of the mat. And wrestlers out of bounds. And down to minute 14 remain. That's a bracket buster bracket. That 170 bracket's all kind of a big mess. There's bracket busters everywhere at 170. Here's Buffett. She's up 6-0. Returns the Tessier down to the mat. Now with a minute remaining and a 1-point escape, 6-1 lead for Nevaeh Buffett. The Tessier with the burst of energy pushes Buffett out of bounds. Minute remaining, 59 seconds remaining in the second period. Nitschke is up 6-0 on Matt R in the East Gymnasium at 112 pounds, consolation semifinals. That's Hoffman and Sanchez for Valley City. Sanchez with the 8-4 lead in the third period. Buffett with a 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat. She goes to work with the crossface. She has an 8-1 lead. Nevaeh Buffett's up 8-1 in a semifinal match at 170 pounds. Sanchez and Hoffman. Now Sanchez with the 10-4 lead. Taylor and Gabby Hanning. Lura's up 7-5 on Hannig. That's on B West at 106 pounds. And that match goes final. Lura. And now Buffett working for the fall for the Broncos. In the championship match at 170 pounds is Nevaeh Buffett of the Lisbon Broncos. At 170. Buffett having a career day for the Broncos. Makes it into the championship match at 170 pounds. Sanchez and Hoffman, 10-5 lead for Sanchez. That's in the West Gymnasium. Lindbergh and Kiera Williams step on the mat. Your final semifinal match. Our last semifinal match of the day at 250 pounds between Lindbergh and Williams. And we are in your consolation semis on all other mats. I assume we'll probably run into our 7th and 8th place matches as well, along with our consolation semis, but those are out in the East and the West Gymnasium here in the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. And we will step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back for our placing rounds. I should say for our consolation semis and placing rounds at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament after we take a word from our sponsors.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond. We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong communities.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hillsborough Drug and Gift is your area full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough, cold, and flu medications, health and beauty items, and more. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsborough and Halstead. And remember, you can now text Hillsborough Drug anytime for your prescription refills at 701-636-5231. There's always something new with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions at Hillsborough Drug and Gift. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsborough Drug and Gift.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information. You'll fall in love with carefree living when you move to Benedictine Mission Court in Ada. Sign a lease this month and get your 3rd month of rent free. Not only that, Benedictine will waive your community fee. That's a value of over $4,000. Benedictine Mission Court offers housekeeping, 3 meals a day, common areas, on-site spiritual care and worship services, and indoor access to Essentia Health Clinic Ada. Call today to schedule a tour, 218-784-5250. Benedictine Mission Court in Ada. There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Home Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Central Cass Schools' mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsborough offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsborough to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
This is Tim Cazzette, your local Golden Harvest Seeds dealer. During these winter months, as you think ahead to the spring planting season, I remind you there is strong yielding varieties of Golden Harvest beans and corn available for spring delivery. There's discounts offered. Please ask me about Golden Advantage deferred payment options or any cash payment discounts. Call me, Tim Cazzette, at 701-430-0877, and thank you for planting Golden Harvest Seeds on your farm.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
DRN Ready Tech would like to wish all wrestlers, coaches, and fans the best of luck this postseason. As a company who works together to keep their customers connected to the world, the DRN Ready Tech team of experts know the importance of teamwork. From gig internet service and security systems to Ready Tech's managed IT services, our team must pull together every day to keep their customers connected and secure. Trust your local team of technology solutions experts and visit drn.coop or readytech.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union insurance agent, at 701-436-5777 or use the QR code to connect with the agency.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey, Swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
At Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, they remain committed to their original mission of providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. Residents can enjoy hobbies, socializing, programs, and more at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House communities. For more information on Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, call 218-456-2105 or log on to halsteadlivingcenter.com. Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
There's more.
Hey, welcome back to the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Continuing coverage on yourliveevent.com. And we are in our Consolation semifinal matches. We're rolling through those on our mats in the East Gymnasium. Currently on the mat, 130 pounds, is Carissa Mann for Napoleon. Wrestles Deegan Kirschman. It's a 6-5 lead. They're in the third period. Kirschman and Mann in the bottom position with the big scramble. Kirschman steps around, picks up a 2-point reversal. She takes a 7-6 lead for Kirschman. So Deegan Kirschman of Valley City is up 7-6 at 130 pounds. And on mat B, Bryn Larson and Taryn Gores and Northern Lights. Larson from Grand Forks at 130 pounds. Started the third period. 2-0 lead for Taryn Gores. At 1:30, it's Consolation semifinal matches on both mats inside the East Gymnasium. And Mann working for the escape at the final 5 seconds. tick off the clock. Kirschman hanging on for the win. She's up by a point. She wins. 1 point for Mann. So Mann's over the top. And we're going into sudden victory overtime here with Chris Mann and Kirschman at 130 pounds. Kirschman, now no takedown awarded here for Mann. Now Mann with the 2-point takedown. She wins in sudden victory, advances to the third place match. She wins in sudden victory overtime. 9-7 over Deegan Kirschman. So it's a 9-7 winner. And now going into our championship matches. Let's go with our Irie Insurance in tournament review or recap. Looking at our bracket starting at 100 pounds. In your championship matches, or I should say your East Region girls finalists at 100 pounds is Anna White for Central Cass, wrestles Elise Jenner for the South Border Mustangs. In wrestling for third and fourth is Brossard of Rugby and Crowston of Pembina County North. Mueller takes fifth place for Mayport CG. She wins by medical forfeit over Moore of Pembina County North. In wrestling for seventh place is Pup from Pembina County North and Rebsam for the Lisbon Broncos. Your finalists at 106 pounds. Taryn Raisler of the Kindred Vikings wrestles Ava Lightsey of the South Border Mustangs. Wrestling for third and fourth is Jacobson of Rugby, wrestles Taylor of Carrington. Wrestling for fifth is Mallory DeVries of Central Cass, wrestling Gabby Handig of Valley City. And Montez of Pembina County North wrestles Arlie Romerman of the Lisbon Broncos. That's your 106-pound championship match. And your upcoming place winner matches, 112 pounds. Championship match is Adeline Hansen of the Lisbon Broncos. And she wrestles Alicia Nitschke of the South Border Mustangs. And Victoria Sanchez for Valley City, wrestling for third place against Alicia Nitschke of the South Border Mustangs. Got that wrong. That's Hansen against Bennett of Pembina County North. Bennett, number 3 seed, upset Nitschke. The number 2 seed makes it into the semifinal, or makes it into the championship match. So Hansen for the Broncos wrestles Bennett, Pembina County North. Wrestling for third is Sanchez of Valley City and Nitschke of South Border. Wrestling for fifth place is Hoffman of South Border, wrestles Magnuson of Hillsborough Central Valley. And your seventh place match is Carlson, West Fargo, and Boyer of Northwood. And 118 pounds. Championship match is Alexia Schneider for Napoleon. She wrestles Carissa Meidinger of the Moore Litchville Marion. Third place match is Brianna Meyer of Central Cass. She wrestles Owens of Fargo. Novak of Grand Forks wrestles Erickson of Northern Cass for fifth place, and Bynum of Pembina County North wrestles Quinn of Central Cass for seventh place at 118 pounds, 124 pounds. Your finalist, Shayla DeBlair of West Fargo, wrestles Marley Stremick of Pembina County North. Lindstrom from Devil's Lake wrestles Ybarra from Carrington for third place. Wrestling for fifth place is Ford of Valley City and Newman of Carrington. And wrestling for seventh place is Christensen of Napoleon and Hyatt of Grand Forks. Now 130 pounds. Your finalists, Kendra Garcia of Carrington, the number 1 Swede, wrestles Emerson Schwab, the number 3 seed of the Lisbon Broncos. And wrestling for seventh place, or taking seventh place, is Edwardson of Devil's Lake. She wins by medical forfeit over Julian of Fargo. So we are into your Consolation semifinal matches. Those 130-pound matches just concluding. We also have 136 now out on the mat. in your Consolation semifinals. So we'll move along into our finalists at 136. Her finalist is Miley Christensen of Valley City. She wrestles Brinley Hartosh of West Fargo. Hartosh, the number 3 seeded wrestler. Christensen, the number 1 seed. So number 1 versus number 3 at 136 in the championship match. 142 pounds. Your finalist, Jaslyn Wagle of Napoleon. She wrestles Webbeline Knocklin of Fargo. That's your championship match at 142 pounds. 148 pounds. Your finalist is Gabrielle Martinez of West Fargo, the number 4 seed, upset Ava Carbone of the Broncos, the number 1 seed. She wrestles Isabel Duchik, the number 3 seed from Central Cass, the number 4 versus number 3. Your finalists at 148 pounds. £155 finalists. Emily Novak of Grand Forks wrestles Amaya Russell of West Fargo. Russell upset Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass. So number 3 seed Amaya Russell wrestles the number 1 seed Emily Novak at 155 pounds for the championship. Finalists at 170. So 170 pounds, big bracket buster all the way. You have Nevaeh Buffett for the Lisbon Broncos. She wrestles in the championship against Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks. So Buffett and Wiley wrestling for the championship at 170. And 190 pounds. Your finalist, Kalinga Virgo of Fargo. She wrestles Caden Schumann, the number 3 seed of Grand Forks. That's your finalist at 190. And 250 pounds, your finalists are Ava Moser of Napoleon and Ashley Lindbergh of Carrington. Moser wins the championship by medical forfeit at 250 pounds. So Ava Moser from Napoleon is your champion at 250 pounds. Moser, the number 3 seed, is the champion at 250, wins by medical forfeit over Ashley Lindbergh of Carrington. And those are your finals for the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Turn our attention to the Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard. Grand Forks in first place with 125 points. Napoleon in second with 118. Lisbon in third, tied with West Fargo United with 117 points. Central Cass in fifth place with 114. That's your top 5 teams. Rounding out your top 10 in sixth place is Pembina County North with 104 points. Carrington in 7th place with 101 points. Fargo, the Stingers in 8th place with 100 points. And Valley City in 9th place with 84.5 points. Rounding out your top 10 is South Border with 73 points at your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And recap your qualifiers. Here for the Lisbon Broncos. The Broncos put 10 wrestlers through into the state tournament. So they have Melina Rebsam at 100 pounds. Harley Romerman at 106. Adeline Hansen at 112 pounds. Emerson Schwab at 130. Alexis Ranke at 142. Ava Carblum at 148. Veda Carblum at 155. Nevaeh Buffett at 170. Cora Oster at 190 pounds. And Ella Sad at 250 pounds. Those are your state qualifiers for the Lisbon Broncos. Going to the 2024 North Dakota Girls State Wrestling Tournament at the Fargo Dome from the 15th to the 17th of February. take a look at Central Cass. Central Cass sending wrestlers at 100 pounds with Anna White making it to the state tournament at 106. Mallory DeVries at 118 pounds. Brianna Meyer, 130 pounds. Or excuse me, 136 pounds is Grace Lamar. 142 pounds is Jaden Jacobson, along with Lois Schneider. 148 pounds is Emerson Filady and Isabel Dutchuk. 155 pounds is Cheyenne Helland and Ava Gullison. Ava Gullison at 170. And those are your state qualifiers for the Central Cass Squirrels. Central Cass now up into second place with 126 points on your Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard. We are still bouncing through our consolation semifinal matches. Ava Carbon for the Broncos, Isabella Knocklin for Fargo. It's a 2-0 lead for Knocklin at 148 pounds in the consolation semifinals. Knocklin has a 2-1 lead on Carblum. That's at the end of the first period. Carblum trying to score, tie it up at the end. Is now another technical foul, potentially dangerous, as Carblum stood up and had the hip heist away in the separation, but the official calls potentially dangerous. Back for the restart with 2 seconds remaining. A great stand-up by Carblum. Knocklin gets away with one at the end of the period. She's up 2-1. Knocklin defers. Carblum picks a bottom position. And Emma Johnner from Grafton, Emerson Filady for Central Cass. They're out here on map B. It's a 2-1 lead for Johnner. Filady has a half Nelson locked up, scoops the head of Johnner, picks up 2 near fall. She has a 3-2 lead. Goes back to work with a crossface out front. Tries to flip over. Johnner has her going to her back. Now Johnner back, able to get belly down. Carblum ties it up at 2. They're in the second period, 148 pounds. On the red mat here in the East Gymnasium. So tied up at 2 with 1:25 remaining. Knocklin with the single leg on Carblum. Carblum with the sprawl, cracks down Knocklin, scores a 2-point takedown. Goes to work with the crossface. Knocklin builds her base. Powers up, Carblum goes to work on the ankle. On Knocklin. Knocklin keeping that head up. Good head position by Knocklin, not letting Carblum stuff that head down in the mat. Carblum working hard with the forearm in the back of the head on Knocklin. Here's Johnner and Filady. Filady's up 6-2. On the black mat here in the East Gymnasium at 148 pounds. Filady working the crossface cradle, has the head to knee, gonna flip over Johnner. It's tight, shoulders of Johnner, trying to rock through, rolls through on Filady. Filady's caught on her back. And now Johnner with the reversal. And here's Carblum and Knocklin. Carblum puts Knocklin to her back as they roll out of bounds with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. So Emerson Filady for Central Cass is up 8-4 on Emma Johnner. Johnner does finish out the second period in the top position. Carblum's working half Nelson, has it buried in on Knocklin. Knocklin's on her hip. Carblum rolls her over. Carblum working into the third place match for the Broncos on the win by fall for Ava Carblum over Isabel Knocklin. She'll advance to the third place match at 148 pounds. She takes on the winner between Emma Johnner and Emerson Filady. And here's Johnner. Now Johnner with the cow catcher on Flady. Rolls her over in the pin for Emma Johnner of Grafton. Over Emerson Flady of Central Cass. Johnner with the come from behind win by pin, or win by fall for Grafton. So Johnner and Carbom wrestling for third place at 148. Clara Steffes for Lemoore in the Consolation semifinals, wrestling Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass. That match underway on the red mat here in the East Gymnasium. On the black mat is Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake and Veda Carbom. Sister Ava with the win by fall advances to the third place match. Veda in the Consolation semis at 155. Works the collar time on Jetty. Carbom down to the mat. Jetty works up over the top on Carbom. Picks up a 2-point takedown for Jetty. Carbom with the hip by a stout. Jetty returns it back down to the mat. And Steffes and Helland. It's a 2-point lead for Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass over Clara Steffes of Lemoore. Steffes chooses neutral to start the second period. Carbom for the Broncos is down by 2 at the end of the first. Jaylee Jetty with the 2-0 lead going into the second period. Carbom with choice chooses top position. Here's Clara Steffes and Cheyenne Helland. Now Helland with 2 more points. Or excuse me, that's Steffes. So Steffes with the 2 ties it up. Clara Steffes ties it up with Helland at 2 apiece. And Jaylee Jetty trying to work around on Carbom. Jetty gets on top of Carbom. Working for the fall is Jaylee Jetty for Devils Lake on Veda Carbom at 155 pounds in Consolation semifinals. And a win by fall for Jaylee Jetty. She advances to the third place match at 155. Steffes and Helland, it's still now a 4-2 lead for Helland on Steffes. Steffes cracks down, or Helland cracks down Steffes, rolls her across her back for 2 near fall. She goes up 6-2 on Clara Steffes. Here's Brooke Bundy and Sky Kopp out on the mat. 190-pound constant semifinal match. Bundy for Valley City, Sky Kopp for Grand Forks were scoreless in the first period. Steffes and Helland. Helland still trying to drag over Steffes. Steffes tripoded up. Steffes able to back out. 1-point escape for Clara Steffes in the third period. She's had that shoulder worked on by Helland now with injury time and blood time. Now we got some blood time for Helland. Helland with the blood time. Bank North timeout on the red mat in the East Gymnasium at 155 pounds. And Brooke Bundy and Sky Kopp. Kopp up over the top, works for a fall at the end of the period. She has a 5-0 lead at the end of the first period. Steffes and Helland, 6-3 lead for Cheyenne Helland over Clara Steffes. Bundy working the armbar on Kopp. Kopp for Grand Forks broke belly down. Bundy chops the arm on Kopp. This is on the black mat in the East Gymnasium at 190 pounds. Brooke Bundy in the top position has a power half locked up on Sky Kopp. Kopp with the elbows out wide. Now Bundy goes back to the opposite side. Has this one buried in deep. Goes to the far wrist. Kopp somehow able to power out of that. Bundy's working that far wrist with Kopp. Kopp belly down, not able to mount much, get any momentum off the bottom. There for Brooke Bundy. Bundy goes back to the power half. And Clara Steffes, Cheyenne Helen roll into the third period. 6-3 lead for Cheyenne Helen over Clara Steffes. Now Brooke Bundy working for the fall on Sky Kopp. Kopp had a 5-0 lead. Bundy's on top, good position, pinning combination, and Brooke Bundy for Valley City advances to the third place match. Wins by fall over Sky Kopp. And here's the red mat, 155 pounds between Clara Steffes, Cheyenne Helen. So Helen and Steffes, it's a double leg shot by Steffes. 1:39 remaining. And 2-point takedown for Steffes. Steffes ties it up at 6. Hey, Helen's body language looking a little bit tired out there. She's tied it up. Steffes has for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. It's tied up at 6. And 170-pound Audrey Fuhrer and Cheyenne Leteshier. That's match just underway with 40 seconds remaining in the first period. Steffes and Helen now. Helen with the reversal and near fall, trying to end this one in the third period. Steffes had tied it up. Helen with the head and arm on Steffes. Sits back, readjusts her hips. And the win by fall for Cheyenne Helen. As Steffes trying to hit that come from behind win, tied it up. Helen with the reversal and the near fall for the eventual pin at 155. Wrestling for third place for Central Cass. Fear and Leteshier. Fear starts in the bottom position in the second period. It's 170 pounds. Consolation semifinal match. Have a caution on Leteshier as she warned for the placement of her hand in the top position. Now another 170-pound match between Lexus Reynolds and Carly Lessman. Lessman with a quick 2-point takedown on Reynolds at 170 pounds. Consolation semifinal match. Fuhrer working for a fall on Leteshier. Gets on top of Leteshier, and the win by fall for Audrey Fuhrer. At 170 pounds, she advances into the third place match for Ellendale Edgerly Calm. And win by fall for Carly Lessman. Lessman wrestling for third place for Carrington. She wins by fall over Lexus Reynolds. So we'll see now Kira Williams and Miley LaFontaine out for Northern Lights. Williams from West Fargo United. That's on the black mat. Carly Liedel, West Fargo United. Isabel Berg for Devils Lake at 190 pounds on the east mat, or I should say on the red mat in the East Gymnasium. A big cow catcher as wrestlers go out of bounds just as Isabel Berg hit the cow catcher on Carly Liedel on that far edge of the mat. Here's Williams and LaFontaine on the black mat in the East Gymnasium, 250 pounds. Your Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard. Grand Forks in first place with 132 points. Second place, Central Cass with 126. Third place, Lisbon with 124. Fourth place, Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 123. Fifth place, West Fargo United with 117 points. And Berg with the win by fall at 190 pounds, wrestling for third place. And now heading into our placing rounds. So we will step away, getting ready to head into our placing rounds. We'll have all mats, I believe, going for the placing rounds. Championship matches in third place out here on the main gymnasium, West Gymnasium, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Top 8 place winners advance to the state tournament at the Fargo Dome, 15th to the 17th of February. So with that, we will step away, take a word from our sponsors here on yourliveevent.com.
Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Hillsboro Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsboro Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get the CT. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsboro Dairy.
H509, proud to be North Dakota's largest Dollars for Scholars chapter. If you're already a member, you know how important H509's presence is to the graduating seniors in our community. Because of your generosity, every graduating student that completes an application will receive a scholarship. I'd like to invite you to join H509 to help continue these amazing gifts for further graduates of the Hillsboro High School. For more information on H509, visit our Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars website or our Facebook page.
Hillsboro Drug and Gift is your area full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough, cold, and flu medications, health and beauty items, and more. They offer mail-out service and free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. And remember, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills at 701-636-5231. There's always something new with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions at Hillsboro Drug and Gift. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Lakes Community Co-op takes pride in providing complete customer satisfaction as they serve their local communities with the necessary products and services for farms, businesses, and individuals. Energy solutions, feed, milk, C-stores, meat market, motel, car wash, HVAC, natural gas. Visit your neighborhood Lakes Community Co-op location for them to meet your needs or learn more at lakescommunitycoop.com.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong communities.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on 3 generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their garage doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Hey, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota. We're rolling into our championship and placing round matches here inside the main gymnasium, looking for our first and second, third and fourth place matches. I believe those are spooled up. On Track Wrestling getting ready to go for championship and placing round matches. And look at your Tim Kazed seed sales scoreboard at the end of your Consolation semifinal round. Central Cass in first place with 133 points, followed closely by Grand Forks with 132. Lisbon and West Fargo United tied for third place with 124 points. And Napoleon Gackle Street are back in fifth place with 123 points. That's your top 5 teams at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. And a 100-pound match. Your black mat is your third place match. Your red mat in the East Gymnasium Championship match. And those matches now underway. For third place at 100 pounds is Bria Bossert and Charlotte Croston for Pembina County North. That match underway for third place at 100 pounds on the black mat, the East Gymnasium. Macy Pup, Pembina County North, Melina Rebsum for the Broncos wrestling for 7th place in the West Gymnasium on the red mat. Black mat in the West Gymnasium is Mallory DeVries, and Gabby Haney got 106 pounds wrestling for 5th place. Championship match at 100 pounds. Anna White for Central Cass, returning state champion. Elise Jenner for the South Border Mustangs. White with the single leg cracks down Jenner to the mat, gets a 2-point takedown. The first 30 seconds, White with the 2-0 lead. Wrestling for the championship at 100 pounds in the East Region Tournament. Bosser and Croston, they're scoreless going into the second period for third place. Anna White works underneath on Jenner. Jenner working hand control. Down on her hip, now spins back around. Tripods up, Jenner. And wings down on the half Nelson as White works back and forth on both sides. Jenner doing a good job of tying up the hands on White. White still with that 2-0 lead. Down to 35 seconds remaining in the first period. Bria Bossert, Charlotte Croston, that's still scoreless in the second period at 100 pounds for third place. And Bossert from Rugby with the 2-point takedown takes a 2-0 lead over Croston. White and Jenner, final 10 seconds of the first period. White has that 2-0 lead with Jenner. Jenner kind of clamming up on the bottom as White tries to roll out into a tilt score some near fall at the end of the period, but they roll out of bounds for a restart back to the center of the mat. And Brossart and Croston. Brossart working on the far arm, tried to dig out a hammerlock across the back of Croston. Croston stretches the arm out, able to get back, belly down, now builds her back up to her base. With Brossart, pushes her back down to the mat, Croston back up. Continual pressure by Bria Brossart of Rugby. And White in the second period hits a single leg, takes down Elise Jenner straight to her back, picks up 2 takedown, but Jenner able to roll through. So no fear of, or no near fall given up. After White took her from her feet to her back, Jenner able to roll through. Bria Brossart is down 2-0 going into the third period. Or excuse me, Croston's down 2-0. Brossart in the top position to start the third. And Macy Pup from Pembina County North has a 2-0 lead over Melina Rebsum from the Broncos. That's in the second period for 7th place at 100 pounds. 106 Mallory DeVries, Central Cass, and Gabby Handy. DeVries up 2-0 for 5th place. White with the 4-0 lead on Jenner. Jenner not able to do much, just counters everything that White throws at her. Jenner continually working in the top position, went to the near ankle, breaks Jenner down, Jenner back, working up towards her base. White digs out the far wrist on Jenner. Jenner tying up the hands on White. White snaps her back down to her hip. So Pup from Pembina County North up over Rebsum from Lisbon. She has that 2-0 lead in the second period. DeVries for Central Cass up 3-0 over Gabby Handig. No near fall now. White picks up 2 near fall on Jenner at the end of the period. So White goes up 6-0 in the championship match at 100 pounds on the red mat in the East Gymnasium. Black mat, Bria Brossart and Charlotte Croston. Brossart working over the top for the fall on Croston. Croston right shoulder up just a little bit. Brossart takes a look up in his hands, trying to arch that back. Will down the shoulders of Croston to end the match. Down to 8 seconds remaining. That's in the third period for Bria Brossart. Brossart will take third place. She wins by 5-0 decision over Charlotte Croston. Bria Brossart for Rugby in third place at 100 pounds. Anna White and Jenner still battling it out, with Anna White up 7-0 over Jenner. And now Melina Rebsum, she ties it up at 2 with Macy Pup of Pembina County North. Going into the third period, they're tied up with Rebsum in the bottom position. White trying to step over the top on Jenner. Working this far wrist underneath. Jenner gets around, almost around behind White. Here's Taylor and Avery Jacobson wrestling for third place. So Jacobson and Lura, they're scoreless going into in the first period. And they go out of bounds with Lura and Jacobson from Rugby. Wrestlers go out of bounds, back for a restart on the black mat with the Taylor leading 2-1. Anna White and Jenner now 7-4 lead for Jenner. Jenner closing the gap in the championship match on 100 pounds. Tries to roll over White. And Anna White down to 10 seconds, has a 3-point lead. She's in the bottom position. Jenner working around the near side, has the half Nelson on White, has it buried in deep, but she's going to run out of time. And Anna White hangs on to win by a score of 7-4 as your champion at 100 pounds. For the Central Cass Squirrels, she's your champion. Anna White, East Region champ at 100 pounds. Wins by decision 7-4 over Elise Jenner from South Border. Third place match, Avery Jacobson, Taylor. It's 4-1 lead for Lura going into the second period. And both wrestlers locked up. Lura working the near wrist. Now goes to a collar tie on Jacobson. Lura throws Jacobson to the side. Wrestlers circle back to the center of the mat. Now passes the wrist. Jacobson steps away with Lura the 4-1 lead with minute 33 remaining in the third period. Taryn Raisler and Ava Litzy on the mat for the championship at 106 pounds. Raisler with a quick 2-0 lead. Picks up the takedown on Litzy of South Border. And Mallard DeVries, Gabby Hanning. That match goes final. Pup over Melina Rebsum for 7th place. Wins by fall in 3:37. Jacobson picks up the 2-point takedown. Now 4-3 lead for Taylor over Avery Jacobson. Levy Montez, Pembina County North, wrestling for 7th place against Arlie Romerman of the Broncos. Montez with a 2-1 lead. Now Romerman ties it up at the end of the period. They're tied up at 2 going into the second for 7th place. And wrestling for 5th place at 112 pounds is Veda Hoffman and Crystal Magnuson of Hillsborough Central Valley. That match just underway on the black mat in the West Gymnasium. Raisler and Litzy. Raisler's up 2-1. Litzy on her feet with Raisler working around behind her as they go off the edge of the mat. We have a neutral restart on the red mat in the East Gymnasium for 106-pound championship. 2-1 lead for Taryn Raisler over Ava Litzy of South Border. And Jacobson and Lura. So Avery Jacobson has Lura on the mat. Her back and shoulders exposed for some near fall. She gets back around behind Jacobson. So a scoring frenzy at the end of the second period. We're tied up at 6 between Avery Jacobson and Taylor of Carrington for the 3rd place match at 106 pounds. Raisler and Litzy. And Litzy has the head and arm locked up on Raisler the final 8 seconds of the period. Litzy working for the fall. She'll have near fall coming. She has a 3-2 lead. Raisler gets out of the period. Going into the second, Ava Litzy's up 6-2. For the championship at 106 pounds. Avery Jacobson and Lura still tied up at 6 in the third period. Started the third period, minute 35 remaining. Taylor in the bottom position now hits the power stand up, the outside leg stand up, grabs the head of Jacobson. Jacobson shrugs that off, goes up, returns Lura back down to the mat, working power half over the top for 3rd place. On the black mat, Montez and Romerman. That match goes final for 7th place. That's Arlie Romerman for the Broncos. Picks up 7th place over Libby Montez of Pembina County North by fall in 2:03. In the second period bid for Arlie Romerman for 7th place. Veda Hoffman, Crystal Magnuson for Hillsborough Central Valley. Hoffman for South Border with a 2-1 lead in the second period, wrestling for 5th place. Raisler and Litzy still 6-2. Litzy in on the single leg. Raisler trying to counter. She's up over the top of Litzy's working to turn the corner. Try to capture that far ankle and crack down Taryn Raisler. Here's Jacobson and Lura, a 1-point lead for Taylor. They're under 35 seconds now as Jacobson snaps down Lura on the edge of the mat. Lura gets back up, walks to the center along with Jacobson for rugby. Avery Jacobson wrestling for the Rugby Panthers. She's down by 1 point to Taylor of Carrington Cardinals. Wrestles for 3rd place in the East Region at 106 pounds. And Lura pushes Jacobson back. Now Jacobson circles back to the center of the mat. She's down by 1 point. trying to pass the wrist and work towards the leg of Taylor. Allura backs up as they continue to wrestle towards the edge of the mat. Shot by Jacobson. She goes head and arm with Allura. Final second of the match, and that's it. And Taylor wins by a 7-6 decision over Avery Jacobson for third place at 106 pounds. Raisler and Litzy, 6-4 lead for Litzy as Raisler closed the gap. She's down by 2 points to start the third period. She gives the escape to Litzy. Now a 7-4 lead for Ava Litzy for the championship at 106 pounds. In seventh place match, Natalie Carlson and Jocelyn Boyer of Northwood. 4-1 lead for Carlson for seventh place at 112 pounds. Carlson wrestling for West Fargo United, Boyer for Northwood. And 118 pound fifth place match, Sarah Novak of Grand Forks, Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass. That is scoreless going into the second period. That's for fifth place at 118 pounds. Raisler and Litzy, at 6-4 lead. The Raisler in on a double leg on Litzy. Litzy goes out of bounds. Both wrestlers out of bounds for the restart, back to the center of the mat. Raisler leaning in hard on Litzy. Litzy back and now circles back around towards the center. So here's Raisler and Litzy, the championship match. And a warning, stall warning on Ava Litzy, a south border. She's working up over the head and arm on Raisler. Drags Raisler down. Raisler pops back up to her feet. Final 49 seconds of the period. With Litzy in the front headlock. Now a little arm drag out by Raisler. Down to 35 seconds remaining in the third period. Raisler down by 2 points. Needs a takedown to tie it up. Here's Brianna Meyer, Central Cass, Ava Owens of Fargo. Owens takes a 2-0 lead into the second period over Brianna Meyer of Central Cass. That's that 118-pound third place match on the black mat in the East Gymnasium. Raisler with the double leg blast. Wrestlers on the edge of the mat. The final 9 seconds here with Raisler and Litzy. Litzy trying to get the upset. You have a contact out there for Raisler on the restart. She's down by 2 with 9 seconds remaining. Litzy takes a step back. Raisler goes into her hand fighting, working through that head and hands defense, but Raisler not able to get through that. She goes down by a 6-4 decision to Ava Litzy of South Border. Is your champion at 106 pounds, a seventh grader, over the freshman turned Raisler of Kindred. Moves on to your 112-pound championship match. Danica Bennett, Pennham County North, Adeline Hansen, and the Lisbon Broncos take the mat. 112-pound championship for the East Region Girls Tournament. 118 pounds, third place match. Brianna Meyer, Ava Owens. Owens with the 3-0 lead and under 50 seconds remaining in the second period. So Owens and Meyer. Meyer working up over the top, has collar tie on the near side. Owens on the far side. And now Meyer snaps down. Owens hits the goal behind. She has a 2-point takedown. 3-2 now is the score. Meyer's down by a point in the second period. Here's Hansen and Bennett. Bennett with the 2-point takedown. Hansen's trying to reverse it. Gets around behind her. So we're tied up at 2. Here with 1:05 remaining. Hansen goes to work underneath on Bennett. Has the inside cradle, trying to lock up the inside cradle. Has that screwdriver crossface locked up. Reaches underneath, grabs the far shoulder. Putting a lot of pressure on Bennett. Bennett just trying to hold her position. And we're tied up at 2, under 40 seconds remaining as Hansen still working around, putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Bennett. Goes back into the inside cradle, a front headlock. Has it locked up, going to run Bennett over. Trying to go ahead in the hole. As Bennett able to break the grasp. Breaks that cradle hold by Hansen. And we have a stalemate with no change of position. Hansen in the top position on the restart with 19 seconds remaining. 118-pound third-place match between Meyer and Owens. Owens ties it up. They're tied up at 3 in the third period with 1:24 remaining. Now Owens steps over on Meyer. Let's see, I guess we're tied up. So we're tied up at 5. We're tied up at 5 apiece. And Owens throws over Meyer. Owens picking up the near fall, working for the pin combination. Scoops the head of Meyer, and the win by fall for Ava Owens of Fargo for third place at 118 pounds. She wins by fall over Brianna Meyer. Oh, Hansen Bennett at the start of the third period. Hansen in the bottom position. Had Bennett down to her hip. Hansen goes to work on the shoulder, trying to get some leverage, backs out. Hips over on Bennett. Going to try to hit the half Nelson. Good reaction by Hansen. She felt that half Nelson, slams it in there, has Bennett going to her back. Working for the falls, Adeline Hansen, and winner and champion at 112 pounds is Adeline Hansen over Danica Bennett for the Lisbon Broncos. And wrestling for third place, Olivia Lindstrom and Jasmine Ibarra for Carrington out of the mat at 124 pounds, wrestling for third place. Katie Bynum and Aubrey Quinn wrestling for seventh place at 118. Quinn for Central Cass has a 7-2 lead over Bynum. And that's in the West Gymnasium. In the fifth place match in the West Gymnasium, Kelsey Newman wrestling Haley Ford. Newman from Carrington, that is scoreless. Ford wrestles for Valley City with 38 seconds remaining. Here with Chris Meidinger and Alexa Schneider. Schneider with a quick 2-point takedown on Meidinger. Schneider takes a quick 2-0 lead, working a crossface. Went hard with the crossface over the top on Meidinger. Meidinger buries her head in the mat. Now works up to her base as Schneider stuck in the half Nelson, spiral to far wrist, but Meidinger able to get back up to her base. So Schneider with the 2-0 lead with a minute remaining in the first period. And here's Lindstrom and Ybarra. Ybarra with a 2-0 lead at the start of the second. Now a 3-0 lead at 124 pounds for third place. And there, that is the first 10 seconds. Minute 45 remaining in the second period with Ybarra a 3-0 lead. In seventh place match at 124 pounds, Elise Christensen and Coral Hyde. Christensen for Napoleon Gackel Streeter. And Coral Hyde for Grand Forks. That match underway, wrestling for seventh place at 124. Here's Schneider with the cradle locked up on Meidinger. Meidinger trying to bridge out of this. Has 15 seconds to fight off her back. Able to get free, gets over the top. Schneider picks up 3 points. Near fall, goes back to the cradle. Meidinger broke the hold. She took offense to that, comes back around with the cradle. No near fall given up by Meidinger. Meidinger gets into the second period with Alexa Schneider. Here's Christensen and Coral Hyde on the red mat in the West Gymnasium wrestling for seventh place. Christensen with a 2-1 lead over Coral Hyde. Haley Ford and Kelsey Newman of Carrington going at it for fifth place at 124. On the black mat, that's Haley Ford up 1-0 for Valley City over Kelsey Newman of Carrington. Lindstrom and Ybarra, 3-0 lead for Ybarra. Ybarra working on the legs. Down on a double leg shot. Now switches to a single, trying to turn the corner on Lindstrom. Lindstrom gets those hips back out in front. Ybarra still trying to pull in that leg. And now Ybarra steps over the top, still 50-50 as Lindstrom puts the arm over on Ybarra at the end of the period. Still a 3-0 lead for Jasmine Ybarra. Lindstrom has choice. She chooses neutral, or starting this third period in the neutral position for third place. Schneider has a 7-0 lead on Carissa Meidinger. Meidinger for Lemoore Litchfield, Marion Lobo. Schneider for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. She's in the top position and has a 7-0 lead, wrestling for the championship at 118 pounds. Works over the top. Has Meidinger and pulls her head up. Schneider working for the crossface. Now Meidinger grabs the arm, trying to get some leverage, but Schneider uses that pressure from Meidinger, rolls her on her hip, catches the far leg, and now hits the Turk and throws Meidinger back down to the mat. And working near fall. Here's Schneider on Meidinger. Down to 17 seconds, and Meidinger rolls through again. Now Schneider resettles in. Final 10 seconds, and that's a win by fall for Alexia Schneider over Carissa Meidinger. She's your champion at 118 pounds. So third place match, Olivia Lindstrom at 124. Jasmine Yabar. Yabar is up 5-0 going into the third period. Here's Haley Ford, Kelsey Newman on the black mat in the West Gymnasium for fifth place. Haley Ford still with the 1-0 lead, under a minute remaining in the third period. Shayla DeBlair for West Fargo United wrestling Marley Stremick for the championship at 124 pounds. There's Stremick in on a headlock on DeBlair. DeBlair rolls through, throws Stremick to her back. DeBlair not falling for the old head and arm. Rolls through. Picks up two takedown, two near fall. So DeBlair leads Stremick by a score of 4-0. And that's the end of the match between Chernowski and Lamar. Grace Lamar wins by fall over Lucy Chernowski of Fargo. Grace Lamar finishes in third place for Central Cass at 136 pounds. DeBlair and Stremick. DeBlair still with a 4-0 lead. A couple of state place winners going at it. Stremick, third place last year at 115 pounds. Shayla DeBlair, state runner-up at 120 pounds. DeBlair with a 4-0 lead on Marley Stremick. And potentially dangerous called and restart back to the center of the mat at 124 pounds. Here's Lois Schneider and Kaylee Kurtz. Kurtz a Grand Forks in on a double leg. That's a reversal in a head and arm by Lois Schneider for Central Cass. Throws Kurtz down to her back, picking up near fall, working for the pin at the end of the period. So she will go up 5-0. Lois Schneider for Central Cass, wrestling for third place at 142. And DeBlair and Stremick. Stremick slow to get off the mat to start our second period. A couple returning state place winners going at it for the championship at 124 pounds on the red mat in the East Gymnasium. Jaden Jacobson from Central Cass and Aaliyah Dakota of Northern Lights. 4-1 lead for Dakota, wrestling for seventh place. Jaden Jacobson for Central Cass at 142 pounds. That's in the second period, under 45 seconds remaining. That's on the red mat in the West Gym. Black mat in the West Gym. For fifth place at 136, Rachel Dahl, Napoleon Gackle Streeter wrestles Kendall Kovar of Carrington. 2-0 lead for Kovar. Here, Tim Kajed sees sales scoreboard. It's Grand Forks in first place with 144 points. Central Cass in second place with 141. Lisbon in third with 133 points. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in fourth place with 132. And West Fargo United in fifth place with 124 points. Rounds out your top five in the team scoring for the individual team championship. Central Cass, your East Region dual champs. Carrington, your runner-up. That was held last Friday over in Central Cass. Fargo Stingers in third place and Napoleon Gackle Streeter in fourth place. Those four teams qualifying out of the East Region for the state dual tournament. So DeBlair and Stremick. After that Bank North timeout, DeBlair in the top position. She has a 4-0 lead on Stremick. Has the hammerlock behind. Stremick stretches it out. Little baseball grip. Throws Stremick over her back and then a win by fall for Shayla DeBlair. In the second period, she's your champion at 124 pounds. Lowell Schneider and Kaylee Kurtz, 6-2 lead for Schneider. Schneider in the bottom position in the second period. Final 25 seconds of the second period. Schneider's now on her back. Kurtz rolls her over. Schneider with the bridge, but not enough. Kaylee Kurtz wins by fall and is your third place winner at 142 pounds. For Grand Forks, so Kaylee Kurtz wins by fall over Lowell Schneider. Schneider had a 6-2 lead. Kurtz rolls her over in the second period and wins by fall. He takes third place for the Grand Forks Knight Riders. Championship match at 130 pounds between Kendra Garcia of Carrington and Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. A couple of sophomores going at it at 130 pounds for the championship. The Carrington teammate there, Kendall Kovar, is up 4-1 on Rachel Dahl and Napoleon Gackle Streeter for second place. Now a 4-2 score at the end of the second period. That's for fifth place on the black mat in the West Gymnasium. The red mat, Beth Olson of Grand Forks. And Ava Chemnitz of Pembina County North, 4-0 lead for Beth Olson at 155 pounds for seventh place. That's on the west red mat in the West Gymnasium. Ava Carblum wrestling for third place against Emma Johnner of Grafton. So teammates Schwab and Carblum on the mat. Schwab last year state runner-up for the Broncos. Kendra Garcia plays seventh at 140 pounds. This one down here at 130. Carblum and John they go into the third period and scoreless. They started that second period. They're in the neutral position. Here's Carblum. Has the collar tie, almost had the duck under, had the elbow, started changing levels to get underneath that, now hits it again. Johnner steps away from it. Carblum goes back to the collar tie. Here's Garcia and Schwab. A level change and fake by Garcia. Schwab holds the ground, takes back the center of the mat. Here at 130 pounds. This is for the championship between Kendra Garcia, Carrington, and Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos. Garcia is up over the top of Schwab, working the cow catcher. He drags down Schwab. Schwab switches to a double on Garcia. Garcia still trying to drag down Schwab. Schwab passes the elbow, hits an arm drag, and stands back up, back to the center of the mat. Both wrestlers under 28 seconds remaining. This is 130-pound championship on the red mat in the East Gymnasium. Ava Carblum takes a 2-0 lead over Emma Johnner for third place at 148 pounds. She rolls Johnner over on her hip, working a screwdriver, walks it around. Johnner back up to her base, so powers back up. Shrugs off that screwdriver attempt by Ava Carblum. Carblum goes to work on the near ankle. And now Garcia at the end of the period tried to turn the corner, and we're scoreless going into the second. As the period expires, Garcia tried to turn the corner, not able to get the 2-point takedown. They start the second period with Garcia in the bottom position. Here's Carbone. Carbone with a 2-1 lead at the end of the second period with Emma Johnner. So Carbone's up 2-1. Wrestlers in the neutral position back in the center of the mat. At the end of the period, 2-1 lead for Carbone. Johnner's choice, she picks bottom position to start the third period. That's for third place at 148 pounds. Beth Olson and Ava Chemnitz, 7-6 lead for Chemnitz of Pembina County North. Wrestling for 7th place on the red mat in the West Gymnasium. And Isabel Knocklin and Filady. And now Garcia catches Schwab in a headlock. Garcia has it tight. Schwab's trying to bridge out of it. Now no near fall. Schwab still holding that shoulder at the 90 as Garcia has it locked in tight. Still walking around the head. She has a 4-0 lead on Schwab. Schwab goes back, belly down. Garcia still has the arm caught on the far side. Schwab back, belly down. Garcia working over the top. Now scoops the head of Schwab, gets back around behind her for a 3-point near fall. She takes a 7-0 lead on Emerson Schwab with 35 seconds remaining. Here's Carbone. Carbone with a 2-1 lead on Johnner. Johnner started in the bottom position. Carbone has the power half locked up on Johnner. She walks it around, throws Johnner to her back. Ava Carbone working for the fall. Johnner and Carbone. Carbone with the win. By fall for the Broncos. Garcia working for the fall on Emerson Schwab at the end of the period. Schwab bridging out, trying to make it into the third. She's down 7-0. Carbone takes third place at 148 pounds for the Broncos. The final 3 seconds of the period with Garcia and Schwab. Schwab able to get back, belly down. So Kendra Garcia placed 7th last year at the state tournament at 140 pounds. Hammer down here at 130, taking on Emerson Schwab of the Lisbon Broncos for the championship. She has a 10-0 lead on Schwab. Now works up over the top. Trying to goes back to the cow catcher on Schwab. Schwab passes the wrist on Garcia and backs away. 155-pound third place match between Jaylee Jetty and Cheyenne Helen of Central Cass. That's Jetty on the edge of the mat, picks up the 2-point takedown. She takes a 2-0 lead. 17 seconds remaining in the first period for third place at 155. Jetty up 2-0. Now the restart back to the center of the mat with Helen in the bottom position. Helen with the sit-out, grabs the head, throws Jetty over to her back. 2-point reversal for Cheyenne Helen. Garcia trying to work this takedown on Schwab. Schwab grabs the back leg, now works over the top on Garcia. Garcia steps around behind Schwab, but Schwab had caught the leg of Garcia. She's trying to turn the corner. Now Garcia goes to work up over the top with that 2-point takedown. She has a 12-0 lead over Emerson Schwab. Jetty and Helen are tied up at 2 at the start of the second period. And Ulster and Thorpe, they're tied up at 2 for 7th place on the red mat in the West Gymnasium. Wrestling for 7th place, Cora Ulster at 190 pounds. Anna Thorpe for Ellendale Edgerly-Combe. They're tied up at 2 apiece. Schwab hits the roll through on Garcia. Up over the top here for Emerson Schwab. The final 4 seconds. Emerson Schwab with the Granby roll. 12-2. Kendra Garcia is your winner and champion at 130 pounds. 12-2 over Emerson Schwab. And now Helen locks up a headlock, head and arm on Jaylee Jetty, working for the fall for the Central Cass Squirrels. Jetty in all kinds of trouble. The right shoulder up now, down to the mat here for Cheyenne Helland, and she wins by fall. It takes third place at 155 for Central Cass. So Ulster and Thorpe still tied up at 2 going into the third period. And wrestling for 5th place is Isabel Knocklin of Fargo, and Emerson Flady at 148 pounds. They're on the black mat in the West Gymnasium. Ulster and Thorpe on the red mat for 7th place. They're tied up at 2. And Miley Christensen, Brinley Hartosh out here at 136 pounds for the championship. You know, all of their placing matches just rolling through those championship matches contested here for the most part, all 3 periods. Now Vader Carblum wrestling for 5th place against Clara Steffes of Lemoore. Here's Christensen and Hartosh. Hartosh goes hard into Christensen, runs her out of bounds. Back for the restart, back on the red mat at 136 pounds. Take a look at your Tim Kazed seed sales scoreboard. Central Cass and Grand Forks now tied up in 1st place for the team race at 148 points. Lisbon in 3rd with 133. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in 4th place with 132, and West Fargo United at 130 points rounds out your top 5 teams at the East Region Wrestling Tournament. Broncos sending 10 wrestlers to the state tournament, placing in the top 8. So far, lone champion Adeline Hansen at 112 pounds. Melina Rebsum in 8th place. And Arlie Romerman in 7th place at 106 pounds. 112-pound champion Adeline Hansen for the Broncos. And a win by fall. There's Brinley Hartosh, West Fargo United over Miley Christensen at 136 pounds. So 142 pounds championship match. Jaslyn Weigel, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, Rubble Knocklin from Fargo. Weigel last year placed 6th at the state tournament at 135 pounds. Knocklin placed 5th at 140. A couple state place winners going at it for the championship at 142 pounds with Weigel and Knocklin. Here's Audrey Fear, Carly Lessman. Fear takes a 2-0 lead. Now Lessman with the reversal and the near fall. She's up 5-2. So Lessman with a 5-2 lead, wrestling for 3rd place at 170. Ulster has a 4-2 lead on Anna Thorpe for 7th place at 190 pounds. Vader Carblum's down to Clara Steffes by a score of 10-2. That's for 5th place. So Carblum and Steffes wrestling for 5th place. Steffes for Lemoore Litchfield Marion has a 10-2 lead. They're in the 2nd period. Cora Ulster for the Broncos wrestling for 7th place at 190. She leads 4-2 over Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And Audrey Fear for the Ellendale Edgeley-Combe Thunder is down 5-2 to Carly Lessman going into the 3rd period. Jaslyn Weigel, Webley Knocklin, couple of state place winners going at it for the championship at 142 in the East Region. They're in the 1st period now, under 30 seconds remaining. They're scoreless on the red mat in the East Gymnasium. So Fear and Lessman, that's Lessman in the top position, locks up a half Nelson. On Fear, kind of going power half, puts extra pressure with her far hand. As she continually is just forcing that head of Fear down into the mat. Now goes, puts the forearm in the back of the head. Now Fear tries to stand up, goes head to knee, gets a little leverage on Lessman. Gonna give her a Granby roll out of that. 5-3 lead for Carly Lessman, with Fear scoring the 1-point escape. It's in the third period, under a minute remaining. Here's Jaslyn Wagle and Webbeling Knocklin at the start of the second period. That's scoreless. And Cheyenne Letechier, Lexus Reynolds wrestling for 5th place at 170. A 2-0 lead for Lexus Reynolds. Here's Wagle trying to double up Knocklin as they roll out of bounds. And Wagle picks up the 1-point loss of control, or the escape. As she was shooting in on that double, drove Knocklin out of bounds, wrestling for the championship at 142 pounds. Here's Lessman up 5-3 over Fuhrer. Wrestlers on their feet. Fuhrer steps into a head and arm on Lessman. Final seconds tick away. Carly Lessman wins 3rd place by a score of 5-3 over Audrey Fuhrer. Jaslyn Wagle leveling Knocklin. Wagle's up 1-0 over Knocklin. Ellis Ad steps on the mat, wrestling for 7th place for the Bronco against Lacey Whitmire. Whitmire up with a 2-0 lead in the first period, under 30 seconds remaining. Eau Claire Steffes for Lemoore Litchfield Marion wins by fall over Veda Carbon for 5th place at 155 pounds. Here's Brooke Bundy, Isabel Berg. Berg goes to work on Bundy with the head and arm, throws her over to the mat. Picks up the 2-point takedown with some near fall added on, has a 5-0 lead the first 20 seconds of the match at 190 pounds for 3rd place. So Berg with the quick 5-0 lead over Brooke Bundy. Wagle and Knocklin still 1-0. The final 2 seconds tick off the clock for the championship. 1-0 lead for Wagle, with Knocklin chooses top position. And now goes bottom. So it looks like she was signaling top. Now says bottom here to start the 3rd period for Wagle and Knocklin. The championship match at 142. And Brooke Bundy, Isabel Berg, that match is over with. Cora Ulster wins 7th place by decision, 5-3 over Fuhrer from EEK. Or excuse me, Ulster over Thorpe of EEK, 4-3 by decision, takes 7th place at 190 pounds. Lessman of Carrington wins by decision, 5-3 over Fuhrer for 3rd place at 170. Ella Sad now with a 1-point lead over Lacey Whitmire of Grand Forks. This is for 7th place. Sad trying to place top 7 at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Has a 4-3 lead in the 2nd period, under 45 seconds remaining. Webbeling, Knocklin, and Jaslyn Wagle tied up at 1, with Wagle on the edge of the mat. Has doubled up on Knocklin. Knocklin and Wagle on the edge. Knocklin cracks down Wagle. They roll out of bounds. Wagle's underneath Knocklin in the top position, wrestling that situation on the edge of the mat. She gets Wagle stretched out, trying to turn the corner, but runs out of room. Called back to the center for a restart. They're in the 3rd period. They're tied up at 1. And 3rd place match at 250 pounds between Kara Williams and Catherine Sullivan. That's scoreless. And now a 2-0 lead at the end of the period, with Sullivan working near fall. She has a 4-0 lead, picks up 2 near falls. So Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks up 4-0 over Kara Williams for 3rd place at heavyweight. And Ella Sad looks like she wins over Lacey Whitmire for 7th place at 250 pounds. So Ella Sad for the Broncos places 7th. Puts another point on the board for the Broncos with that 7th place finish. Here's Jaslyn Wagle and Knocklin for the championship. Final 7 seconds of the 3rd period tick off the clock. And they're going into overtime. They're tied up at 1 apiece at the end of regulation, going into sudden victory overtime for the championship at 142 pounds. Here's Cheyenne Letechier, Lexus Reynolds wrestling for 5th place at 170. Letitia with a 3-2 lead over Lexus Reynolds at 170 pounds for 5th place. Jaslyn Wagle, Nochlin, sudden victory. As Waggles had a couple nice double leg shots on Nochlin. She drops down again for an outside single, kind of a knee pick on Nochlin. Nochlin steps around. Now wrestlers break back apart for a restart. Nochlin with her back to the center of the mat. As wrestlers circle back around, work a little bit of hand fighting and head position. As now both wrestlers hold the center of the mat in overtime. Sudden victory overtime at 142 pounds for the championship. Kira Williams, Catherine Sullivan. Sullivan with the 4-0 lead for 3rd place at 250 pounds. Sullivan for Grand Forks, Kira Williams for West Fargo United. And Wagle in on another double leg shot. Nochlin gets those hips back down into the mat at 142 pounds as time expires. Going into our 2nd overtime. And a win by fall for Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks over Kira Williams of West Fargo United. She's your 3rd place winner on the black mat in the East Gymnasium. And we'll see if they assign some of these championship matches over to the black mat here in the East Gymnasium. We're at 142 pounds in our championship matches between Jaslyn Wagle and Evelyn Nochlin going into 2nd overtime. Nochlin in the bottom position, fires out. Wagle returns Nochlin back down to the mat after that little power stand up by Nochlin, not able to clear the hips. Wagle up over the top. Gets Nochlin over. Nochlin rolls through on Wagle. Wagle now reverses it on Wagle. Nochlin's going to pick up the 2-point reversal. So has the 2 reversal, but no near fall. Wagle with choice. So Wagle with choice will start in the bottom position for the championship. She's down 3-1 to Webeling Nochlin. Here's Sky Cop and Carly Liedel for West Fargo United wrestling for 5th place at 190 on the black mat in the West Gymnasium. And championship match at 155 now on the black mat in the East Gymnasium. Wagle is down by 1. 3-2 lead for Nochlin. Wagle up on her feet, had a couple nice double leg shot, has to get through the head and hands, and Nochlin shoots down for a high crotch. Nochlin takes a step back off the mat. Wagle has 2 seconds for the championship at 142 pounds. She's down by 1 point to Nochlin. Nochlin steps away. Your champion at 142 pounds, Webeling Nochlin of Fargo, your winner by a decision, 3-2. Here's Emily Novak, returning state champion of Maya Russell, West Fargo United. Novak with a 2-point takedown on Russell. In the West Gymnasium, at 5th place, Miley Lonfontaine and Jalen Forey for 5th place at 250 pounds. Match now underway. Sky Kopp over Liedel by falling 56 seconds for 5th place at 190. The 148-pound championship match between Gabrielle Martinez, West Fargo United, and Isabel Dutchik from Central Cass. And Dutchik in on a head and arm on Martinez. Martinez steps back around, picks up the 2-point takedown. Martinez takes a 2-0 lead at 148 pounds for the championship. On the red mat inside our East Gymnasium, 155 pounds with Novak and Russell. Russell ties it up. We're tied up at 2. Now a 3-2 lead for Novak with the escape after the reversal by Russell. Now a 2-point takedown for Novak. Well, Novak stringing together an escape and a takedown. Up 5-2 goes hammerlock on Russell. Russell builds back up to her base. Here Martinez working for the fall on Dutchuk. Has the head scoop. Steps back over to the near side, scoops the arm, head and arm scoop for Martinez, then rolls over Dutchuk, and just like that, it's a win by fall for Gabriela Martinez over Isabel Dutchuk. Your champion is Gabriela Martinez, West Fargo United. Your champion at 148 pounds. Emily Novak for Grand Forks takes the championship at 155 pounds. She wins by fall over Maya Russell. So now we're cruising through the championship matches here in 170 and 190 pounds with Emily Novak, Gabriela Martinez. Or excuse me, Nevaeh Buffett and Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks. Nevaeh Buffett for the Broncos. Russell and Wiley for the Grand Forks Knight Riders for the championship at 170. And Kalinga Virgo, Fargo, Caden Schumann of Grand Forks wrestling for the championship at 190 pounds. Things are wrapping up inside the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Carrington, North Dakota. Central Cass and Grand Forks tied up under Tim Kajed seat sales scoreboard at 152 points apiece. Lisbon in third place with 139. West Fargo United in fourth place with 136, rounding out the top five. Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 132 points. In sixth place is Carrington with 121. Pembina County North in seventh place with 110. Fargo in eighth place with 104 points. Valley City in ninth place with 92.5 points. Rounding out the top 10, South Border with 85 points in 10th place. Here's Buffett and Wiley on the black mat, 170 pounds. Wrestlers at work in collar ties. And down to under a minute 10 remaining in the first period. Buffett in on a knee pick on Wiley on the edge of the mat. They go out of bounds. So Buffett works into a knee pick on Wiley. Wiley gets out of bounds. Back for the restart here for the championship at 170. Down to under 40 seconds in the first period. Still scoreless between Buffett for the Broncos and Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks. Buffett trying to have a career day and make that Enbridge Energy wrestler of the tournament. That 170-pound bracket, just a bracket buster, kind of a bracket here with Buffett and Wiley making it into the championship match. Kalinga Virgo, Caden Schumann at 190 pounds wrestling for first place. That is a scoreless at the end of the first period. Here's Buffett and Wiley still scoreless going into the second period. And LaFontaine and Forey wrestling for fifth place over in the West Gymnasium. That last match over there, that one just went final. With LaFontaine, your winner over Jalen Forey for fifth place at 250 pounds. 170 to 190 championship matches inside the East Gymnasium. If Buffett and Wiley, Buffett in on a double leg. Wiley snaps down. Buffett takes her down for a 2-point takedown. And Buffett got out of position on that takedown. Now Wiley going to work on top in the near ankle. Tries to roll over Buffett. Here's Gavergo and Schumann for first place at 190. Gavergo takes a 1-point lead. Buffett rolled over by Wiley. Wiley goes crossface, takes the far or near ankle on Buffett, rolls her over, picks up some near fall. Buffett gets back belly down. 3-point near fall for Kaya Wiley. He's up 5-1 on Nevaeh Buffett. Now working the power half, rolls over Buffett. Gavergo busy on top. Buffett rolls through. 2 more near fall for Wiley. She takes a 7-1 lead on the roll through. Gavergo and Schumann at 190 pounds, wrestling for the championship. The win by fall is Kyla Wiley over Nevaeh Buffett for the championship at 170 pounds, your champion. And Kalinga Virgo, Caden Schumann, this looks like these are last matches. That heavyweight match was a medical forfeit for the championship. So last match between Gavergo and Caden Schumann. A 1-0 lead for Gavergo at 190 pounds. She's from Fargo, wrestling Caden Schumann. Grand Forks with that pin by Kaya Wiley. They will take the team championship, individual team championship over Central Cass. Right now, West Fargo United in third place with 142. Lisbon in fourth place with 139. And Napoleon Gackle Streeter with 132 points for your top 5 teams. It's on your Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard. Gavergo and Schumann. They roll into the third period. Gavergo in the top position. She has a 1-0 lead at 190 pounds. That's for the championship. Gavergo rolls through with Schumann. Schumann, a little bit of a Granby roll. Gavergo's able to follow her back through. She still has a 1-0 lead, no change of position with Schumann. Tripods up. Gavergo runs her out of bounds back for the restart. So Gavergo and Schumann still 1-0. The championship match at 190 pounds. Trying to close this one out. At the conclusion of this match, we'll step away. There's a defensive pin working here for Caden Schumann on Gavergo. She rolls through. How's Gavergo on her back, working for the fall for Grand Forks. And Caden Schumann wins by fall over Colleen Gavergo for the championship. Grand Forks makes a statement at 190 pounds with that win. And for a new wrestling power here in the East Side, Grand Forks with another champion, this one at 190 pounds. Also Kyle Wiley taking the championship at 170 with a win by fall over Nevaeh Buffett. And that wraps things up. That's your final championship match inside Carrington High School East Gymnasium at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We will come back, review our brackets here in the East Region Girls Tournament, go over your top 8 place winners by weight class, your state qualifiers, and then wrap things up here from Carrington High School. Come back tomorrow for the boys East Region Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Baseball, I don't know, they should come out with something for wrestling though. It'd be pretty easy, especially for a duel.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
Successful teams need a place to practice when the weather doesn't cooperate or the teams just need an extra swing. The Mayport Youth Center provides that option for the Mayport CG School District, summer baseball and softball teams. The Mayport Youth Center is an indoor facility that includes batting cages and field turf. In the winter, the facility is home to the Mayport Ice Dog hockey team. Good luck to the Mayport CG Patriots from the Mayport Youth Center.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Hey, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. Finished up our championship matches. Going to recap our day at the East Region Girls Tournament. Started here at 3 p.m., just finishing up after 9 o'clock here Central Standard Time. A look at your Tim Kajed seed sales scoreboard. Your top 10 teams. In 10th place was South Border with 85 points. 9th place was Valley City with 92.5 points. 8th place Fargo, 108 points. Pembina County North in 7th place with 110 points. Carrington in 6th place with 121. Napoleon in 5th place with 132. Lisbon in 4th place, 139 points. West Fargo United in 3rd place with 142. Central Cass in 2nd with 152 points. In your new East Region Girls Individual Tournament team champions goes to the Grand Forks Knight Riders with 170 points. The Knight Riders putting together back-to-back wins in this championship round here at 170, 190 pounds, helping them seal the win for the Knight Riders on the individual side here in the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We will turn our attention over to your place winners starting at 100 pounds. In first place is Anna White for Central Cass. White taking the championship by decision 7-4 over Elise Jenner of South Border. Get this set back up here. So White with the win by decision 7-4 over Jenner. Third place Bria Bossert over Charlotte Crolston by decision 5-0. In fifth place Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG over Cheyenne Moore at Pembina County North by medical forfeit. And seventh place Macy Pup over Melina Rebsum of the Lisbon Broncos by fall in 3:37. That's your top 8 place winner in state qualifiers at 100 pounds. 106 pounds. Your champion is Ava Litzia Southboard over Taryn Raisler by decision 6-4. And Taylor of Carrington in the third place match over Avery Jacobson of Rugby by decision 7-6. And fifth place Mallory DeVries of Central Cass over Gabby Hanning of Valley City by fall in 4:55. In seventh place Arlie Romerman of Lisbon Broncos over Levy Montez of Pembina County North Grizzly by fall in 2:03. Romerman in seventh place for the Broncos. 112 pounds. Adeline Hansen, your champion, over Danica Bennett of Pembina County North by fall in 2:31. Third place Alicia Nitschke of South Border over Victoria Sanchez of Valley City by forfeit. Fifth place Veda Hoppin of South Border of Crystal Magnuson, Hillsborough Central Valley by fall in 2:17. And seventh place mass Jocelyn Boyer Northwood over Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United by fall in 4:14. 118 pounds, your champion Alexa Schneider of Napoleon Gackle Street over Chris Meidinger by fall in 3:50. In third place match at 118 pounds is Ava Owens over Brianna Meyer, center cast by fall in 43 seconds. Sarah Novak of Grand Forks over Isabel Erickson, northern cast by decision 7-5 for fifth place. In seventh place, Katie Bynum, Pembroke County North over Aubrey Quinn, a center cast by fall in 2:44. 124 pounds, first place, your champion Shayla DeBlair of West Fargo United over Marley Stremick of Pembroke County North by fall in 2:32. Third place match, Jasmine Ibarra of Carrington over Olivia Lindstrom at Devil's Lake by fall in 4:02. Fifth place match, Haley Ford of Valley City over Kelsey Newman by decision 1-0. And seventh place match, Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Street over Coral Hyde of Grand Forks by fall in 1:39. So 130 pounds, your champion, Kendra Garcia over Emerson Schwab by major decision 12-2. Third place, Chris Amanda, Napoleon Gackle Street over Taryn Gores and Northern Lights by forfeit. At fifth place for 130 pounds was Deegan Kirschman, Valley City over Bryn Larson by medical forfeit. In seventh place, Brianna Edwardson, Devil's Lake over Isabel Julian of Fargo by a medical forfeit. 136 pounds, Brinley Hartosh, West Fargo United over Miley Christensen, Valley City by fall in 1:44. Third place, Grace Lamar over Lucy Chernowski by fall in 31 seconds. Fifth place, Kendall Kovar, Carrington over Rachel Dahl, Napoleon Gackle Streeter by fall in 3:27. Seventh place, Lexi Ray, Grand Forks over Liam Glynn of Ellen Delgely Column by medical forfeit. 142 pounds, top eight place winners, a champion, Webley Knocklin of Fargo over Jaslyn Waggle in the ultimate tiebreaker, 3-2. In third place, Kaylee Kurtz of Grand Forks over Lois Schneider, center cast by fall in 2:44. Fifth place, Regan Olmer of Southport over Alexis Ranke by fall in 40 seconds. In seventh place match, Aaliyah Dakota of Northern Lights over Jaden Jacobson of Central Cass by fall in 2:25. 148 pounds, top eight place winners. Your champion, Gabrielle Martinez over Isabel Dutchuk of Central Cass by fall in 58 seconds. Ava Carblum for third place over Emma John of Grafton. Sudden victory, 2-1. Fifth place, Emerson Flady of Central Cass over Isabel Knocklin of Fargo by fall in 1:54. Seventh place, Riley Dewald over Giovanna Lima by medical forfeit. That was for seventh place. 155 pounds, top eight place winners. Champion Emily Novak, returning state champion over Maya Russell of West Fargo United by fall in 1:55. Third place, Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass over Jaylee Jetty of Devil's Lake by fall in 1:49. Fifth place match, Claire Steffes of Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Veda Carblum of the Lisbon Broncos by fall in 1:50. And seventh place match is Ava Kremenitz of Pembroke County North over Bess Olson of Grand Forks by fall in 4:37. 170 pound top eight place winners, champion Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks over Nevaeh Buffett of Lisbon Broncos by fall in 3:13. Third place, Carly Lesman of Carrington over Audrey Fear of Ellendale Delgy by decision 5-3. Fifth place, Lexus Reynolds of Northwood over Cheyenne Lateshi of Pembroke County North by fall in 4:52. In seventh place is Ava Gullison for the Central Cass Squirrels over Samantha Holton of West Fargo United by fall in 24 seconds. 190 pounds, your champion is Caden Schumann. She wins over Kalina Kerbergel by fall in 4:40. In third place is Isabel Berg of Devil's Lake over Brooke Bundy of Valley City by fall in 46 seconds. Fifth place match, Sky Kopp over Carly Liedel of West Fargo United by fall in 56 seconds. And Cora Ulster for seventh place over Anna Thorpe of Ellen Delgely Column by decision 4-3. And 250 pound, your champion is Ava Mosier. She wins by medical forfeit over Lashley Lindbergh of Carrington. Third place, Catherine Sullivan, Grand Forks over Kira Williams, West Fargo United by fall in 2:36. In fifth place match, Miley LaFontaine, Northern Lights over Jalen Forey, Pembina County North by fall 3:39. And Ella Sad for Lisbon Broncos takes seventh place. She wins by fall over Lacey Whitmire of Grand Forks in 2:33. And that rounds out your top eight place winners here at your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. On your Tim Kajed seat sales scoreboard, going back over those top 10 teams. In 10th place is Southport with 85 points, 92.5 points. In 9th place is Valley City. Fargo with 108. Pembina County North with 110. Carrington in 6th place with 121 points. Napoleon Gackle Streeter in 5th place with 132. In fourth place is Lisbon with 139. In third place, West Fargo United with 142. Central Cass in second place with 152 points. And Grand Forks, your champion, new East Region champions with 170 points at your East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We'll step away and have another word from our sponsors here on YourLiveEvent.com. Come back for our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament. And then we'll close things out here for the Girls East Region Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
The Northern Cass Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletic, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cass Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cass Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year. The Northern Cass Booster Club wishes the best to Coach Angie Johnson, her staff, and the Jaguar volleyball team.
As we jump into tax season, let's approach it with the same enthusiasm as your favorite sports teams. Olson Accounting dribbles through piles of paperwork and pins down deductions like a pro. They aim to come out on top and stick a refund. Tax season is about strategy and teamwork. Olson Accounting trains to be the best in class. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Your home for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments is YourLiveEvent.com.
Flutters the pass over to Cotton. High arching rainbow tickles a twine.
From the Shield Center in Fargo to the Louis Lee Fieldhouse in Mayville, we'll have you.
Hey, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We have our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day. Life takes energy from Enbridge. That's energy for life at Enbridge.com for your career opportunities. In our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, that goes out to Kyle Wiley of the Grand Forks Knight Riders. Wiley seated number 7 in the tournament at 170 pounds. Makes her way into the championship match. She upsets Ava Gulson, the number 2 seed, comes back and defeats Lessman of Carrington. Lessman also made her way into the semifinals with an upset over Audrey Fear, but Wiley makes it into the championship match and ultimately defeats Nevaeh Buffett of the Lisbon Broncos out of the 7th seed for the Grand Forks Knight Riders. That's just one of the moves of the day, or precision moves of the match or the day for the Grand Forks Knight Rider to take this East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. So Kaya Wiley, recipient of our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, and also part of that RDK Enterprises precision move, the match from RDK Enterprises of Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact RDK Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton at 701-636-2119 or visit planner.com. They're here to help you. Grand Forks stringing together back-to-back wins at 170 and 190 pounds. Also another champion at 155 with Emily Novak. Your Grand Forks Knight Riders with your precision move of the match from RDK Enterprises and your new East Region team champions, scoring 170 points to close out this tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. So sports announcer guy Brent Dick and signing off from Carrington High School. We're back here tomorrow for the East Region Boys Wrestling Tournament coverage all day tomorrow in both the East and West gymnasiums here from Carrington High School on yourliveevent.com. Everybody out there in audio streaming land, everybody have a safe night, sleep tight, and don't let the bed bugs bite.
Up to 7 points and another steal for Hurst. Baseball pass to Sage. It's in.
Quarterfinals start Monday, February 19th for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is southeast